If I can ask you all to please rise, and we will go ahead and start off with our Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our first ever Stanislaus Homeless Alliance Learning Retreat. My name is Kyle DeJesus. I work with the Stanislaus County Chief Executive Office, and I will be your wonderful Master of Ceremonies for today. Thank you. So we have an awesome lineup of speakers for you all today who will be speaking on a variety of different homelessness subjects, including different types of housing projects, services, homeless programs, best practices in addressing homelessness, and specifically for Stanislaus County, the data on our homeless population, as well as the funding that's received at the federal, state, and local level. So before we dive right into our agenda, I do want to go over a few logistical matters, just so you all are aware. If you would like to make a public comment, I'm asking that you please find Ms. Claudia Gomez. She's in the back waving her hand. Please make sure you fill out your information just in case we need to follow up with you for whatever reason. Secondly, you'll notice on the agendas that lunch will be provided for all of you guys that are in attendance today. We have some tasty Subway sandwiches for you at noon, followed by a special lunch presentation as well. And you will be excused by table. And last but not least, you'll notice in the agenda as well that there are various breaks throughout this workshop. So feel free to get up at any time. The restrooms are located outside in the lobby and to your left. So we will do a quick roll call of the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance members. Stanislaus Homeless Alliance members, if I could just have each of you guys say here when your name is called. Alrighty, Stanislaus County Supervisor Withrow. Here. County CEO Hayes.
Here.
Mayor Ted Brandvold. City Manager Joe Lopez.
Here.
City of Ceres Mayor Chris Vieira. City Manager Toby Wells. City of Turlock Mayor Amy Bublak. City Manager Michael Cook. Council Member Patterson Cynthia Holman.
Here.
City Manager Ken Irwin.
Here.
Council Member Christopher Smith. City Manager Brian Whitemeyer.
Here.
Council Member Luis Uribe.
Here.
City Manager Sean Scully.
Here.
County CEO. CEO of United Way Francine DiCiano. Executive Director for Modesto Gospel Mission Jason Conway.
Here.
Modesto Neighborhoods Inc. President Brad Hahn.
Here.
Ian J. Gallo Winery Deputy General Counsel Tim Bird.
Here.
Commissioner Chair Carlos Estacio. Executive Director Barbara Kaus. All righty. Well, without further ado, I will go ahead and introduce our very first speaker, none other than our own Stanislaus County Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Jody Hayes.
Thank you, Kyle. I love the way Kyle summarized our lineup today. An awesome lineup of speakers. And trust me, you don't want to hear from me for too long because this content is really, really rich. This is the richest level of content we've been able to bring to a public forum on this challenging subject of homelessness in Stanislaus County since I've been working with the county. So I'm very, very excited for today. Today's been a long time in the making. Before I get too started, there are a lot of people to thank for putting all of this together. But the person who worked the hardest to get us all in this same room was the gentleman who was just speaking. So I just want to thank Kyle DeJesus. He's been a superstar for us. So I'm going to go ahead and just kick us off, and I'll stand right over here. Many of you may have seen this slide before, but I just wanted to do a few things to make sure that we all have kind of the same basis of information that we're working off of, because we presented some of this information in the past. And the first thing is, this is what we refer to as our housing continuum. And if you start down at the bottom, you have emergency shelters, 1 to 6 days. And I should mention that for those of you who may have a hard time seeing those slides, apologize for that. All of this information and material will be posted online. You'll be able to access all of it unlimited. We weren't able to print 200 or 300 copies of all the presentations, but you'll see there's a lot of slides before you today. So feel free to take notes, but also know that you can access all of this information online when we're done. So we start in our continuum with emergency shelters, 1 day to 6 months. Then we go to transitional housing, and transitional housing is just that. It's not intended to be a forever home. And then we go to permanent supportive housing and affordable housing projects. There's a lot of gray area involved there. We could break those steps out into 10 more steps if we wanted to. And then the last 2 steps in the housing continuum are more market rate housing, what we refer to as. So the rental housing market and the home ownership as well. So this is really the entire continuum. It's important that we refer to the entire continuum because it all matters. And you've probably heard me say before that all housing, when it adds to our stock, is in a way affordable housing because it helps the inventory. It helps folks move up in the housing inventory, which creates space and opportunities for individuals at all levels of the continuum. You've probably also heard me say that we have spent a lot of time over the last 2 years. The majority of our time has been spent talking about that very first step in the housing continuum. And that's been a challenge for us, for many of us working on this challenge, because we know that that first step is very important, but the most important steps of this process are actually further up the continuum. And if we're really going to make a dent and move the needle in our community, it's not going to happen at the first step of the ladder. It's going to happen further up the ladder. And that's where we're trying to push our conversations. Today's presentations will have equal parts and information around all of those different steps. So what is the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance? The Stanislaus Homeless Alliance is our best attempt to bring together our community, both elected leadership in the community that has authority over making land use decisions, that can push projects forward and can make things happen, along with non-government representatives and other individuals that have particular expertise in these types of areas. So that's why we formed the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance, and it really is to focus on the bottom half of that continuum. Our role is not necessarily the top half, but the bottom half. We can't expect one strategy to accomplish this entire continuum, so we break it into 2. And our real goal here, if we're successful in the end, is to create one vision, one strategy, one delivery system, and ultimately one report card to our community every single year on how we're doing. You shouldn't have to go to 9 different city council meetings and the Board of Supervisors meeting to address the issue of homelessness. You should be able to come to one place. So we're very proud that we've been able to stand this up. We've been meeting monthly since, I think, May of this year. Our meetings are at night, so anyone can come, hopefully in the evening, if that doesn't conflict, but it creates the most opportunity for public participation. And we've had some great participation in our meetings. So if you haven't been to a Stanislaus Homeless Alliance meeting, please do so. I want to mention that the second half of this continuum, equally important, and we will have a separate strategy that we're going to try to work with in our community around those issues. So our focus has been on the lower half of this continuum right now, but we are certainly equally focused for the future on a regional housing strategy. We've already started those efforts. We have some cool things to share there, but it's just not the focus of today's presentations. This is a list that I think all of you have in front of you, or it's somewhere on your table there. We wanted to pass out copies of this, and we wanted to put it right up front in today's presentation in terms of what's happening. You're going to hear about some individual projects. You're going to hear about some of the challenges and successes over the recent history here. But the most pressing question that we need to acknowledge and grapple with is the fact that we've got a lot of people on the streets today, and we've got a lot of people sleeping in a park in Modesto. And we're all familiar with that. You can drive by it, you can walk through it, if they'll let you in the gate. But we know that, and we know how many people are there on any given day, plus or minus a few. So our challenge is, what are we doing about those immediate needs right now? And we want to be very clear about what's happening within our system in terms of capacity overall over this remaining half of this year, as well as the first half of next year. So you have a total list there. And once again, we're going to highlight some of these projects here. But the one thing I want to highlight on this list is this is literally the definition of it takes a village. There's no one entity pushing this entire agenda. It takes all of these folks working together. You can see all the different partnerships that it takes between local cities, county, and all of these nonprofits that are supporting this effort and our housing providers. So we thank them very much. That's the entire list, and we wanted to make sure you had a copy of it today, right up front in the presentation. Along the way, you'll have an opportunity to engage with the presenters here today, maybe on a break or something like that, so if you have individual questions. And we also have public comment today, if you'd like to get up and make a public comment. Just a couple of last things I want to share here. So what is the focus of the Homeless Alliance? It is not just about facilities and housing. That's not the only thing that we are concerned with. I like to think that we're equally concerned with three areas. We refer to this as our three-legged stool of supporting homelessness. And all three are very, very important to us and deserve our equal attention. Shelter and housing, I think everyone understands that. Having shelters, transitional housing, permanent supported housing, the continuum we just discussed. And when we talk about shelters, just as a reminder, our concepts around shelters, and you're going to hear some great information today, are an opportunity for us to intake individuals into the system, to triage their needs, and to get them immediately on the path to success. It is not to house them forever. You've probably heard me say that warehousing people is not our solution. It is absolutely not our solution. So that shelter and housing, that gets most of the attention. But there are two other areas that deserve equal attention in these discussions. And we're going to keep pushing in our agenda with the SHA to make sure we're focused on these areas as well. The first, program services. So we're talking about mental health services, drug treatment services, vocational employment services, and then other related supported services. Just because you get someone housed doesn't mean that we're done working with that individual. We want a successful outcome, and we do want to produce outcomes, which means people stay in their housing. And to do that, we're going to need to include supportive services and the types of things that help them understand or that help them maintain their success. So there's a lot that the community can do in support of that. And a lot of these things, to be honest with you, a lot of these are county programs. So you'll see us presenting this information. I think at our last SHA meeting, we started this effort and did a pretty deep dive into our mental health services program. So if you came to that meeting, you learned a lot about what we're doing in that respect and then what's on the horizon. And then the last piece that also deserves equal consideration is what we refer to as community accountability. So this is our community standards and reporting. Do people even report issues that they see anymore, right? Are they engaging? Is our community apathetic at this point to some of these challenges? Law enforcement and social service interventions, there's a lot that we do in connecting with our homeless population, not just in the law enforcement arena, but also in the social service arena, diversion programs, prosecution and detention, and so forth. What you're going to continue to hear from us is we are going to fight hard to have a great system of shelters and housing and programs and services, but we also want to apologize for the fact that we want accountability in our community as well. And I hear that a lot. I hear that from members throughout the community, that they want to know that when we're offering services, that along with that comes the support that's necessary, along with an expectation that if individuals are in the community, if they're committing crimes in a community, that our criminal justice system and our social service system is prepared to address that. And it feels lately, over the last few years, it feels like we haven't been. And there's data out there that can talk about that and so forth, so I'm not going to make any editorial comments about that, but it certainly feels like we haven't been. And one of the clearest examples of that you can see is there was a turning point in our community, and the one that I always kind of refer to is, when did it become acceptable for us to drive past somebody in this community laying on the street and you literally don't know if that person's alive at the moment? And we've seen it. And there was a time in this community, and I don't think it was that long ago, I think it was within the last 10 years, anybody would have stopped. and said, what's going on here? What's with this person in our street or on our sidewalk? And you would not drive past unless you at least saw a couple of other cars that stopped and so forth. That's not the case anymore. Why is that? Numerous reasons. Probably because you see it too often, you're trying to get to work, and you're thinking somebody else is going to take care of it. But we've had that tipping point in our community, and I argue we need to get back. We need to get back to where we were, but it takes all three levels of that, and it takes an honest conversation around these accountability issues to get us there. Okay, so I had a little quote that most of you are probably tired of seeing if you've heard me speak before, but I'm just going to say it again. Maybe I'll retire it today. Today's retirement day for this quote because I've used it so much. But it means a lot to me. When you divide responsibility, nobody is responsible. And ultimately, I think homelessness is the perfect example of that, in California particularly. And the reason I say that is that the funding streams that support these programs are so bifurcated. There are so many little pots of money with little ways in which we approve those monies. And it's spread out across so many different ways that no one place has accountability and responsibility for it. So our efforts with the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance are to acknowledge that, to pull us all together, to get a lot of really bright and talented people in leadership roles around this issue. And to be honest with you, it's to hold ourselves accountable as a community. That includes the county, myself, all of our partner agencies, and our community-based organizations that are positioned to support us and help us. So that's why I love that quote so much, is to remind us that we do need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to hold ourselves responsible. We need to come together, and this is the forum in which we try to do that. Okay, so your first awesome speaker for the day is Jessica Narayan. Come on up, Jessica. Jessica's with the City of Modesto Community Development Manager. Jessica has put together this absolutely fascinating presentation on affordable housing. I said absolutely fascinating, so you're going to live up to that. She's put a lot of work into this. I'm very, very appreciative of the work that her and her entire team have done on this subject. So this will kick us off. Thank you, Jessica.
Great. Well, thank you, Jody. And Jody had a kind of a great overview and introduction for the presentation I'll be going over today. What we wanted to do really with this presentation is kind of give an overall view of our full housing continuum in Stanislaus County. I wanted to go kind of on a high level to talk about what the definitions of each type of housing were and what the high level requirements were, as well as show some of the successes we've had over the years and the amount of units and then our pending units. So a little bit of the background. Many of you are familiar with our point in time count, which happens in the last 10 days of January each year. Here you can see the last 5 years of data where we reported the total sheltered and unsheltered people in the Stanislaus County continuum of care area. So for this last year, 2019, we counted 1,923, and 1,088 of those were unsheltered. And a little bit of history in Modesto and after the Ninth Circuit ruling where we had a big issue with camping and everyone deserved the right to sleep. And that's when Modesto decided to open up Bear Brook Park. Through a lot of learning, we were able to transition those people over to our Modesto Outdoor Emergency Shelter, MOES. What we realized at MOES too is that 40% of the people at MOES had not entered into any homeless services in the community before. So we were able to capture this data and try to figure out ways of what services they needed and how we can support them in their next housing journey. After this transition, the Salvation Army is expanding in partnership with the county for the low barrier shelter of 182 additional beds. So in order to define affordable housing is considered that affordable is that a family spends no more than 30% of their gross monthly income to live there. And so if you really break down the numbers, the average rent in Modesto is $1,300. And in order to afford a $1,300 a month rent, you'd have to make $4,333 a month. What we're seeing in our community, and these are area median income numbers that are established by the federal government each year, is 50%, and that's kind of the traditional average number of the people that we serve in the community is about 2,700. So we see a huge discrepancy here of to have affordable housing, you need to make $4,333. But what we're seeing is our median, or 50% of those that we need to serve, is about $2,700. What else I wanted to put up there as well is the fair market rent. And so a lot of the subsidies that we're able to assist families with can only go up to what the fair market rent. So clearly there's a gap between what the average Modesto rent is and then what we can assist people in for the fair market rent. So there has to be multiple ways that we serve these families and help provide housing to them. We wanted to kind of get an idea as who affordable housing is for. We really broke down of what the annual incomes of the people are in our community. And you can see the income needed is $47,760. And here are all the professions and the average annual income that they do have. So you see that affordable housing is not only just for the homeless, it's also for your neighbors out there. It's the nursing assistants, it's the home health care aides, the child care workers, plasterers and stucco masons. So as part of our continuum, and Jody did a great job highlighting this as well, is we move from emergency shelter, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, affordable rental, affordable home ownership, and then the preservation of these affordable units. So the definition of emergency shelter is to provide a temporary shelter for the homeless, which does not require occupants to sign leases or occupancy requirements. And the maximum length of stay is 180 days. So this is, again, a temporary solution. For our total beds we have in our community right now, we have 734 emergency shelter beds. This includes our voucher programs as well. In HUD's eyes, that's considered an emergency shelter. Pending, we have 301. And here's a small breakdown of the emergency shelter beds that we have. First in Stanislaus County, in the city of Modesto, and then some that we also have pending. So transitional housing. So transitional housing, the length of stay traditionally is 12 to 24 months. And this type of housing is really there to help serve people who really need just that next hand up. Is you want to get them into a permanent housing product within 24 months. And part of that caveat is if you stay in transitional housing, it causes an individual to lose their chronically homeless status. And what that means is it would make them ineligible for certain type of permanent supportive housing products. So we're really looking to make sure that when we're putting someone into transitional housing, they're ready to move in this permanent housing within the 24 months because we don't want them to go backwards on the continuum afterwards. As you see, as a community, we have 214 total transitional housing beds. We have pending beds of 140 for a total of 354. Here we have a breakdown of the beds which we have in our community. And then our pending ones we have as well. Permanent supportive housing is permanent housing with intensive case management. And so we're constantly completing wraparound services, which we'll go into later in the day. But it's making sure that we are, again, providing people with the support they need to live independently. And I wanted to kind of touch on the definition of chronically homeless. A lot of our permanent supportive housing beds, you have to have the criteria of being chronically homeless. And to be chronically homeless, you need to be homeless for 12 consecutive months or 4 times totaling 12 months over the last 3 years. In addition to that, you need to have a disabling condition. And that's considered a mental health, PTSD, substance abuse, or brain injury. Here you see our total for our community. We have 620 permanent supportive housing beds with a pending 192 with a future total of 812. Here we have a breakdown of the permanent supporting housing beds we currently have in our community. And some of the beds that we have pending in the community as well. So as we move further up on the continuum, These three types of housing, the emergency shelter, the transitional housing, and the permanent supportive housing, is data that we have to submit to our federal funder each year. And so this information is all captured through our homeless management information system, and these numbers are all based on reports that we submit annually to HUD, our federal funder. For the affordable rental housing, these again are moving further up the continuum, but we don't have that same sort of database. And so this is really kind of working collaboratively with our partners. We've reached out to the City of Turlock, we've reached out to the Housing Authority, Stanislaus County, in order to help compile this full data set of all the affordable rental units we have in the community. So in order to be considered an affordable rental housing, they're there to serve people at 80% or below of the area median income. And again, for the housing to be considered affordable, households do not pay more than 30% of their gross income for rent. Here we have a total of 1,096. We have 201 that are pending for a future total of 1,297. Again, as we continue to reach out to our partners, this number could increase with the amount of affordable housing that we've been working on in our community for a number of years. Here you have the breakdown of the different cities and the amount of affordable rental housing they have in their communities. And then here's some that we do have pending. There's a couple of big housing projects that are in the pipeline, one of them being Avena Bella in Turlock, which will have 60 additional units. Oakleaf in Oakdale, which will have 56, and then Archway Commons Phase 2 in Modesto, which will be 74 units. And to kind of finish up our housing continuum, this is the definition of affordable homeownership housing. So again, the goal is kind of to move people throughout the continuum to make sure that we get them as self-sufficient as possible in housing. Again, affordable homeownership households are at or below 80% of the area median income, and they don't pay more than 30% of their gross income for their mortgage payment. So in the community, we have a total of 120. We have 60 pending, so a future total of 180. What this we're still working on capturing is many of our jurisdictions provide down payment assistance, which would then in turn be considered affordable homeownership housing. So I'll be able to report back in future months as well to kind of show the amount of other people that we are serving in the community. But I did want to give these numbers and these really pending projects that we have in the pipeline. So here's the breakdown of the units in the community. And then the pending ones, we have one of those being Edwards Estates in partnership with the Housing Authority, which is going to be 35 new homeownership units. The Housing Authority is also working in Waterford for 13 new households. And then in Modesto, River Vista, there's 12 additional homes that are in the process of being built. So this really shows a general overview of the current housing units we have in our community, the ones we are currently building. And then below, we wanted to put really a total of the current and pending beds in our housing continuum. So this number of the unsheltered, which we were able to capture in our point in time count this year of 1,088, we can really see with our projects that we do have in the pipeline that we're really starting to address those who don't have a place to live, and trying to move those that we have in our housing continuum and get them sheltered. Are there any questions? Great, well thank you.
Another question.
Yep.
You mentioned the different qualifications. What percentage of the population fits into a category that could get help? And because I know that there's a large number that don't fit into those. So,
Right.
And maybe we're going to be talking about what to do about that later. But just kind of how many would actually fit into this of our numbers?
That's a great question, and let me kind of go back. It may not be on one of these slides, but even here, if we just touch on the affordable rental units, many of the units that we do have in the community are for certain subsections of the population. And so what we're doing through our coordinated entry process is we've been able to capture all of this data of our homeless individuals and really show kind of and capture into those specific groups to align them with the housing units available for those people who are designated. I mean, some of the designated is you have to be a veteran. And so to address those, to determine all the veterans in the community and to find that specific housing that will serve the veterans is a priority of what we're trying to do moving forward. But you are right, there is a gap. There is a gap of people who do not fit into a certain category. And there is a gap on the case management side, and there is a gap for the available housing unit side. So that's something that we'll have to discuss and find that best way.
What's the percentage of that?
I would have to look back at the data. I'm not sure right off the top of my head.
We have a question over here.
Let me ask you, this part of the housing element, year 2015, 2023, all the report you have in regard to the housing?
So part of the data we pulled today was part of our housing element.
The cover 2015 to 23, right?
Correct. So as part of the housing element, it talks about what are the affordable housing units that you have in your city. And so we've pulled a lot of this data, at least on the part of the city of Modesto, to have it mirror what has been put in our housing element. Yes.
So it's in the cycle of the 2015 to 23
Yes.
housing element cycle, not counting the motels and hotels. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. I'm just interested to know, it's related, how the county council, city council, and the city and county officials are looking at ways to eliminate some of the barriers. I'll give you an example, like let's talk about self-help housing for low-income people. The problem that organizations like that have is they can't get land within the various unincorporated areas in the various cities because nobody wants to give them land to build low-income housing, not in my neighborhood kind of stuff. So I guess my question is what kind of local government, along with the county council, city council, and officials, what are they doing to eliminate some of these barriers? Because these barriers are what prevent some folks from having the ability to own a low-income house. And the other thing I want to say real briefly is the eviction thing. I talk to people all the time who make mistakes in their life, like many of us have. They have an eviction on their record. Well, we need to deal with that eviction issue, because nobody's going to give rent to somebody, even if they have an income, a house, if they have an eviction on their record. So I just wanted to say that.
Great, thank you. So to speak a little bit on that, is the state of California, and you're going to hear more about this funding later today, has released a lot of different funding to help address affordable housing in the state. Part of that funding is called SB2 funding, and what the county and the city of Modesto are currently working on is to develop an affordable housing kind of plan to really identify what those barriers are in the community, to help identify lots, to help streamline development in ways that we can. And we're able to receive grant funding from the state in order to do so. I think in regards to the evictions, it's something that we want to get them involved and in with case management as soon as possible to help address any barriers to any type of housing that a person would have. So the idea of case management is really to try to work with them on an ongoing basis to help address barriers and then make sure that they are housing ready.
And we have other presentations later on in the agenda that will be discussing treatment programs and other prevention efforts as well.
Jessica, I wanted to know if I heard it correctly, of the homeless population, and then the definition of what is a homeless person, what percentage of those people that are homeless don't meet any of those criteria? And then what can we do for them? Or are they the chronically on the street people that we can't help?
And Bert, that's a great question, and I would have to go back to the data to review that. I know we do have the subsets of who's considered chronically homeless in our community. We have this data. We have the data of the specific subpopulations, but there is a gap, and we do need to kind of look at that and see kind of what our next steps would be moving forward.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we'll be introducing our keynote speaker today. I'll have Jody do that.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you very much, Jessica, as well. So I made a little error when I started to kick this thing off, because the most important thing that I wanted to tell you was that we were very, very fortunate to have our keynote speaker here today. And she's literally flown all the way across the country to share her experience with us here in Stanislaus County. I've had the privilege of spending some time with getting to know Julia Orlando over the last several months, had a couple of different phone calls, but really had the privilege to just sit with her yesterday for quite some time and pick her brain in terms of what her experience has been. She was able to tour through our entire community. You're going to hear about that today and see what some of the projects are that we've been working on, and then give us some direct advice about what her experience has been, the pros and the cons, and what she's seen in our community as well. So it's already been a tremendous return on our investment to have Ms. Orlando come out and join us, and I'm very, very excited to be able to introduce her. She doesn't get to come up till I read this awesome bio of hers as well. So Julia Orlando is the director of the Bergen County Housing, Health, and Human Services Center in Hackensack, New Jersey. How many of you have been to Hackensack, New Jersey? There you go. You got about 5 peeps with you, Julia. Okay, the mission of this nationally recognized and award-winning center is to end homelessness in Bergen County. That sounds like a great mission. Ms. Orlando has over 25 years of clinical and managerial experience developing and providing social services in New York and New Jersey to individuals with co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders, and others experiencing chronic homelessness, prisoner reentry, and involved in the jail diversion programs. In 2016, Ms. Orlando provided leadership for the successful community-wide effort to end veterans' homelessness in Bergen County as part of the Mayor's Challenge that was put forward. Bergen County is the first jurisdiction in the state and among the first 28 nationally to receive this goal, and was recognized at the White House for their successful contributions to the First Lady's Opening Doors initiative to end veterans' homelessness. Ms. Orlando also provided leadership that led to Bergen County becoming the first in the nation in 2017 to successfully reach functional zero for chronic homelessness in Bergen County, and the only community to date to sustain zero for more than 1 year. And you're going to hear more today about what does it mean to be functionally zero. They were the first. She's been widely recognized and awarded within her community and on the East Coast. She's their hometown hero, their Distinguished Citizen of the Year, the Citizen Community Service Award. She's received their Courage Awards, but widely recognized for her efforts. She's a member of the Bergen County Human Resources Advisory Council and the Mental Health Board Professional Advisory Committee. She currently serves on the Board of Trustees for the New Bridge Medical Center and Habitat for Humanity of Bergen County, as well as an advisor to the Alliance Against Homelessness and the New Jersey Coalition to End Homelessness. She's also an active member of the Women United in Philanthropy in Bergen County, and from 2012 to 2014, she served as a member of the Governor's Interagency Council to End Homelessness, and from 2015 to 17 on the Governor's Homeless Work Group, charged with implementing the recommendations of that council. Ms. Orlando earned her bachelor's of science in psychology from Fordham University and a master's degree in counseling psychology and organizational psychology from Columbia University. Ms. Orlando is a certified rehabilitation counselor and a certified disaster response crisis counselor. She's proud to be a certified instructor and provides mental health first aid training to further the efforts of the Stigma-Free Initiative in Bergen County. She proudly serves as an ambassador of the Stigma-Free Task Force in her hometown, where she is a resident and lives with her husband and 2 sons, who unfortunately were unable to come out with you at this time, but maybe some other time in the future. When we met her yesterday, we told her, we said, we know you have to fly back home this weekend, but you're coming back, because it's been a great investment for us. I'm very, very proud to introduce you, Julia. Come on up, and we appreciate you being here.
Can everybody hear me? I'm gonna be like Britney Spears up here.
Try it again.
Thank you so much. I just want to especially thank Jody Hayes, your Chief Executive Officer for Stanislaus County, and all of his wonderful staff for bringing me here, for spending the last 2 days with me, touring all of your facilities and learning more about this wonderful place that you all call home. I want to start this morning with my thoughts. Should I not walk somewhere?
I think you're good.
Okay. I've been thinking about all of you for months now because we've been in conversations for months, and I've been thinking about my remarks and what I wanted to say, and what I have been, I guess, picking up on is there's a lot of emotions about this issue. Not just here, but everywhere. And everywhere I travel to and I speak, it's very similar that people have a lot of emotions about this. So before I get into my presentation today, so make sure this is, okay. I want you to just take a moment right now and think about homelessness. And just pay attention to how you feel it. Do you feel it when you think about it? Just is it too high?
Sorry.
Is that better? Is that better? Okay. So I want you just to think about homelessness and how do you feel when you think about it? Do you feel angry? I know there's people in the room that feel angry. Do you feel sad? Do you feel anxious? Do you feel like it's hopeless? Just want you just to connect to that just for a moment. And think about where it lives in all of you. Because that emotion affects how you think about what you're going to do. And it can interfere with your ability to hear what other people are saying and to really problem solve. So you have to get in touch with that emotion for yourself and kind of set an intention for today of what you want to get out of today. And maybe you're just going to be open to learning. You're going to be open to hearing other people. Maybe it's going to be you really want to meet someone here, someone that you've heard about that you haven't met, and you're going to make it a point today before you leave, especially those of you in the room who are direct care workers, to walk up to someone, introduce yourself to them. Because I'll be honest with you, in my career, those were some of the best decisions I ever made, was to go up to people that had influence in my community and tell them that I was committed to helping them. And these are my thoughts. I just want to share them with you. So set that intention right now for the rest of the day. Allow yourselves to put your phones away, listen to other people, and just be open to some new things. Or maybe embracing things that are not new, but that have been challenging for you in the past. Okay. So before I came out, one of the things I asked about is, tell me what you're doing well. I'm not just here to tell you what I do. I want you to understand that there is a lot of really, really good things going on already. And so let's set the tone by understanding and embracing the things that are already going on or have been going on. So you can see in August 2017, you opened the OEC. I actually got to see it yesterday. That's a hard working group of people doing really good stuff, right where they're supposed to be, connecting with people every day. So this actually has served 2,000 individual and families who were homeless or at risk of homelessness since they opened in 2017. And in 2018, you have your CARE multidisciplinary team who was working with 143 individuals, and my understanding is some of those individuals were housed, which is fantastic. Because anyone in this room who works with chronically homeless individuals, can I just see how many of you actually do direct care? Okay. To house one chronically homeless individual is a feat. It is not easy. It takes a lot of work just for one. So the fact that there was a number of people who have been housed, that's a real achievement. In November 2018, you have your Empire Migrant Housing Stanislaus County Community Services Agency. Now, I've been hearing what a rock star your housing authority executive is. I come from a housing authority. I'm standing here today because we have a housing authority that's engaged and committed. There are many communities across our nation that are not. And when you have a housing authority, because the operative word is housing, in there that's committed with you, you can get this work done. So just want to point out how very important that is. You have the downtown street team who provide volunteer work case management for 35 homeless individuals. I love this. They've got people out there working, right, doing stuff. I think that should appeal to a lot of people in the room, right? They're out in the community, they're doing something productive, and 17% of those individuals found permanent employment. So I know if you're a business person in the room, 17% doesn't sound like a lot, I know that. But for this population that we're working with, that's a lot. You have to know that. That's really good work. And your SHA, your Status Law Homeless Alliance, this leadership structure, which Mr. Hayes gave me an overview of this yesterday. You know what that is? It's a collaboration. And that's how this work gets done, and that's what my presentation is on today. You have the right people in the room who can make change, who can make decisions, who can move things forward. So I'm up here and you're going, Bergen County, I don't know Bergen County, is it like us, is it not like us? So this is a side-by-side of you and us, right? So what's interesting about Bergen County is we're 1 million people. We're 70 different communities within our county. They all have their own police chief. They all have their own mayor. It's a tough county. We are the most populated county in the state of New Jersey. You can see it's expensive. So I know you just learned about how expensive it is here. It's even more expensive where I am. And we're located right outside of New York City. We're about 15 minutes if there's no traffic, but there's always traffic. So I love this quote because if you have a clear purpose of what you're going to do, and you have your values, which I loved what Mr. Hayes said. We talked about this yesterday. If your value is that it's not okay for someone to be sleeping on your ground, and your government says that, you can move mountains. If you don't have that, it doesn't matter if all of you in the driver's seat, all of you doing this hard work every day, doesn't matter what you want if your leadership doesn't want it. So that value is really important. I live in a county now where we don't have that anymore. And if we are driving, and I have actually done this myself, and I encounter someone who's got a sign up or lying in the street, I get out of my car and I do something about it. We all in our community do that. But it took a while for that culture to set in. So this value is very important because this is going to drive your decision making. So how did we get started? So 35 years ago, we tried to address homelessness. We put up trailers. They weren't very nice. They had shower curtains for doors. That was the Kansas Street Emergency Shelter. The churches and nonprofit organizations were the forefront trying to do all this important work with very little funding. And even though we did all this, homelessness got worse. And we found that we needed a more comprehensive, coordinated approach. So chronic homelessness has become something that has been a crisis everywhere. And HUD basically said, if you're going to get money from us, you have to do a 10-year plan. Right? Everybody had to do that. And so we became required to coordinate and integrate homeless programs with health, social services, employment, for which those populations were eligible. So our response is we analyzed our system. It's exactly what you have done here, because I checked in about that. So first thing I asked is, have you done an analysis? Have you looked at your shelters? Have you looked at your system? Are you taking a look at that? And the answer is yes. And you developed a 10-year plan. And we actually did a pilot in 2007. We call it our COC, and here it's your CSOC, right? Let's make sure we're all talking the same language. It's the same thing. So we're 33 agencies strong. Our COC was our major contributor to our plan to end homelessness and to reorganize and recreate a crisis response to homelessness. Homelessness is a crisis. It's a crisis. It's a disaster. It is. I'm a disaster relief counselor. I trained in disaster relief because what happens every time someone walks into my shelter every day, it's a disaster. It's like you have a hurricane in your life and you've lost your possessions and your IDs and your family and you're lost and you're hungry and you need someone to help you gather yourself. It's a crisis, and it's very traumatizing for people experiencing that. So designing it like a crisis response was very important for us. So these were our goals that were identified in our 10-year plan. Restructuring county funding is going to upset people. Because basically what you're saying is we're going to put money where it's going to work and not put money where it doesn't work, which is why outcomes and data are very important. Not all of our providers were doing what they needed to do. And you have to be bold and be able to take a good look at that. Because if the money can go someplace else where it's going to be used, you make those decisions. And those are tough decisions, and so someone's going to be unhappy. And that's why you got to be really careful that you have good data collection and you're taking a look at what is working in your community. So what happened for us is we did 200 stakeholder interviews. And I asked Mr. Hayes, I said, did you do that? And he said, yes, we did. We had these meetings, we talked with people about what they thought would work, what they thought would help. Okay, so we asked 200 stakeholders in our community, if we're gonna redesign our homeless program, what do you think that should look like? And would you be willing to be part of it once we develop it? And this is a really important idea because maybe you've had this conversation and maybe you've said you're going to do stuff. Make sure you remember that you said you were going to do stuff, okay? Just remember that because you're going to need all of you in this work. Every single person in the room has to be part of this process. So we designed the Bergen County Housing, Health, and Human Services Center, and I'm going to go into a little bit about what that project was. But the most important thing in this new narrative was housing first. How many of you know what housing first is? Okay. So for those of you who don't know what housing first is, and I think you're going to maybe learn about that today a little bit as a best practice, housing first means we're putting people into housing first and wrapping services around them. We're not waiting for them to stop using drugs. We're not waiting for them to take their medication like good boys and good girls. We're meeting them where they are and putting them into housing, which helps stabilizing them with case management and services. And so basically what our county said is, if you don't want to do this, then you're not going to do it with us. And some agencies said, no, thank you. We don't believe in that. It's not our mission. We don't like that. And that's fine, but they were not part of this work in this center. And that's an important distinction here, to understand that that's our best practice for us was housing first. And then we also had rapid rehousing programs, which I love for families, but we also use rapid rehousing for individuals. The idea is that you take everything you have, your entire arsenal of options, and then you organize your data and the needs of people in a really thoughtful way so that you can make sure that the people who need the most get the most, and the people who need the least, can get what they need to get back on their feet. Because you're not gonna have all of this for everyone. No community does. And so it's really important that you're distributing your resources appropriately. So this is our lovely center. It looks like a La Quinta Inn. People drive up and they're like, this is a shelter? It doesn't look like a shelter. And I love when people say that because it gives me the opportunity. It's, well, what's it supposed to look like? Is it supposed to be dirty and dilapidated? Would you want to go there? I mean, if you want to get people off your street, you have to build things that they want to go to, that they're going to feel safe in, that they're going to feel welcomed in. That's why most people don't go to shelters, is because they feel like they're unsafe, or they're dirty, or they're stigmatizing. When you pull up here, it doesn't look like you're pulling up to a homeless shelter. And so our mission was to have permanent housing with supportive services, having a one-stop location and a single point of entry, and also to prevent homelessness and rapidly rehouse individuals. Mr. Hayes was telling me about his continuum and about how he's very focused on the top half of it. And I think he was surprised that, I don't know if he thought what I was going to say about that. And I thought, well, good, he's supposed to be. Because if you're not focused on developing housing, you're not preventing homelessness. So no matter, if you were to house all of your homeless today, you're going to get more people. Your system has to be looking as not only addressing who's already homeless, but also holding the barriers back, right, so that lets people fall back into homelessness. And that's exactly what he should be doing. It's what we all should be doing, is making sure that that continued growth is going to be available. So these are our amenities. We're 27,000 square feet. We're a big program in our county seat. We're located right across the street from the jail, and we are walking distance from the downtown. Everybody heard me say that, right? Right. Walking distance to downtown. Okay. There's a nutritional program. We do 73,000 meals a year out of this one facility. We provide meals to anyone in the community that needs one. We provide breakfast to people in shelter, and we provide lunch and dinner to anyone, families, individuals. We don't check how much money you make, what car you drive. If you need a meal, you come, you have a meal. It's not a problem for us. We have shelter space for 90, male and female, over 18. So we have had families as long as the youngest person is at least 18 years of age. In the winter, we go to 120. We do 30 beds of sit-up shelter for Code Blue, which is a state law in New Jersey. 32 degrees and under, you have to guarantee them shelter. And then 25 and below. So 32 and below with precipitation, and 25 below without. And then we just have a seasonal shelter from when we opened because we knew we would need one. Some people will only come in if they're going to freeze to death, no matter how nice your facility is. Some people just won't. They just won't come in. It's not a lot for us, but still, we want to be able to provide services for them. We have a drop-in center every day, 365 days a year, twice a day, that's located in this building. So really what you see is, and you can see the other services, the shelter, the food, and the services are all in the same place. They don't need to go anywhere else to get anything because we bring everything to them. And why that's important is because then we're there to help navigate that with them. So if you need food stamps, in Jersey it's SNAP. the person from the Board of Social Services is in the facility to do that intake and get that rolling. Because all of you who do this work, right, you send somebody with referral, and they never got there. Something happened. They got distracted, something happened. This doesn't happen, because we can literally walk them from our drop-in down the hall to Miss Anthony, who's from the Board of Social Services. So what we saw then is a 95% success rate in getting people benefits. That is huge, because we made it easy for them to get those services. We do document recovery every day. We're a post 9/11 world. You can't get anything without ID. So even if somebody wants to go to housing, they can't if they don't have an ID. And people who are homeless lose things. They lose things a lot. And they have fires and all different kinds of things, and getting those documents again. I mean, and if you didn't go to high school, it's even hard. You can't get a transcript as a point, right? You all know what I'm talking about, right? You know, if they didn't get married, you don't have a marriage certificate, that's not a point. So being creative, just on the ground floor of trying to help someone who has lost everything is a barrier that you have to overcome. So getting them in the door is the first one, which is the hardest. And the second one is then getting the documents, right? And trying to do this in a quick way, right? The hardest state to get an ID and to get a birth certificate, just FYI, Pennsylvania. I don't know why. It's easier to get one from overseas than from Pennsylvania. So when we see someone that's born in Pennsylvania, we're like, because we know it's gonna take a really, I don't know why. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know, like the office had the flu, they closed down, I don't know, something bad has happened in Pennsylvania. My son goes to college in Pennsylvania, so I can pick on them a little bit. And then we also have flex office spaces. So basically what that means is that if your street team, my outreach teams in my county have a place that they can work from and not have to pay for that, right? So we have, you know, computers, we have faxes and copiers. How great would it be if you were an outreach worker? Who's an outreach worker? All right, outreach people. If you're outreach, so their job is to find people. It's hard to find people. Modesto's big. It's hard to find people. How great would it be to have a place where you knew where they were, where they could be during the day, having coffee, chatting with people, right? And you could go there and then have a room to go meet with them. Wouldn't you like that? It's great, right? Okay. And it's very similar to what you have now. But imagine that with places to eat and places and a shelter that's right there with them, all of those services being co-located. It's a nice thing. We also have a vocational counselor on site. Everyone that comes into our system has to meet with a vocational counselor. Even if they come in the door and they say, I'm on SSI, I'm disabled, I have a bad back, whatever, I can't work. Okay, we're still gonna do a vocational assessment, because everyone that works in our building that cleans our facility has a disability. So we go, well, Joe has a disability, he's working. Look at Joe, he's doing such a great job. It's very important to have the opportunity to give people jobs and meaningful things in their lives. And maybe they hadn't really thought like, oh, I can do like DVR, Divisional Vocational Rehabilitation. There's other things people can do, but you have to open up that opportunity to them. So this is our shelter. You can see on the left-hand side, those are our bunks. That's a 28-bed on our first floor, male and female, it's co-ed. We use that space for our most chronic, challenging folks because there's a little more supervision, and it's down on the first floor, so if we need emergency services, it's easy to get to them. They don't have to deal with stairs or an elevator. Upstairs is on the right. We actually have 62 beds upstairs, male and female on opposite side. If you come in my door and you're transgender, we say, where do you want to be? That's it. Where do you want to be? And that works for us. We don't have a separate place for them. That doesn't work. We know that doesn't work. If people come in, male and female, and they want to be together, they could be downstairs. They could be downstairs, an entire family. What we usually do is upstairs, if we have a mother-daughter, we'll put them in the same room, father-son, same thing. So we have the ability to be flexible in what we need in the facility. But I also want to just go back. It's not luxurious. It's clean and it's safe. I just want to say that again. It's clean and it's safe. I think that's what shelter should be, clean and safe. It shouldn't be homey. I don't have wreaths on the windows and baskets of potpourri. You know where you can do that? Let's see if anybody knows the answer. Where can you have a basket of potpourri and a wreath? Who said yes, yes? And that's our answer to everything. Hey, how come we can't sleep? You know where you can sleep? In your own apartment. There you go. You know where you can put up pictures of your family? In your own apartment. Is our answer to everything. So we're gonna get you on your feet, but this is not your home. Shelter should not be housing. It's not housing. Okay? So these are sources of our funding. Some of it might be not the same for you guys. Something that we have in Bergen County is our Homeless Trust Fund. This is a $3 fee on all real estate transactions. And thank God for it, because when I've had gaps in service needs, I've been able to request this money. And it's made a big difference for us. So our objectives are to end chronic homelessness. And that was very different than our objective before. So when we're talking about homelessness, and I want you to think right now in the room, do you want to manage homelessness or do you want to end homelessness? Okay, and you really need to know which side of the aisle you're on this one. Okay? Because when we're talking about managing homelessness, there's a lot of people managing homelessness. And that's frustrating. It's frustrating for your community, it's frustrating for your providers. It serves purposes, of course it does, and it feels really good to the people who volunteer, who serve meals, who make donations. It feels great. Hey, I went to this shelter tonight, I served a meal. That's great. But that again is not ending homelessness. It's not. And so what we tell the people who serve meals in our program is, thank you for helping us end homelessness, because what you're doing is, you're making the shelter a nice enough place that people come in so we can help them go out. It's not the meal in itself. It's how it's helping us all with one mission, the one vision. But understand what your vision is, because if your vision is something else, you're gonna not agree about a lot of things. And I wanna just say something about this. I work in an environment where 3 contracts are with the county. The Housing Authority, which is my employer, the Christ Church Community Development Corporation, they have a contract with the county, they manage the shelter ops and the day program, and Care Plus New Jersey, which is a behavioral health organization, do the case management. Do you think we all agree about everything? We don't, right? Christ Church has a very different mission, right? Their code blue would be 64 degrees. They would have everybody in the door at 64 degrees, because they're a lovely group of people and that's their mission. And I'm like, no, that's not code blue. But the thing we all do agree about is that we all want to end homelessness. And even when we disagree about stuff, we agree about that and we get back on track. And that's why knowing how you feel about this, you can understand how it's going to help you make decisions. Our approach, I said the housing first, and then our process is engagement, collaboration, and integration. So we engage community decision makers during the design phase. I know there's a lot of that going on right now. I've heard that people are being involved in this process. Creating partnerships and contractual partnerships. Like, don't just tell me you're going to come in and do something at the shelter. I'd like to have an MOU. I'd like to have some kind of contractual agreement that you're going to be in this with us. Incentivizing on-site agency involvement. We're giving you satellite office space. That's a great incentive to be part of this process. Providing services to accelerate housing placement. I bet some of you back there love that word, accelerate. Making it fast, making it move quicker. Removing barriers. When I first started with the Housing Authority, we only moved people in on the 1st of the month. And then I was like, hey, you know, could we also do the 15th? I'm just gonna ask. Could we do it like twice a month? And my executive director, very enlightened, yeah, make that work. What a difference. Because you know what, that was another person I could get into the shelter mid-month that didn't have to wait until the end of the month. Offering aggressive daytime programming. So I just want to say what I mean by this. We have 40 interns in our shelter, in our day program. 40. Beautiful young people going to save the world. They're fantastic. But every week, those interns sit with people in the shelter and say, hey, what's your housing plan? What'd you do this week? Did you follow up on this? Did you go to that agency? Did you apply for food stamps? Did you apply for welfare? Did you go to unemployment? Did you, whatever. And they are in their business every week. So people are not really allowed to malinger, to not move forward, to not fall into that black hole of shelter, if you all know what I mean by that. They get real comfortable and then they're not doing anything because it's becoming home for them. And we can't let that happen. So we have to be assertive about it and make sure that we're very engaged on, again, I want to say it again, housing. I know you need a hip replacement. You know where you can recover from that? In your own apartment. So let's focus on getting you housing and then you can get your hip replacement. And you have to make sure that your interns and your staff are not focused on the hip replacement. Okay? Because it's real easy to get lost in the sauce, right, of people's needs. Our job is to end their homelessness. I'm not fixing everybody. It's not my job to fix everybody. It's my job to house them. And so, keeping that concept in the forefront. Our interns have pins on their lapels that says, what's your housing plan? In a button. We bought a little button machine. It was not very expensive. And because visuals are very important in an environment. So those little pins say, what's your housing plan? I've trained the people who clean the apartment when they're having conversations. You know, hey, could you clean my, what's your housing plan? The person's like, oh. Everybody's like, what's your housing plan? Where are you going to housing? They come to complain about the water's too cold. Oh great, how's your housing plan? Where's your housing plan? When are you leaving? Because you know where you can have better water? In your own apartment. Okay. And then we pilot tested the concept. I think what's great is you're doing some of that here, right? Your outreach, you're piloting that. You're seeing what that's looking like, and you're getting better at it every day. And that's what piloting is. It's, okay, so before we're gonna go full steam on something, let's take a look at how this is working. Because you learn, the most important things you're learning is what's not working. I see them all shaking their heads, I know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, that looked like a good idea, and it wasn't. And so, as you progress, you're gonna take all of that really important knowledge and perfect it when you move on. So these are some of our specialized on-site services. So again, we have a housing authority. I know you have housing authority in the room. Big shout out to you. But we have a housing specialist on site. That is amazing. So this is my person, my go-to person, who has 10 masks. Where's the housing authority people? She's like, okay. Is this the rock star I've been hearing about? Yes, this is her, right? Yeah. All right, kudos to you. So my staff they have 10 masks right up on their computers. Somebody walks in the door. Oh, I'm on this waiting list, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, great. First of all, sign this release so I can talk to everyone. Do that first. Have a cup of coffee, and I'll be right back. And I go to my housing specialist, and she can look at 10 masks. How fabulous. Or I got evicted. They're no good. I didn't do anything. Good. Pick up the phone, call main office, get that information. It's gold. When you have partnerships that you can immediately help people because you're sharing information, right? And then you know how to respond to that. So having our specialist on site has been able to do amazing things, including our security deposits. Almost everybody who leaves us goes out with a security deposit. So that's pretty, I see you, right? Yeah, wow, it's nice, right? Because people don't have that little nest egg to move to housing, and that can be a big barrier. So for us, we make sure that's not a barrier. And that's a big reason why we're housing a lot of people, so it's important. And not just us, we also have our Center for Food Action, and our CAP agency also has this ESG money that can be used for those purposes. We also have, I said, the Board of Social Services on site who can do all of this, and I have nurses, and I fought for nurses. I said I'd quit if I didn't get a nurse. It's hard. Our people are so sick, right? They're sick. And they have medical stuff, and you have staff in the shelter not making a lot of money going, what is that? Am I gonna get that? You know, people get upset. They don't know. You need to have medical attention, make sure people don't have anything communicable, right? You got people living outside right now. They're gonna be exposed to a lot of stuff. So before they're going into a facility, you wanna make sure that you have at least some kind of cursory look at what's going on, make sure that they're okay and they're safe. So we have, I spoke about this already, these are our vocational services. We have the same problem that you have, right? Look at the challenges. Keeping them in jobs long enough to be housed. And not jobs that are beer money. I'm not talking about those jobs. I'm talking about employment that actually can help you to be able to house yourself. Those are real jobs. And so we make sure that we're helping connecting people through our Workforce Investment Board and also through our One Stop. So our best practices, I talked about housing first. I'm going to talk about immediate and easy access to shelter. I know this is tough. I know. I know there's shelter people out here. So when we first opened, you know, we have rules, we have curfew, we have the same things you all have. But what we realized is that chronically homeless people don't like rules at all. At all. They don't like your rules, and I will stay outside rather than live by your rules. So for those of you that are frustrated in the community about why people aren't doing anything, it's because even if you offer things to people, they don't always want them. And that is really hard. So for us, what we realized we had to do was get rid of the rules. And you just gotta breathe through it. And what I mean by that is if a homeless woman came in to the shelter, curfew's at 8 p.m., people don't leave the shelter after 8 p.m. Why is it 8 p.m.? I did that for my community. I did that for my business and residential people. I said, you know what, I'm not gonna have people out past 8 o'clock. All right, that's my favor to you. Unless they're working or they're in a treatment program. They're gonna be with us. But if that chronically homeless woman wanted to go have a cigarette at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know what, I let her. Because I needed her to stay in the shelter. And so now some of you are going, okay, but what did the other people say? Oh, they were mad. How come she gets to go out at 2 o'clock in the morning? I go, well, I'll tell you what, when you're out on the street for 10 years, I will let you go out after curfew for a cigarette. It is not about equity. It is not about you treat everybody the same. It's just not. What we do is social justice, and that's it. And not everybody likes that concept. Some people need more of something, and other people need less of something. And in your shelters, if you don't make your shelters what people need them to be, they're not going to come in for shelter. And I'm not sick, and listen, I remember, I do this work every day. I'm a shelter director. I couldn't get out of work last Friday till 9:30 or 10 at night because someone walked in at 5 o'clock And it was just a full-out crisis on a Friday at 5, and that's my job, and that's, some people understand what I'm saying to you. It's not a predictable kind of thing that you can always know what's going to happen. So those of you who are looking at shelter and those of you who are worried about your people outside, understand they don't want to come into shelter for a lot of reasons. Now, some of those things you can't change, I understand that, but some of them you can. And I'm just saying to you, if you're going to ask me as a community that was the first in the nation, how did we end chronic homelessness? We dropped the rules. We made it low barrier. We made it no barrier. And if they were really drunk one night, right, we got them through it. Sometimes they needed to go to the hospital, but they got back in the next day. We didn't put a lot of restraints on them because our goal was to get them to housing. My goal is not to undo all the things that have been done and to fix all those things. It's hard though, it's hard work. And I have promised Stanislaw that I will be on conference calls and help you work this out because it's tough work. But if you're asking me, if you've brought me all the way across the country to ask me how we did this, that's how we did it. You have to meet people where they're at. It's hard to be in a shelter with hundreds of other people. So how are you going to make that happen? And you have to really think a lot about that. Your shelter should be housing focused. I love that Mr. Hayes knew what front door and back door was. I was like, yeah, he gets it. Your shelter's front door is open, but if your back door isn't open because people are not exiting to housing, then you are housing. So everything about your shelter should be housing focused. When you come to my shelter, we welcome you, and then we give you it's like being at the Hyatt. We give you a little letter under your door that says, so glad you're here, and this is when you're leaving. This is 90 days from now is the last, this is it. You gotta make things happen. You have to be very clear about what you are when you're a shelter. That doesn't mean we're not kind, it doesn't mean we don't provide lovely services. It just means we're very clear about who we are and what we do. Having rapid exits to permanent housing, we have a length of stay that's 64 days. That doesn't mean I don't have people there 6 months. My average length of stay is 64, it's under 90. Has to be under 90. It has to be your target. And the last thing is data-driven. So because we're a community solutions community, we're part of Built for Zero, we have to do our data. So this is going to be a little sensitive. If you're not sharing your data with each other, you're really going to have a hard time here. And it's scary to share your data. It's like showing someone your closet. You know, it's like, I'm gonna show you all the things that are not working so great and show you things that need improvement. And you can't be afraid of that because it feels so much better for a community to share their data and see where their strengths are and where their weaknesses are and where your trends are and what you need. But you have to share that data and you have to analyze that data. So my community did that. And then once you do that, we had our hand around actually how many homeless people we had. We actually can tell you. I have a list. I have a by name list of everybody in our community, whether they're in a shelter, transitional housing, or they're sleeping in a car, or sleeping outside, or if they're in the hospital and they're homeless, or if they're in jail and they're homeless, they're on a list, my list, our list, our COC list, that's put into, you guys call it the Housing Management Information, we call it HIMIS. You can pick that up if you like that better. I like that better. It's just quicker. All of that's in our HIMIS. So we actually print out a list every month. We sit at a big table, 40 providers, and I go down that list. Do you know how you get on the list? It's a 2-page form that anybody can do from wherever they are, and it generates the VI SPDAT score for vulnerability, and depending on that score, tells if you're high on the list or low on the list. You can always change the score. If a person decides, yes, I do have mental illness, the score is a little higher, Or maybe you found out they've been homeless longer, so the score is a little higher. Or you found out they're a veteran, or you find out that they're a young adult. Or that there's domestic violence, which is the highest for us as TV. We go down that list, a group of providers, and that's how people get into housing. Because we take our stock of housing and our list of homeless, and the people that have the highest number get the most services. And that's how we do it. It's not complicated. It's complicated in terms of how people accept working like that. In the old days, everybody had side deals. Hey, I got a vacancy. I'm gonna call Joe, because Joe gets me, and he knows he's gonna give me someone nice for my apartment. Someone nice, doesn't use drugs, quiet, not gonna be a problem. That's great. But that isn't what's gonna move homelessness. So now, those side deals are gone. There's no calling somebody, there's no getting around it. So the guy on the top of the list is, if you were to go out right now, and I know you all know who your most challenging folks are, they're gonna get into housing first. Because that person needs housing the most, because they're the most vulnerable in our community. That's how you end homelessness. It doesn't mean you're all gonna like that concept. But this is what HUD expects you to do. So if you're getting HUD money, and I know you have people in the room who know what their HUD rules are, this is what you get money for, is to house your most vulnerable people. And those are your most vulnerable people. It's a hard thing to swallow. But I'm here to be honest about the fact that until you are able to reconcile that, this work is going to remain very elusive, because you can house hundreds of people and still have all those people outside. So this is all of us who have actually ended some kind of homelessness. Everybody in this picture has either ended chronic homelessness or veteran homelessness. We are one of only 2 communities in the nation that have ended both. We're called double zeros. The other is Illinois. They're the other that have done both. Bottom line is, it's collaboration. When I'm interviewed often, how'd you guys get to functional zero? It's collaboration. And what I mean by that is true collaboration. True collaboration is hard. I think when people think about my community, you have this fantasy, you all get along, we have martinis after work together, and it's not at all like that. We disagree about a lot of things. We challenge each other, we check on each other, we call each other out. I mean, in that meeting I talked to you about, I call out case managers. Because basically that list is if you're housing ready. So in housing ready means, in my world, you have your IDs, you can sign a lease, you're housing ready. So when we go down that list, if you haven't done what you need to do, and John is up for a voucher, or a subsidy, or supportive housing, whatever it is, we're gonna jump to the next person. He's gonna stay on the list, but we're moving on. We're not because in the beginning we would wait around trying to fix John. We would get stuck on that person. We don't do that anymore. Because you know what happens in your community? Everybody is like hustling. Because they know when that next meeting comes, I want my guy to be ready. I want my person to be ready to move on to housing. It helps discipline your community. Because your goal, everybody's goal, is to get that housing for that person. So, everywhere I go, people say to me, how'd you get the government to get on board? This is the government. The Bergen County Housing, Health, and Human Services Center is owned by the County of Bergen. They built it. They invested $11.5 million to build this beautiful facility. Because someone, like Mr. Hayes said, it's unacceptable. It's not okay for people to sleep outside. I don't want this in my county. I don't want this in my community. and we're going to study best practices, and we're going to build something that's going to work. You have political will. I've heard it in this room. I heard it yesterday and the day before yesterday when I first got the phone call. You have political will. You have people in your government that think this is important. You all can do all the things you're doing. If you do not have that, this work doesn't get done. And everything I've heard today and since I've been here is about political will. This is my county executive, who, by the way, would not know what a project-based voucher is. He did. He knew what that was. I was impressed. I was like, wow, he knows what that means. So this is our leadership. So we have a county executive. These are our freeholders, the housing authority. And this is a quote that our county executive said at the press conference when we ended chronic homelessness. So if you guys want to just take a look at that. Housing Authority, my agency. It's so strange to work for a housing authority in my role. I don't think housing authorities are in the business of running shelters. I've yet to come and do you know if any other housing authority actually manages a shelter? You do. We're going to have to talk. Okay, California, see? We're going to talk about that. And I have to tell you, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant design, but it's just not something you see a lot of. And what they also do is they dedicate 20% of their vouchers. So basically what that means is they've prioritized homeless individuals, and I believe that you're doing that too. That is what makes this work happen. If you're putting a priority to your administrative plan that allows you to prioritize people who are homeless. So this is Mary. Mary works for Christ Church Community Development Corporation. I love this photo. She hates it, but I include it because Rihanna was doing a concert in the Meadowlands in New Jersey, and when she left a whole bunch of stuff behind her. And one of her entourage called me and said, hey, would you guys like some stuff from Rihanna? And I thought, well, absolutely fine. Well, of course, that'd be great. So look at these boots. I don't know who would be wearing that around Hackensack, but we got just unbelievable stuff. And but the funny part of the story is, the next day the same woman called me and she said, oh, hey, listen, we gave you some things that we really shouldn't have, and I'm going to need those things back. And I thought, okay, she's like a huge rock star, but okay. So I said, sure, so tell us what you need. So then she called me and she said, is that bad that I asked you to take that stuff back? I said, no, it's not bad. It's horrible. I said, it's horrible. I think your boss would be horrified that you took things back from homeless people, but I don't know. Anyway, Mary hates this photo, but I love it. But Mary and I are partners. So this is our faith-based arm, and I'm from the Housing Authority. We are completely different. We have challenging personalities, both of us, but we have done miracles together. We have worked really hard because we want the same thing. And I couldn't get this work done without Mary. And she's also our data guru. She's the person who collects all of our data. And this is Chris, and Chris is from Care Plus New Jersey, and Chris is now the VP of Behavioral Health at our county mental health hospital, which is fabulous for me to have that kind of partnership. They do the case management at the center. So what happens is when somebody is housing ready and they're ready to go look for housing, we refer them to this team and they go do the housing search. Because you can't just hand someone a voucher and be like, listen, good luck to you, right? You need people to help you find housing because the housing authority has to lease up. Can't have those vouchers out there for months and months and months. So we make sure that people have housing assistance through this agency. This is AJ, he's my vocational partner. Couldn't have ended veteran homelessness without AJ. He actually goes to landlords and gets them to give him preferences for veterans. Now, I couldn't do that. I couldn't just walk into a landlord's office. I'm not a veteran. He is, and he has gotten affordable housing preferences for veterans. And he is a county employee. This is our path worker. It's like you guys, our outreach. This woman was the single most important person in housing our last chronically homeless person. It took 7 years to house our last chronically homeless woman, Jackie. She was tough. And the day that we housed her is the day that I began vetting for functional zero. But she's a true rock star. I put Jeff up here because Jeff works in a shelter. He works for Friendship House. He was homeless himself. He is an example to me of what a leader is. And so every person that's going to work in your facilities, in your shelters, in your outreach, everyone is a leader in this work. There is no position that's too low on the totem pole to drive what we do every day. He came to see me and he said, I wish I felt more a part of what you were doing. And I said, well, Jeff, what do you do? And he goes, well, I pretty much clean the toilets. I said, okay. I go, how do you feel about that? He goes, well, when I was homeless, my mother always said to me, you know, don't always put something down in a toilet seat. And this is a mother who's homeless in a subway in New York City, teaching her young child, right? Hygiene. And he said to me, so I never forgot that. So when I clean, I want to make sure the bathrooms are clean for the people that are here in the shelter. So I said, Jeff, let me just explain something to you. I need for people to come in off the streets. If the toilets are dirty, if the place is dirty, people are not going to want to come off the street so we can help them. So your job is as important, if not more important, than anything else we do here. He's also illiterate, and at our 10-year celebration this week, he actually read a poem to 200 people in the audience that he wrote about being homeless. It wasn't like a dry eye. But I put him up there to remind myself and all of you that we're all leaders. Everyone in this room, and people in the community and the business community, we're leaders. We all have a role in ending homelessness. And if we all do that and take that role seriously, we really can make that difference. For my people in the audience that are from the business district, I spent a lot of time developing relationships with business. When I first came into this job and we opened up the center, I used to have police escort. People were really, really angry about us. Can you imagine being in the county seat and someone dropping a 27,000 square foot building into your county seat that was for homeless people? People were outraged. They had all kinds of visions of homeless, like, you know, you built it and they will come, coming to the center. And that's not what happened. But I understood how concerned people were. So I spent a lot of time meeting with them, talking with them, asking them how I could help. And I have a lot of stories about that, but I think one story I would share with you is we had a big fire in the county seat up on Hackensack in the Main Street district. The fire started in a restaurant, and there were 13 apartments above it, all families. And in one single night, the entire structure was demolished. One of the people who was in the fire, he was the maitre d' in the restaurant. His apartment was above it, and he had just become a citizen of the United States 2 weeks earlier, and all his documents were in the fire. And I saw this on the news the next morning, and I thought, this is bad. Maybe I can help. Maybe this is my opportunity to show this business district what we can do. And I called the landlord and I said, can I help? He said, oh my God, Julia, just get up here. So I did, I went up there. I could hear the screaming before I walked in the room. Most of them were Spanish speaking. Some were undocumented. One woman had dementia and her medication was lost in the fire. This was a tough situation. People were hysterical and upset and angry. And I said, can I take this over? can I do this for you? You let me do this for you? He said, oh, yes, please. And I did. First thing I did is I got everybody grief counseling because people were just so distraught. Got them some food, got them some gift cards, processed them with the housing authority, did intakes with them, did spreadsheets, you know? Business people, you like spreadsheets. Did a bunch of spreadsheets, person's name, what we did, all these different things, right? Sent that to leaders of churches and the city council and the mayor. I don't work for these people. It doesn't matter. I was letting them know, I'm here, I'm part of your community. I'm here to respond to anything you need me to help you with. Because people can fall into homelessness. Lots of people can just be one paycheck away from this happening. Do you know how many phone calls I get from people, important people, judges, doctors? My son is homeless. My daughter has a drug addiction. Help me. Help me. And I'm always like, sure, I'll do that for you. I know who you can call, or I know somebody, or I'm gonna do this. I wanted to be the go-to person in my community. We have done that. When they said to me, the people in the business district were upset because homeless people were coming to them for food, the restaurants. And they didn't know what to do, and they said, what should we do? And I said, well, okay, let me go with the mayor, walk around, went to the business district. And I said, okay, I think I have an idea. I designed a little card, and the card had a plate and a fork and a knife, and it had my address. And I said to the business owner, when a person comes into your restaurant, instead of giving them food, give them this card. And it's a free meal. And then that had our address on it. They would come down for a meal, and then I would be able to see the card. But it also gave the business owners something to do, made them feel like they still weren't turning the person away. And we stopped all of that. My point is this. All of you who are not in business, you need to understand that this is tough on business. Having people sleeping outside of your business, that's terrible. People have to step over people to get, it's not good for them, it's not good for us, it's not good for the person. So what I'm saying to you is we need to listen to each other. When I was really listening to what their issues were, I could find solutions. My reaction wasn't like, oh, you just don't care about homeless and, you know, you're not enlightened. No, the truth was business people want to help. They do want to help, but we have to figure out how to help together by listening and by being creative in our problem solving. And I have other examples like that, and I'm going to be here all day, and I'm happy to share them. But I'm just making a point is that this same group that wanted to put me on a spit honored me 2 years ago as a distinguished citizen. My husband said, oh my gosh, like they're giving you an award. They wanted to kill you 8 years ago. Kill me. I mean, I'm not kidding. But that took a lot of work because what they learned is I'm here for you. You know what ended up happening? People from business would call me. I have an employee who got kicked out of his home last night. Can you help us? Absolutely. This person just got evicted. Can you help? Absolutely. Did I just turn off my... Oh, Kyle, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's a good time to... Okay, thank you. Anyway, you can't do this work without that work too. And now our business district is very involved. I actually meet with them every 3 months, show them our data, talk to them. I'm like, hey, you seen anything? Any problems? They all have my cell phone. They'll send me pictures. Hey, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? I'm like, I don't know, I'll find out. They have someone to call, someone who listens to them, who addresses their needs. If someone in the community has someone who's a problem that's in our shelter, I actually sit down with the person. And I'm like, hey, this is how this is gonna work. You're in this nice facility and we're taking care of, you're not doing that behavior anymore. That's a problem, and this is why that's a problem. I have those kinds of conversations with people. I mean, I don't think I know it sounds strange, but I think it's really important that they're not only, we call our folks guests, radical hospitality. I say it's important to be a good community guest. And we don't behave like that in the community. And if something's going on, let's talk about it. Let me know what's going on. Just before we do that, I also gave everybody a card that said they were at the center, so that if the police encountered them, they could give it to the police officer. And it was almost like a get out of jail card, free, right? But it was also a way for me to find, that officer could call me, tell me what he saw was going on, and I could address it in a clinical way, as opposed to a punitive way, or in a law enforcement way. So getting to zero. It takes political will, it takes leadership, it takes collaboration and coordination to align those resources for housing and support services. This is what we looked like when we started. This was 2015. This is our data. We had all of our data up on that board, and we took this picture of the beginning. What I want to say to you is this. This is great TED Talk. The woman in the TED Talk says, we all want, let's say we all want to look terrific, right? We know what we need to do. We need to diet, we need to go to the gym, right? We know that. It's not rocket science, right? But why is that so hard? So if the thing we want is to look good, but we know what we're supposed to do, then why don't we do it? Okay? So you want to end homelessness. You got to do the thing you don't want to do. This is what I'm trying to say to you. You've got to cross the aisle. You got to work with people that you normally don't find it so easy to work with. That's how this work gets done. Can't exclude anybody. Everybody's got to be part of this process. You've heard me talk about the housing prioritization questionnaire that we use, the VI SPDAT, and the by name list. These are our best practices. I told you about What's Your Housing Plan. We do a lot of diversion. Hopefully you guys know what diversion is in your shelter. Most people who try to get into our shelter don't get into our shelter. We use diversion. Okay? Had a fight with my parents. I need to get in shelter. Well, let's talk to your parents. Let's find out what happened there. Okay? Because the last thing you want for a young person is to end in a shelter. Everything goes downhill from there. Diversion is really about, maybe it's I have to pay for a bus ticket for someone to get to 3 states away to get to family. That's diversion. It's a small financial investment to divert people from shelter. And so using diversion is really big for us. Meeting with me when you fail to launch, that means I sit with people in a room and I'm like, hey, you've done nothing while you're here. I'm going to give you 1 week to get these 3 things done, or you're going to have to go. And you know what? 95% of the time, they get that thing done. We also resolve ID issues. We have lawyers on site in our drop-in who can help people with legal issues. We can provide rent payees for people if we need to, people who have multiple evictions and they're not going to pay their rent. Rent payees are a really good idea. Trying to encourage people to share housing, and that's something you're going to have to look like too. It's getting harder and harder to place people, and shared housing is a really good option. You talked about evictions. So I work for the Housing Authority. We try really hard to intervene before an eviction happens. So what's great about my center is even if I house you, people come back for meals. And then they'll be like, hey, can I take a shower? We're like, hey, why don't you take a shower at home? What's going on? Is your water turned off? Like, we're intervening way before that eviction happens. Or what we'll do is we'll put the person back in the shelter so that the landlord doesn't have to evict them and we can preserve that voucher. So there's all different kinds of things, and I'm happy to get into the weeds with you guys and conversations, but those are some of the things that we do that's really helpful. And then utilizing information and assistance in senior services, help with hoarding. I did go through Mo's, and you got some hoarders. See it, I could see it, sure. And they're challenging, so having specialized services, if you're gonna move someone into housing, you're gonna have some help with hoarding because it's gonna happen again. So those are important things that we look at. This is the day we actually reach zero. That's the CAPE. We actually have a CAPE with Community Solutions, which is really fun. So when you end homelessness, you get to go to the White House. And I'm just gonna tell you, and I put this up here to be like, my county executive was like a little boy at the White House. It was like, it was surreal to be, if any of you have ever been to the White House and you go for a tour, they have the rope, you have to follow the rope. When you go there as the guest of Michelle Obama, you don't have a rope. You just go into the green room and sit. And I was like, sitting in the White House is unbelievable. You really felt like, we really felt like we did something amazing for our country when we ended veteran homelessness, where people from the military were coming up and thanking us, and I thought, wow, this is just, wow. That was amazing for us. And this is the letter that we have from Michelle Obama. This letter, that's my son, Chris. Chris is a basketball player, or he thinks he's a basketball player. The day that we ended chronic homelessness, we were vetting for months and months and months. I got a phone call. I was at basketball. I'm a photographer for my son's team. I photograph sports for him and his friends. And the phone call came in and it was like, you're going to receive a phone call imminently. It was like, get smart. I was like, oh my gosh, what does that mean? And then my phone, and I had like my camera and my work stuff, and I'm like, oh, I don't even, and then a call came in and it was, you know, very official at the national level, and they said, congratulations, you're the first community to end chronic homelessness. And I'm crying, and at that moment, my son actually hit a three-pointer. And I missed that shot, but this was another one. But it was like this amazing moment, and I want that moment for all of you. There's no moment greater than knowing that the work that you are doing has really had that kind of impact. I mean, we eliminated people off of our streets. There's no one sleeping on benches, there's no one sleeping in parks, but you have to believe that that can happen. And I know it doesn't feel like it right now. It feels like an uphill battle, but I'm here because I want you to know that you can get there. You can be the first community in California. You can absolutely do this. You have the vision now. You just got to stay at it. And these are the pictures of the groups. On the left is our veterans, on the right is our chronic homeless team. These are our outcomes over the past 9 years. We have permanently housed 1,240 people. A quarter of them were chronic. We have assisted almost 500 families in prevention. Our recidivism rate is less than 5%, which means they don't come back once we house them. And then over the past 5 years, and this is on our PIT count, which is, you know, it's a PIT count, decrease of 20% in people experiencing homeless, 15 in emergency shelter, and an 88% decrease in identified unsheltered since 2015. Our PIT count this year had 4 unsheltered homeless in a county of 1 million people. I mean, and we went out and we scoured. This is this terrible photo that they have of me at the Community Solutions. I'm really, you can't Photoshop me a little bit? I don't appreciate that. I did not authorize this photo, just telling you. My assistant said I had to put it up for this presentation. I didn't like it, but that is me and Mary talking in a workshop. But that is something that I said, and it's true, is that you can do it. We're proof that anyone can get here. We are not more special. My staff is the same as your staff. You can do this. If we did this, and people say, I've heard people in other states, I mean, I get Google alerts when people talk about me, and they're like, if Jersey could do it, we could do it. This is our medal for sustaining. It's very cool. It's in my office. I'm not giving it to anyone. These are our sustainable practices. We have weekly and monthly community committee meetings with our by name list, with providers and collaborative partners. I do a quarterly outreach meeting with my business district and with our partners in the community every 3 months for 10 years. Even when we ended it, I didn't stop. Monitoring our drop-in to see anybody who looks like they're having difficulty maintaining their housing. So we're doing prevention. All of our COC collaborating agencies and our outreach program participate in the coordinated entry and on training on any revisions with that tool. Every program in Bergen County that's getting this federal funding has to use your HMIS. They have to. Their reports for their level of services and outcomes are not accepted independently. And this is a very big part of that data collection that I was talking about. And successful outcomes are part of the requirement to secure ongoing funding. You don't stop getting money when you do a good job, guys. I just want you to know that. And some agencies have fought with me. When we ended veteran homelessness, I got this call from one of our SSVF agencies, and she was screaming at me on the phone. I'm like, is that congratulations? Because that doesn't sound like congratulations. And she was screaming at me. She's like, we're gonna lose our funding. I'm like, hey, sister, if you're gonna lose your funding, it's because you're doing something wrong. Because I'm pretty sure that if we are ending homelessness, we're doing something right, and we're gonna keep getting funded. So we have not lost our funding. They did. And, you know, good riddance, because the other three did not. So I don't know what happened there. But you should never be afraid to be doing good work because you think you're going to lose money. That's just not a reason to not do the right thing. So these are our partners, agencies that are all work with us on site at the center in different capacities. And that's it. That's my present. I just want to tell you, this picture someone made, I call the veterans provider, I call him Batman. So I'm Wonder Woman. And he made this horrible little avatar for me, which I'm forced to share with you. But anyway, that's my presentation. I am happy to take questions, Kyle, if, is that okay?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
We have here the mayor and a member of the board supervisor and the city manager. Is possible to have the homeless in downtown Modesto?
I don't understand the question.
Is possible that downtown Modesto
Yes.
can have a center like you have there?
In downtown Modesto?
Yes, here the mayor,
Yes.
that the city manager, that the member of board supervisor. Is possible, yes or no?
When you say possible, do you mean, is it possible for it to be successful? Is it possible for, I don't understand.
They have the same program you have in Modesto.
I mean, this is replicable, because this is the thing. Don't get stuck on the building. It doesn't have to be 27,000 square feet, right? It has more to do with how you work with each other, how you're sharing information, and how you're getting people to services. Where you locate that should be where people will go. You can't force, in other words, the reason this works for us is because it's located near our other services. So people were already in this, there was already a shelter across the street. So what we did was we eliminated that shelter and then built this larger facility, literally across the street from the existing shelter. So people were already used to coming to that space. Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that was a wonderful presentation.
Thank
I
you.
really got a lot out of it.
Thank you.
I had a question in regards to, in Stanislaus County, 45% of our population is Latino population, and a fair share of that is Spanish-speaking only. So I'm kind of curious to know, as far as language barriers and cultural barriers are concerned in your particular project, how did you deal with those issues throughout the course of the service?
Yeah. So we actually make sure that we have Spanish-speaking staff on site in the shelter and in the drop-in center who can readily translate. We actually have also been able to translate for Polish. I think that's pretty awesome. And several other, Russian and a few other. And this is part of why it's really great to have the county working with you too, because they have this wealth of resources that they can share with you. I will tell you though, because I'm very honest, and this group who's been spending 2 days with me knows I'm very honest. Just this past week, I had an agency, I have a woman in my shelter, she's an abuela, She really speaks very little English, and we referred her to a supportive housing program. And they did an interview with her, and she's lovely. And I even called her daughter and said, is your mom going to be okay in this environment? She says, yeah, she has diabetes, but I think, if she had support. And the agency was giving me a hard time because they're like, well, we don't really think we can take her because we don't have Spanish-speaking staff. And I was like, well, I'm pretty sure that's not okay. I'm pretty sure, I don't really think that you can. And the fact that I'm advisory council to your board, because I'm an advisory council member to everybody's board, not going to really go for that. So I think it's really important that in leadership, we're breaking those barriers. And in addition to that, so I have this community that we're like rock stars, right? And we took a look at our pit. Do you know we have racial disparity? And everybody was like, no, we don't. I'm like, yeah, we do. We need to take a look at that. So we're trying to develop policies right now so that we're much more aware of that, because I think we're all doing such good work, and your workers can not purposely, be discriminating or not being all, but if we're not specific about what we're looking at and another reason to have really good data, we can be missing that mark. The problem for us is that most of our largest population is Caucasian. Our largest shelter population is Caucasian. So everybody's thinking, well, the numbers should align, right? And I'm like, well, no, it's still disproportionate, right, for persons of color and Latino. So that's where your leadership comes in. So I'd like to say that we're perfect at it. I don't think anybody really is perfect at it. But I think once you're able to look at it, and when you hear something that just doesn't sound right to you, to be able to stand up and say, you know what, let's go back. So you know what's really great? They went back and they met with her again and they're moving her in. So, it has a happy ending. But we all have to be watchdogs on those kinds of things to make sure that we're advocating for people.
Do you have any tips for working with landlords who don't want to have tenants with pets?
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a big one for us. So this is like, you just hit one of my sore spots. We're having an incredibly hard time to find landlords that are accepting pets. In fact, we have people on our coordinated assessment. They have vouchers in hand, and they're not finding places with animals. I think what we're trying to do with our housing authority is try to do a little more landlord development around that. I think it's also really hard when there's more than one, and sometimes what we'll say to the person is, you really, maybe that's a problem, and trying to work with the individual to not have two, maybe just have one. Because some landlords will especially be upset if there's two. I think it is a work in progress. I wish I had some brilliant thing to say to you. I do know that it's becoming increasingly challenging because it's increasingly challenging just to find rentals, never mind rentals with landlords that allow pets. I think when you do find a landlord that will take pets, it tends to be a place that people don't like as much. And my answer to that is you just can't have everything, right? So maybe we can get you into this unit, and maybe it's not in the town that you want to live in, but they'll take your pets, and you're going to have to make a choice. And it's having those kinds of hard conversations that you're just not going to have, everything that you need to have. So I promise you, if I figure it out, I will let the Stanislaw team know, and they'll share it with you.
We have a question
Or you
back.
let me know.
We have a question back here, and I'll come to Jason in a second.
Okay.
Good morning. Hi. I'll stand. A couple of questions. During your implementation, planning, and even during the evaluation process of the housing, how involved were actual clients in the process? we're talking homeless people, people with mental illness, that type of thing. Also, and the second question is, do you have any specialty housing, and how hard was that to get, like for specialty housing for like LGBT, transgender? I know you talked about that if someone comes to a shelter, they say they're non-binary, or they're female, they identify, you put them in where they identify with. Or what if you have someone who's non-binary, or do you have any specialty housing like that?
Okay, so the first part of the question is, yes, we actually have advocates that we consulted and worked with all along the planning process. We actually have one advocate now that was in my shelter. He actually was initially kicked out because he was very aggressive and not taking his medication properly. We had lots of problems with him. But I love the fact that he kind of straightened it out and came back and then got back into the shelter, and we actually helped him get housing, and now he is an advocate in the county. We sit down with him probably every couple weeks, and he has his list. So we have our by name list, and then he has his list. And we talk about his list, because his list are usually people that are not getting on the coordinated assessment, people that are just under the radar, people that, that he really wants to help. And we strategize together. And I think that that is a really important part of our success too, is by working with him, because he's connecting us to the people that are not normally connecting to us. We don't have any we do have specialized housing, but our specialized housing tends to be special needs, seniors, veterans. I will tell you that we're working really hard on being welcoming to our LGBTQ folks. We just had a consultant come through the shelter, and I was really nervous because I just like being terrific, and I was like, oh my God, he's gonna find stuff and I'm gonna be so upset. And he came through our program, and some of the things that he recommended to us included, like, do you have stickers or something to indicate which rooms, which staff people can go to? And I thought, no, we don't. That's a great suggestion. So we did that. He made also recommendations about our intake and how we ask questions from people. And basically, and how do they want, like this is the, because you guys know you do intakes. What's your legal name or what's your name is maybe not the name they're using. So we had to actually have those kinds of changes that we made to the program. I think what we just do is we just, and I heard an intern ask, using it for the first time, this change, and I just thought how affirming this is, that we're using the right language, and we just ask them, these are our 3 options for you. You can be upstairs, male, female, or you can be downstairs in the co-ed, and what do you want to do? Where do you feel safe? And we found that people are coming in a lot more because we have become a welcoming environment. And one of the things I learned with that training, which was really helpful, is I thought I was doing such a great job as the director, and what I found out is that I was actually not, because I was allowing our LGBTQ folks to be somewhat predatory, and I wasn't calling them out on it. And basically I thought I was being more sensitive. I don't know what I thought I was doing, but what he said to me is, the whole idea here is that you're treating everyone the same way. So what would you do with someone else who was being predatory? I'm like, I'd get all up in their business and I would X, Y, Z. He goes, well, why aren't you doing that? And I thought, wow, okay, good, I'm still learning. And I think that's the idea, is we're all still learning, we're all still figuring it out. So we have not, we do have a young adult task force, a youth task force, that actually has a youth council on it, which is run by young people. And we're still trying to get our hands around our numbers. So I think once we get good enough data on that population, then we can talk about housing. But I would have to have the data to be able to say, hey, this is our need, and this warrants, special housing development. I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Just going to revisit the pets. So we kind of touched on the landlord with pets, but I think a barrier in our community with our homeless is they own pets. So regarding your guys' shelter, and that when they come into your shelter, do you allow them to have pets?
So, and I know what you guys are like looking at, and I think it's like amazing, because I think it's really important. The pet issue is a very big issue. What we have now is if a person has a service animal, the animal can come in with them. If they're just a pet or a therapy animal, we do not have anything set up for them. But what we do is we have a wonderful animal shelter, that's our county shelter, which will board the animal. They can go visit them, they take good care of them, and we promise that when they get housed, they can have the animal back. So we have not yet had anyone not come in because of that. Usually what people also will have someone have their animal stay with them, but we haven't, because we designed this 10 years ago, we have not designed physically that space to just allow for pets, but we also don't have a large unsheltered population with pets that we would need that right now. I think it's marvelous what you're all doing, because I think my experience, I can tell you, is when we had Hurricane Sandy, our shelter that we opened was with pets. And it's you know, you have to do it, otherwise people are not going to come in off the street. So it's a challenge. I do know that there are shelters that have been doing this for a while in the nation. I actually know of one when I was just in Arkansas. I know that the Salvation Army in Arkansas in Fayetteville has actually been doing this. And I'd be happy to certainly connect you to them and see how they're doing that, because I think it's a really important part of getting people to come indoors.
Hi, so I was interested to hear about, I understand homelessness is a crisis, and so when there's a crisis, you need to solve it. But my concerns are, well, to prevent this from happening from the future, there needs to kind of happen a transformative journey as the agency yourself, to begin to understand why is this a crisis in the first place,
Right.
And looking at it from like a historical racial equity lens. So I'm interested to learn about what your organization has done with all the partners involved in investing in organizations that can provide this kind of education that will need to continue forever, since there are racial disparities in homelessness.
Right. That's a great question and very eloquently said, I will add. One of the things that we have with our COC, which is your CSOC, is we have a consultant from Monarch Housing. And what they do with us is they help guide us into the things that we need to be focused on. And so this is something this year that we are going to be getting training on, along with, so we have the LGBTQ training, we're actually having more training on that. And then we will be getting some kind of training around this, and also looking at the data collection. And then the third part is employment. That's another big focus, because we're also following HUD, right? And HUD is requiring that COCs look at this. We're also part of Community Solutions, and when you're doing young adult work, that is a very big thing. And so is the LGBTQ, because kids are being thrown out of their homes. There's a lot of disparity in that cohort that we're looking at. So my hope is that through the training, because even though you're sensitive and you're looking for it, I'm not really sure that we know exactly what policies to put in place to make that better. So we're still learning as a community, and my hope is with these trainings, we're gonna get better at it.
Excuse me. I want to say I very much appreciate you being here with our community to share your insight and on how you've solved homelessness in your community. I understand the housing first concept of this. We have a great number of people in our community that are suffering from drug addiction, mental illness, or a combination of both. Where and when and how does that enter into this process of getting people housed?
Right. Well, for us, we did house people who were drug addicted and people who were mentally ill and people who were both. And we helped them get into housing, and through case management and support, link them to services. Had we not done that, they would have stayed on the street. They would have most likely died, especially your drug addicts. I mean, our issues in Bergen, we have a very, very bad heroin issue, profound issue with heroin because of fentanyl. And people are dying very quickly from those drugs, that drug use. So housing first, if you're really going to do housing first, it doesn't mean housing only. And I think sometimes when people hear housing first, they think it means you just put them in an apartment and you let them be and they wreck the apartment. And that's not what housing first is. Housing first means that you're looking to house the person immediately and then wrapping services around them. I think I've been thinking about Moe's, and I went and visited it, and I was thinking about what I liked about it and what I didn't like about it. But I think there's lessons to learn about what you did there. And in that sense is that you did provide some kind of shelter. You did kind of meet people where they were. And if you notice that they're there, they're not sleeping right out on a building, they're actually staying in that place. There's a lesson to be learned in that, is that you met some basic needs without a lot of requirements. That's housing first, except that's not housing. So if you can kind of take that design and that concept and understand it and just translate that into housing, that's housing first. And I know that it's housing first is a very hard concept for people, but that's because I think you need to think about what it is you're trying to do. You want them off the street. They're not going to do what you want them to do. They're not going to necessarily stop using, now what we do know from research is when people go into their apartments, they do use less. They do change behaviors because of the stabilization of housing. If we're going to wait for people to get drug treatment and take medication to get into housing, they're not going to go into housing. So, and if we say, well, why should I have to pay money for someone to be in housing if they're a drug addict or whatever? You are paying for them because your hospitals and your jails are costing money. So we're already paying for them. I know we don't think about it that way, but it's absolutely true, as opposed to what it would cost us to house a person, as opposed to have all these emergency services. I think on one of the slides, we talked about your 147 most vulnerable. And I know what that means, because I'm in this field. I'm in this arena with all of you. And what that means, those are your frequent flyers. That 147 people in your community is costing a lot of money. It'd be really interesting if you guys could actually monetize that. I'm talking about all the emergency room visits, being in jail, right? Having all of those programs, all of your services, all of those things that's costing us that if we were to house them would all decrease. And I'm not saying this because this is what I think, this is because I know this. I know this from research and because I travel and I go to national conferences and I speak with USICH. We did that. We housed people who were, for most people, not housable because they were using or they were alcoholics or because they had mental illness. I'm not saying you have to like this concept. I know a lot of people don't, but it works. It works in the sense that it's doing it's ending homelessness. It's getting them off the street, it's getting them into a safe place, and then wrapping services. So I hope I answered your question. I know it's a hard question and it's a hard answer. I think there's a... Well, that's the thing. You say, like, how do you get, sorry, this is a follow-up question. Just give me 1 second. How do you do that if they don't want to? I think that's where your case management comes in. It's helping people understand that they don't believe us because for so many years, we haven't really made them part of the process. So what I have found is that with our folks, remember I put that path worker up there? She met with this woman every day to talk to her about her housing. She was profoundly mentally ill. To this day, she remains profoundly mentally ill. And every day she would talk with her and I'd be like, okay, are we gonna sign the lease? And she'd say, she's having a bad day. I'm like, she's having a bad day. What do you mean she's having a bad day? She's having a bad day. I go, is there anything I can do to make her have a better day? And we would wait, maybe the next day. We just never gave up. And I think for a lot of these folks, they just wait till we're gonna give up. You're gonna give up and you're gonna leave me alone, you get out of my face, and blah, blah, blah. We did not. We kept in their face. We got them, and maybe the first time you get them benefits and they start getting a little cash, that's a good thing. And they're like, oh, I can actually get food stamps, or I can get welfare, I can get some kind of assistance. When we start developing that relationship where people actually know that, you mean I can go into my apartment and I don't have to go to a day program, or I don't have to see a therapist, right? It's about meeting them where they're at. I am not saying for all the hundreds of people you need to do this, but there are some people that this is how you have to work with them, or they're just not going to ever come in. I don't really believe that anybody doesn't want to be in housing. I think they just don't want to be in housing on your terms. I think they want to be in housing on their terms. And to be honest with you, don't we all live like that? Don't we all live with our own terms? I mean, if you saw my son's room, he should be evicted. I can't wait for him to go to college. I'm not kidding. I'm like, when are you leaving? And your stuff, because I'm gonna evict you. So I think it's really about working with individuals, and it's really easy to get impatient. And this is why I'm saying that these outreach workers and people in the audience, you know what I'm talking about. It's like you could take a step forward with somebody and 2 steps back. This is really, really, really hard work, because these are human beings. Don't you have people in your life that you'd like to change their behaviors and you can't? Well, you know, it's hard to change a human's behavior of, you know, don't you have people in your family that drink a little too much, or do this too much, or you like to see them do more? Or I think that, why do we think these people are any different? And so if you want to end homelessness, and you want to get your most profoundly challenging folks off the street, you're going to have to do it on their terms. And they're going to have to believe it's on their terms. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for being here, Julia.
Thank you.
Very insightful. I'm just a concerned community member, and it bothers me.
Yeah.
Just like I'm sure it bothers everyone in this room to have people that don't have a place to go.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how your county has not become a magnet for other counties.
Yeah.
How I'm from a town that we have officially 2 homeless people, and it's kind of known among our community members that we don't really have the services in our community, so we just, you know, some people.
Yeah, they go somewhere else.
They get taken somewhere else.
Yes.
How have you prevented that from happening?
Okay.
In your community, where you just become a magnet for other communities going, hey, well, they're doing it, let's get this problem out of our backyard and in theirs.
That's a great question. It's probably the question that I get asked the most. I think every county should be responsible for their own program. I just do, and I say that proudly. I don't like Greyhound therapy. Greyhound therapy is like when a community just sticks someone in a bus and sends them someplace else. And we have that in New Jersey. It happens in Newark. We have, if any of you know South Jersey, we have beautiful beaches, and they don't have a shelter in South Jersey. They don't. They don't want it. They're not interested. They have homeless, and they have a tent city. And it was very problematic for them because, and basically a judge said, well, if you're not going to have a shelter, people have the right to live outside. And so now they're scrambling trying to build a shelter to appropriately deal with those people. What I will say is, and maybe what I say will upset you, but I'm honest, I'll tell you how we deal with it. So we're a licensed emergency shelter, and we're county. So most of the money in my facility is county dollars. So you really should be a person that last permanent address is in our county. And that's hard for some people because I have people who have lived in Bergen County their whole life, they go to Florida for 6 months, they get benefits in Florida, and it just doesn't work out. And they head back and they're like, I'm from Bergen. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Not anymore. You're not, because you have benefits from Florida and you're gonna be sanctioned for 6 months, and we're a 3-month shelter and I'm not gonna be able to really help you. So what we do with people is we have a 72-hour that we will very humanely take someone in for shelter, figure out where they're from, figure out where they're gonna go, give them the money to get back there. We buy the bus ticket, I call that county, that city, and I'm like, they're coming back because they're not gonna stay here because you have money for them, I don't. Now, there are a lot of people around the country, and especially in our state, that believe that you shouldn't do that. that if a person's homeless, you should just, they are where they are. That homeless means you're not from anywhere. And so one of the things that we started doing in New Jersey is, if the person's from South Jersey and they come up to me and they go to our Board of Social Services, we have a new thing called immediate need, which is money that basically I'm taking the money now that they would have used. And I love that, because, is that my phone acting up? It is my husband, right? It's like, he's probably like, Julia, shut up, stop talking. They're sick of you already. So this immediate need money is really helpful, and we actually have been using it for the first time this month, where these are people that normally would not have been able to be assisted. I like that idea, which is, I'm happy to help, but that city or that county's got to help me out too. So I do like that model. I think it's a real challenge, though, for communities to think it's okay to not have services. I think all communities should have at least some kind of emergency, even if it's a motel place, something, and not to just be shipping them off to other communities. Because what happens then, like that's happening in New Jersey, is then those communities go, well, they're not ours, so why should I have to take care of them? And then it kind of gives a reason to just look the other way. And then the homelessness builds and builds and builds and builds. So I like the 72-hour. I think it's humane and I think it's appropriate. But I also like this concept of, okay, I'll have them in my system, but you're going to have to help me help them.
So I think we have one last question back here.
One last? Oh my goodness.
Thank you for your very inspirational and motivational presentation. I just wondered what kind of follow-up is offered to the folks after they get housing.
Oh, okay. So, any of the folks that are at the top of our by name list, I just want to see you when I'm talking to you. Where are you? All right. If they are getting vouchers, subsidies, COC vouchers, and then we also have other kinds of programs, they're going to get case management. That's part of that subsidy for a very long time. We also have other monies through ESG that provide like 2 years of case management for certain people. I really like the model of a continuum where we have people that are out on COC vouchers or shelter plus care vouchers, and after 2 years, they're doing solid, they're real good. They can go back to our housing authority. We can put them, then drop them to a Section 8, and then free up that voucher with that care management for somebody else that has a higher intensive need. I love that model. Because I'm a behavioral health person, I love that idea of, you needed it for a little bit, you don't need it anymore, let's give you something else, and then somebody else. And that way you're actually distributing more high need services. For other people, they may also just have service, they maybe have programs that they're already part of that they will continue with. And then just to say, we have we've been seeing an increase in developmentally disabled young adults, which is a yikes, it's a scary thing. And so what we've been doing recently is getting them housing assistance, but then involving DDD with them, because that case management looks really different. Like, so for example, I have a young adult who doesn't really take care of her hygiene, and so now you have someone coming in and helping them with that, or normally our case managers wouldn't do that. So I love the idea of pairing the case management with the need of that person to make sure that they're going to be valuable, they're going to do well in housing. And it also frees up, like they don't need a specialized voucher, they just need affordable housing because they're getting that kind of assistance. So it's tailoring that follow-up as, for the needs of the person. And then remember, I'm meeting with 40 people every month. So if one of those people is working with someone and they're like, hey, not working out, they're using drugs, or they're decompensated, whatever going on, we can actually have a conversation in that room and problem solve so that that person doesn't fall out and lose their housing. That's why that collaboration and that communication together really changes the landscape of your crisis response. I hope I answered your question.
Any other final questions?
Yes, I have one. I am not a member of this powerful team. I'm someone that is on the street because I preach. And so people come in various places. I heard some information, and it's remarkable what you and your organization is doing, and you really do try to meet the person where they are and bring them along. I have met people who don't do as you had said. They don't like rules, they don't like uniforms, they don't like schedules. They like being out here. In fact, out here on the street, they do real well. I see some that are pretty well groomed. They spend time in their friend's house, they spend time here, they spend there, and they have good weather. We have good weather here all the time. So we're kind of a magnet that way. So I'm going to go to something that you did say. I think of the people that do involve themselves, because I got two different figures here, you have 5% recidivism, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's the 5%. Then you also mentioned that there are people like the ones I mentioned. They won't come in even when it's cold.
Right.
They're going to stay out there. But yet you also said, and again, your progress is amazing, and I hope we have similar progress here. Those that don't come in, your 5% recidivism, that amounts to a certain group of people. What happens with them if there's no homelessness in your county?
Well, recidivism doesn't mean they're back on the street. Recidivism means we've housed them, that housing's been lost, so we rehouse them. Okay. And then we rehouse them again. Like, we don't quit. What happens is I'll just give you an example. I have a woman right now living in a car. She's been living in the car for many years. She wants a 2-bedroom apartment and she doesn't want to pay any rent. That's reasonable. She needs the second room for an office. She has a PhD, she's very smart. And I have been trying to help her because since she's in a car, and I don't really believe she's sleeping in the car. I think she's actually not sleeping in a car, but that's neither here nor there. But she's definitely not permanently housed. And she has been calling me and sending letters to senators and congressmen and all of this kind of stuff. And I called my executive director at the Housing Authority and I said, you know, I got to do something with her. She's the top of our list, and I said she's got serious mental health issues. She doesn't think she does, and I'd like to do a COC voucher, but she won't. And I'm talking with her, and she said, "We'll just give her a Section 8." And I thought, like, you're gonna, yeah, we can do that. She said, "Yeah, we're housing first, right?" And I said, "You're right. You know, this is someone checking me, the Housing Authority leader checking me." And I was like, "Wow, you're willing to do that?" She goes, "Yeah." I go, "But you know she's going to fail." She goes, "Yeah, I know." And then when she fails, then we'll have a different kind of conversation, that you can't go back in a Section 8, that we can house you again, but you're going to have case management. And this is what we do with people. We even though we know that it's not going to work out the way they think it's going to work out, or the way we would like it to work out, we're going to meet them where it's at. So she is now in process for a Section 8 apartment. My hope is that she might accept some kind of case management. But when I say recidivism, I don't mean that they're back on the street. And I just want to say something else, because you have research in California. Your homeless are indigenous. Most of your homeless belong to you. I think there is this fallacy that they go to Florida, they go to California, they go to nice places, and everybody would be in Honolulu. Then why does Alaska and Canada have homelessness? Because they do. I know that they do, because I go to national conferences. So the issue, it's not that people like to be where they are comfortable, where they have ties and roots, and where they know, and where they go to get their coffee, and they know that guy, and this guy lets me get my nail, and they like to be in places that where they have some kind of roots, or some place that they feel comfortable. There's a small percentage, yes, that are nomadic, for sure. We have one gentleman in Bergen County that I know, I'm pretty sure is living outside, but he's not a problem. He never complains. He comes for 3 meals a day at the shelter. He has 15 coats on, even in August. I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. And every time I see him, I'm like, "Do you need something?" "No, no, thank you." Can you, whatever, I just keep checking on him. I don't know that we'll ever get him inside, but what I will tell you is I'm never gonna stop trying. And I don't believe that anybody should be outside, but I'm respectful to him, and he knows we're there, and I'm just never gonna give up. Like before I retire, I'm gonna house this guy. I'm gonna house this guy because I just have to. But I think it's wonderful what you're doing because people do need, the one thing we don't do, because we do everything, one thing we don't do is we don't minister to people. That is not something we do. They don't have to pray when they come in for their meals. We are very careful that anybody coming in doesn't impose any kind of religious expectations on them. But I do believe that that is something they need. And I'm always glad, and so I'll just be an example. Some people will ask for like a late pass to go to Bible study. And I'm like, have at it, sure. That's something good in the community that you can do. So we do support that because it is not something that we can provide.
I have one other part of the question, and that is, how long did it take you to come into the groups and the numbers of homeless that you had, and to bring it now to no homeless?
So we started this collective effort together at the center in 2009. We just celebrated our 10-year this past week. So in 2009, October 1st, we opened the center of this collaborative. We ended, I would say we probably had a strong by name list by 2012, I would say, was like our first real, but it's nothing like it is today. I mean, today it's even, before, because it used to be, it was just really the shelter people. It wasn't, we didn't have like the DV shelter on there. We didn't have like the PATH outreach people on there. It was really just kind of who was interface and who we knew. And that eventually grew and grew and grew and grew, where today it really is everyone. So it does take some time, but it really, more importantly, it takes a will. It takes the will of all the agencies in this room and where I am to stop working in your silos, to stop being threatened. You're not going to lose your jobs. People are worried about funding and all those things. I think the work has to come first. The goal has to come first, and everything else will follow. I think you have to also trust each other a little bit. This work is so hard. To make it harder on yourselves by not working together, who needs that? I'm just saying, because I know that on a Friday night, when it's like a mass unit and I got incoming, I need my team. There is no time and there is no place for anything else but teamwork at that moment, to focus on what the work is. So, thank you.
Thank you again, Julia Orlando, for coming out here today. I can certainly say that I had the privilege of picking up Julia Orlando at the airport, and just the car ride over here, I gained a lot of valuable insight, so thank you for that, Julia. So in efforts to stay on track with our agenda, we are going to make a little bit of modifications. We will move forward with public comment. We do have one public comment speaker card, and then we will move on to our coordinated entry system presentation. Please note that anytime you guys, if you need to get up, use the restroom, stretch, please feel free to do so. But we will have this one presentation, and then we will also, after the coordinated entry system, we will move into lunch as our challenges have arrived. So Augusta Farley, if I could please ask you to come up to the podium. Or if there's anyone else who would like to make a public comment, please see Claudia over here and fill out a comment card. Thank you.
I'll make this fast so we could all get to the break, or at least so you can get back to the food back there during the break. Okay, so I'm so grateful that I'm in this community where everybody is committed to low barrier shelters and housing, if we can get the landlords on board here, that will allow pets. And this One Health approach is definitely going to help keep the pets, the humans, and our community healthier. I realize that plans are not fully formed yet, but some of the things that I'm hearing for the future for the people at Moe's are not including all of their pets. And I hope that that's just because I'm not fully informed. And what I'd like to do is list a couple of things that I think that really need to be part of the plan when you include pets and housing. First of all of the people should be able to keep their pets. It's not acceptable that they have to be separated from them, although I do hear that if they have 3 to 5, that maybe we need to make some compromises there. Housing for pets needs to be adequate. There are a couple of rumors I've heard that plans will not be adequate nor humane. We need humane veterinary care. There's a lot of pets that are needing basic wellness care as well as urgent and emergent care, and the funds for those are difficult to come by, and without keeping the pets healthy, we're not going to be keeping the people healthy. So please consider that as you go into your housing. And then we did talk a little bit about tips for getting landlords on board, incentivizing them. There is some research that says if you have tenants with pets that you actually can be more profitable. And there's research on that. There's actually books on that. So I hope that as you proceed with planning and services, you will address these needs, and by doing so, will make our community stronger. Thank you.
There's no other public comment. Again, we will be moving into our next presentation, the coordinated entry system, Housing First, but at any time, please feel free to get up and take a walk or use the restroom as needed. And I will go ahead and introduce Gene Field. He's our Deputy Managing Director for Homebase. I definitely can say that Homebase has been integral in the county's homeless system of care, and providing us with technical assistance and capacity building for our community. So thank you so much, Jim, for being here.
Great, thank you, Kyle. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. As Kyle said, I'm with Homebase, and we work throughout the country and specifically throughout Northern California, helping communities implement some of the best practices that you've already heard about this morning. I've had the luxury of working here in Stanislaus for about a year now, so I'm very familiar with some of your systems and the progress that you're making. And I want to reiterate what Ms. Orlando said is you can end homelessness here in Stanislaus. You have all the equipment that you need, you have incredible providers, you have the will, and I think that this is something that's really achievable. So I'm going to be talking primarily about some of the best practices that are necessary to achieve that. And I'm going to get a little bit in the nitty-gritty, but in the interest of time, I'm going to kind of flip through some of those. But those are housing first and coordinated entry. And we talked a little bit about this, and this community is really on the verge of implementing these system-wide. And we're going to talk about what that is, so all of you know what it is, and talk about what it isn't, so you're not scared by some of those concepts that you've heard floating around on the streets. I also want to say one of my jobs this year is I have funding from the state of California, and I've been going around, I think I've been to 14 counties in California right now, talking about housing first and how to implement it. So I'm well aware of some of the challenges that communities face when they're trying to make housing first work. But what I think is really important to talk about is it's not just housing first. It's housing first, housing second, housing third, and housing until people are housed. So we're going to approach it from that level. So what is housing first? You heard how this was a success in Bergen County. And housing first is an approach where homeless people are provided immediate access to housing and then offered the supportive services that may be needed to foster long-term stability. This removes unnecessary barriers and assumes that supportive services are more effective in addressing those needs when the individual or family is housed. When you take away that stress of being homeless, you take away the fact that you don't maybe run on a schedule, you don't have a place to put your medications, that you're constantly looking to solve your basic daily needs. When you take that away, you can begin to solve some of those other questions more effectively. The four main principles of Housing First is homelessness is a housing problem. As we mentioned, everyone has other problems, but those of us who are housed, And those of us in our community, our neighbors, our friends, our relatives who are homeless, have some of those same problems and they're not housed. That is the major difference. People should be stabilized in permanent housing as soon as possible and then reconnected to those resources and housing. And make no mistake, shelters, outreach centers, day centers can help in that journey, but they are not permanent housing, okay? Underlying issues that contributed to a person's homelessness are best addressed when they're in housing. And all people who are homeless are housing ready. I really like the definition that we heard is like, when you talk about housing ready, that means you have your ID and some of your documents in hand. That doesn't mean that people think you're going to be a good tenant. That doesn't mean that you're not going to have some struggles once you're in housing. It means you have the documentation and you have a place to live. So why housing first? And I think we've already had a pretty good overview of this. It promotes stability. Studies have shown that people who enter housing without having their underlying needs met first actually have better outcomes. Because once they're in housing, they build those patterns of consistency and stability in that housing, so they stay there, right? They don't have to move from one program to another. Social benefits. They get support in housing. They build community. That helps them overcome those addictions, the mental illness, everything else that they're struggling with. It saves money. And those of you who are in charge of things like emergency services, you know how much it costs to treat people on the street. It costs a lot of money. And once people are housed, you have a better idea of what those resources are needed. You can project that and stabilize that over time. And I also like to say, it's not just a good idea. It's not just evidence-based. Here in California, it's the law. And we're going to go over that California has passed a state law that for those programs that are receiving state funding, you must adhere to housing first. So housing, shelter, prevention, outreach, other COC programs are those with references and grant agreements, are usually bound by either COC written standards, the RFPs that went out, that they came back and got funding. But if you're getting state-funded housing for permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, no place like home, cash heap, CalWorks HSP, Department of Social Services programs, any new funding that's coming out by the state of California, you must comply with housing first. And in the interest of time today, I didn't list out the 11 requirements that are outlined in that law, but they are very specific, and I'm going to talk about a few of those. And for shelters, outreach, prevention, and rapid rehousing that get emergency solutions grant administered through the state, which Stanislaus does, they must also comply with the core requirements of Housing First. So first of all, before I go through my slide, I want to say what Housing First is and what it isn't. One of the things that Housing First is, and people focus on this, is lowering barriers, right? That's where a lot of the fear about Housing First comes in. I'm going to have to admit people to my shelter or to my permanent supportive housing who are drunk, who are on drugs, who have mental illness. But the other part of Housing First that I think is equally important, and this is written into state law, is even as you lower barriers, you must raise access to case management and services. And that is incredibly important because it is very difficult to serve people who are addicted. It is very difficult to serve people who have complex mental disorders, right? Serious mental illness. When they have both, it is even more difficult to serve them. And so what state law does is it mandates that you provide evidence-based case management programs. That means everybody in these state-funded programs that are administering the services must be trained in harm reduction. They must be trained in motivational interviewing. They must be trained in trauma-informed care. Because these are three, and there are others, but three of the core foundational practices that help keep people supported in housing. Now, the other thing that I want to just say right out the bat, I go to communities and they say, well, we can't admit people to our programs because of safety. Safety for our clients, safety for our staff, safety of the surrounding community. Housing First does not mean no rules. Just want to make that very clear. There are rules, but they are focused on behavior, not on the cause of that behavior. So if you come in, and this is an actual story that someone at a shelter told me, so, you know, we had someone that came in and he started brandishing a machete in the kitchen. And I was like, now, do you have any rules about brandishing machetes in the kitchen? He goes, well, yeah, that wasn't safe. I was like, does it really matter why he had a machete in the kitchen? Really doesn't matter at all, right? You can't have a machete in the kitchen and threaten people with it. And this was a Housing First shelter, and you know what they did? I was like, how did you respond to that? Well, we had somebody on site, fortunately it was trained in de-escalation. We got the machete out, we said he had to leave that night, but when he came back the next day, we had some behavioral health specialists on site that were specially trained to talk to this person, and we had a plan that he had to comply with so he could come back someday. So there are rules about behavior. There are rules when you put someone into permanent housing, they sign a lease, right? Comes with case management, hopefully, to help them stay within the boundaries of that lease. But that lease should be just like your lease or my lease or your aunt's lease. It shouldn't have special requirements that require you, for example, to go to AA meetings. I've seen leases like that. Now, why is that in your lease? That would be a great thing if somebody went to recovery services and hopefully they have support getting there, but that should not be in their lease. I've seen leases in the state of California that had a clause about you must not annoy people. Now, my husband would be out because he's super, super annoying, okay? No one would rent to this man if that was something that you judged your prospective tenants on. I'm sure he knows that. But, so what you want to do is build people for success so they can comply with things like they can't trash the house, right? You can't destroy property. You can't pull down the plumbing in the middle of the night. Not okay. Now, in Housing First approach, hopefully you can spot the signs of escalation toward that behavior. Your case manager is on site a lot trying to identify any kind of future behaviors. But if something like that does happen, you work with the landlord. Hopefully you have some landlord mitigation funds. Most federal funding comes with funds that you can pay for damages. Okay? You work with them to avoid eviction whenever possible, but that does not mean that eviction does not occur. Okay? So Housing First does not mean no rules. Housing First means lots of supportive services. Those are kind of the fundamental things that we talk about. When you get to some of the details, you're talking about also housing-focused services begin immediately. I love the examples that we were hearing. In too many shelters around the state and the country, you go in, I do a lot of focus groups in shelters, and I'll ask the people who are the clients, the guests, you know, who talked to you about housing? And the answer is no one. If you had a question about housing, like maybe you saw some housing that you might be able to apply for, who's going to help you? The answer too often is, I don't know. So when you have every program really focusing on helping people get housed, people can get housed. But it takes a cooperative and collaborative effort to do that. So increasing access to the other services, if you're running a small shelter and maybe you don't have 5 housing navigators, who do you have in the community that can come in? Engaging participants in housing-focused voluntary service plans. We heard some questions about that. That is also one of the scary things that people point to when they hear Housing First. Well, if they're voluntary, they're not going to do it. That, in fact, is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is they're not voluntary for programs. Programs, it's mandatory to go out and engage people, get people engaged. And what engagement looks like for one person is not going to be the same as it looks for other people. It is not a one-size-fits-all program. For some folks, it may take months or years to engage them. Other folks, they're easy to engage if you just understand what their needs are. What kind of services do they want to be engaged in? I see our incredible outreach teams over there nodding their heads. Are there any two people alike? No, right? And so your rules and your program rules should not be the same for every single person. I visited a housing program. It was a great housing program. And they were talking about how they have in their leases, which was a problem, but even in their service plans, each one of their clients must do 20 hours of either volunteer work or some sort of community service. And I said, well, why do you have that rule? They said, because it helps them to be engaged in the community. It helps them in their treatment. I'm like, okay, what happens if they only do 10 one week? Well, we check in on them, see how things are going. It's like, what if they're having a bad week and they just don't get out of bed that week? Oh, we'd be very concerned and we'd want to check in on them. I said, do you evict them? No, of course not. Then why is it in their lease? Why is it a mandatory program? And why is it 10 hours maybe good for some people and 40 hours good for others? So taking a look at each program rules and across the systems, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about client-focused and voluntary. Making it work for the person who ultimately has to make it work, right? No matter how fantastic your supportive services are, you're not going to be there 24/7 with that person making choices for them. So Housing First at the system level, if you have Housing First, if you don't have Housing First, somebody may, have all these barriers to shelter. Well, they can't get into the shelter because they're actively using, okay? So where are those folks gonna go? Street, right? In front of your business, that's where they're gonna go. What if your shelter is Housing First, or they let them in, but none of your housing providers are? They're gonna stay in shelter the whole time, okay? And they're never going to build that connection for landlord relationships. When you have Housing First, you go through coordinated entry, which we're going to talk about later, and then you go to housing, and then you have all of these relationships, case management, supportive services that keep you in housing. One thing I also wanted to mention very quickly, I think it was really insightful talking about the community's continuum in terms of levels of different kinds of emergency services, shelter, transitional housing, and different kinds of housing, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing. But I want to make it very clear that in Housing First, and we're going to talk about coordinated entry, it's not a step-by-step process. You don't have to go to the shelter and then have to go to transitional housing and then have to go to permanent supportive housing. That is that's the old school way of thinking about it. It really was that, okay, if you're on the street, you've got to get stabilized, we've got to take care of you a little bit in the shelter, and then if you can abide by all these rules, we're going to put you in transitional housing for 24 months. But no matter how well you do in that transitional housing, you're going to have to start all over in permanent housing, okay? So all of these things have a role, emergency shelter, transitional housing, permanent housing, but you don't have to do each and every one of them. People can go straight from the street to permanent housing. And some of those folks need permanent supportive housing, but others maybe just need a first, last, and a job, right? And they're still on the street and they didn't come to the shelter for whatever reasons. I like to give the example that a woman at a shelter told me why she didn't go to this other shelter in town. She's like, well, there's someone who works there that stole my cousin's boyfriend. And I am not going to that shelter. No way. And I tell my friends never to go to that shelter. And so, you don't know what people's reasons are for turning down shelter. And so, should she be denied permanent supportive housing because she was sticking up for her cousin? No. Okay? So I'm going to save questions for the end because I think coordinated entry and Housing First, when you're looking at it as a whole system, are very, very much linked. And they really, when working properly together, they can really create flow in your system and achieve that goal of housing people. Now, I want to say right off the bat that we have been working with providers here in Stanislaus County to get the coordinated entry system up and running. There are many components of the coordinated entry system that are functioning very well, but they are not coordinated through coordinated entry. And that is still a work in progress. But we've made some incredible strides here thanks to some key players, Jessica and Ryan, who you heard from this morning, really has accomplished the unaccomplishable in terms of, we had an assessment campaign, Linnell and your outreach team had an assessment campaign, and how many people did you VI-SPDAT? 947 in under 2 months were assessed using what is the community-wide assessment tool called the VI-SPDAT, and I'll show you how that fits in. But that is an amazing accomplishment, and you should feel not only proud of yourself, but understand that that shows how much you can do when you work together on that. So the coordinated entry system really does that. It coordinates community resources to efficiently serve people experiencing homelessness, and it prioritizes the most vulnerable households for available housing opportunities. That is your standard definition. But coordinated entry really works on 2 levels. First of all, no matter how great the resources you have in your community, you are never going to have enough, right? You are never going to have enough, especially of the high intensity resources like permanent supportive housing, where someone is permanently housed with intensive supportive services, because that's what they need to stay housed for the rest of their lives, right? You are never going to have quite enough of that all the time. And you are never going to have the exact amount of high intensity services that you need. It's a work in progress. And so one of the things from the system side that coordinated entry does is it makes sure you're giving each person the level of care and support that they need. So too often that side door that Julia talked about, people were getting permanent supportive housing that didn't really need it, right? They were fine. They just needed a house. They didn't need those intensive case management supports. Maybe they needed a Section 8 voucher, but maybe not. Maybe they just needed first, last, and 6 months of rent to get them on their feet. And so a rapid rehousing voucher is what we call that, a short-term voucher, that's what they needed. And so from a resource side, when you're giving someone like that a permanent supportive housing voucher, it's great, you've housed them, but maybe you're spending too much and you're not saving that precious resource for someone who cannot be served through any other means. Does that make sense? Right? And the other side of that coin is if you are a consumer, if you're a person experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, you don't know where to go to get what you need. Because you may be an expert at getting meals, finding a shelter bed, but you don't know the intricacies of each voucher program, each housing program, which wait lists are actually open, which are closed, which one do I qualify for. And so what also ends up happening is the people who are the most competent at working the system get housed first, right? And so where does that leave the most vulnerable? On the street, right? So they are always, no matter how many resources you put into the system, if you are not serving the most vulnerable appropriately, you will always have the most vulnerable on the street, right? I like to also call it, in terms of from the client experience, how many of you, I see a couple of you that are my age maybe, but remember before Hotels.com or before Priceline or Kayak, what did you do when you went to a different town? You had to call a bunch of your favorite hotels, maybe you looked at a guidebook. I used to have a little Motel 6 book that I was really proud of. And so you would call each different hotel and find out what the price was. Did they have, a pool? Did they have Wi-Fi? Did they have something that you needed? Call like 10 of those, right? Well, that's what the coordinated entry system was like. You had to knock on so many doors, and what happens when you knock on doors and get told no? You don't want to knock on another door that day, right? And B, it just took all your time. So this coordinated entry is you knock on one door, or better yet, someone comes to your door or where you are and talks to you about what you need. That's what we call our assessment. We use a tool, a standardized tool for that. And then the system helps you sort out what you're eligible for and listens to you about your choices. Okay? So it serves both sides of the system, the client and the community resources. Now, if you look at this, everyone goes through coordinated entry. outreach. We form connections with our hospitals and jails. We look through encampments, people seeking help. I was just in a community that is starting what they call an in-reach program, where they're getting lists of people who are identified as homeless from their local jail, and they know when they're going to be released, so that they can start getting a housing plan for them before they're released from incarceration. So any of those programs where people are likely to go can be part of your coordinated entry system. And then they become assessed. That's where that housing assessment campaign went in. What was it, 947? That's fantastic. Those folks, you now know, out of the 947 people on that list, you are going to know who is the most vulnerable. You are also going to know some basic eligibility things about them. Are they a veteran and eligible for veteran services? Are they somebody who's eligible for specific types of family services? Things like that. You are going to be able to steer them to the most appropriate kind of resource. And it's not just the most vulnerable. So you have rapid rehousing resources in the community. Those typically serve kind of somebody like underneath the most vulnerable band. These are folks that need help up to 2 years, but ultimately are going to be able to support themselves in housing. So you're able to identify where they fit in terms of what kinds of services and housing they should be provided. So the coordinated entry system is going to be helping sort those people out and connect them to that appropriate kind of housing. Now, and I do want to put in a plug, it's not on here specifically, but diversion, prevention, flexible problem solving. Your outreach teams are doing that today. Your one-stop center, your access center, is going to be doing that in an informal way. But it is an incredibly important piece of the puzzle, because a lot of times you go into communities with coordinated entry, with the Housing First, and they're like, so you're telling me that I can't serve this person that just needs a security deposit, and instead I have to spend all this money trying to track down this person who won't talk to me? Yes and no. So yes, we're saying that you have to reserve those more intensive interventions for the person that might take you 3 months to get to talk to you. But that woman who really has it pretty much together, but is homeless and even has a landlord, with your diversion and prevention programs, you can serve her very quickly as well. So how does it work? I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. So their households are assessed for their level of vulnerability using and Stanislaus, like almost many communities in the country, has chosen the VI SPDAT, Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistance Tool. Now, is the VI SPDAT a perfect tool? No. In fact, everyone complains about the VI SPDAT. Nonetheless, it is a standard tool most communities use, and it is a uniform tool that adequately captures people's vulnerabilities, okay? And then that information about their vulnerability score, as well as some information about them as a person, how long they've been homeless, where they became homeless, things like that, are entered into the Homeless Management Information System. And you're going to hear from your all-star HMIS administrator very soon, because this HMIS data is key to so much of what you do in the community. It's key to understanding who's homeless, it's key to understanding who's getting housed, and soon it's going to be key to understanding what kind of resources you need to serve the people who are homeless. And I also just want to put a plug in, because mentioned it, the HMIS system is undergoing a lot of changes to make it a better tool for the community, and that includes data sharing, which is going to be coming in the future. That was something that wasn't available, but now is becoming available thanks to the hard work of some community groups that worked on some data sharing and privacy information sheets. So in coordinated entry, the HMIS data generates a list, and it's sorted basically by highest score on the VI SPDAT down to the lowest score. Now, it depends, and it will also have some basic eligibility, like family, veteran, some things like that. And so you will start serving the highest first. It's as simple as that. Now, most communities will also maybe focus on specific subpopulations with a more intensive wraparound list, like a veterans by name list. But all coordinated entry is really a by name list. And you commit as a community to getting those folks housed one at a time. Households are then informed, and then the other part of this is that housing providers participate in what we call a case conferencing meeting, those meetings that we were talking about. So who has a vacancy? What are the eligibility requirements for that vacancy? We understand that not every program has to serve every person, right? There are some limitations based on funding and other sorts of information. Housing providers come to the table with that information about the data. They talk about, and then they match. Basically, here's our most vulnerable person that is eligible for your program. And it's a collaborative process, but it's also a data-driven process. And this is the area that is launching up next for Stanislaus. And it is a very intensive process that's gonna just need a lot of support and people to commit to it. But I will say that programs that receive continuum of care funding are mandated to do this. They may not fill vacancies in their programs in any other way. Okay, I just want to say that very clearly. They must fill these vacancies. Also, some state-funded programs also must use coordinated entry to fill their programs. So that means, unlike some other kind of housing that you might be familiar with, that maybe an affordable housing complex that might have some sort of wait list, programs that are in the COC or ESG may not have their own wait lists. They must go through coordinated entry. And this community is making some steps to do that, and I think we're very, very close. So households, once that match has taken place, households are then informed, here's where we are. And that they get support during the housing location process and finding the housing. And the household is guided through their case management, whether that's from the housing provider, or maybe that's somebody from the initial outreach team that has formed a really good connection with them that makes that handoff to housing. That is really, truly where the success of coordinated entry lies, is making sure that folks are able to make that transition to housing, because that can be really frightening for people. So we talked a little bit about their HMIS system, and I think you're going to hear a little bit more about that later this afternoon and some of the data that it generates. Again, here are the 4 phases, just to recap. There's assessment, housing match and prioritization, documentation and housing navigation, and placement. And I think I've talked about most of these, but I think that what is really important is that the community has to come together in a very solid way. The communities that I've worked with in implementing the coordinated entry system had several things in common. They had a strong leader. They had buy-in from leadership in the community as well as from housing providers, so that when problems occur, and they do occur, maybe it's just sorting out what eligibility really is. What's the difference between choice and eligibility? There are all sorts of things that need to be worked through for every single housing placement. But if there's a commitment to keeping that focus on serving the most vulnerable with the most acceptable and what's the word I'm looking for? With the most appropriate housing intervention at every level, then it really does work, and you will see immediate benefits in the flow of your system. So that's all I have on those things. Any questions? Lunch?
Thank you so much, Steve. Alrighty, so all of you guys are probably ready for lunch. Please feel free to help yourself to some Subway sandwiches today. Please note that if you would like to stay and join us for lunch, you guys are most certainly welcome to, or if you would like to leave and come back later on. In about 15 minutes, we'll also have a special presentation from our Downtown Streets team. So please feel free to go ahead and help yourself. Thank you. And if I can ask you to please find your seats, we're going to go ahead and begin our special presentation. And please feel free to continue eating, but I do want to introduce our next speaker from the Downtown Streets team. I just want to mention about this program for all of those of you who are in attendance, as well as the actual Downtown Streets members. You guys are awesome, and it's awesome to see you guys out in the community, volunteering and doing the work that you do. And so, just want to say that I appreciate all the efforts that you guys do for our community. So without further ado, I will go ahead and announce Greg Pessinger, who's the director of the Downtown Streets Team program here in Modesto.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you guys for having me here. How many of you guys, by the way, have heard of Downtown Streets Team before? Awesome. Any of you guys seen us on the streets out there? Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you for being here. I'm here to tell you a little bit more about who we are and what we do. I did, if you don't mind, want to spend a couple of seconds on a quick icebreaker, not only for this presentation, but for the rest of your day. So if you could find a partner and pair up 1A, 1B, just real quick. 1A, 1B? All right. All right, 1As, you have an extremely valuable ring in your hand, okay? Really, really valuable. Okay, 1Bs, you really want that ring, okay? So for the next 30 seconds, try to get it. Come on.
Nice. Non-violent ways, guys. Non-violent ways.
I don't see you guys doing it, so I'm going to cut it off. For those of you who did do it, how many of you guys ended up in a wrestling match? So actually I learned this from at a presentation by one of Gandhi's grandsons at a peace conference a few years ago. And I thought it was really poignant because most of you guys probably, and I'm making an assumption here, but we're probably trying to wrestle with force that ring from the hand. But I wanted to ask, how many of you actually asked just nicely for the ring? Thank you so much. Thank you. How many others just asked for it? Thank you. Thank you. So it illustrates the importance of communication, right? Even particularly when we're talking about a really pervasive issue such as homelessness, as we are today. Communication really reigns supreme in all the things that we do. Speaking of which, I have one ground rule. Please interrupt me during this presentation if you have questions. And there's prizes, Bombas socks. So the reason that I wanted to give a few pairs of these socks away is because not only are they're amazing Bombas socks that they give to us as a partner, but I want you to take these socks and hold on to them until you find somebody on the street who you think might need them, and spark up a conversation with them, and just ask them how they're doing, and see if they want a pair of socks. That interaction, believe it or not, simple as it is, can have the effect of really changing somebody's day for the better, and it really makes you feel good too to acknowledge somebody's humanity. So, without further ado, I'm going to jump into DST, and I'm actually going to invite one of our team members and managers, Don, up here to tell us what DST is.
Downtown Streets Team is a volunteer work experience. We focus on changing the stigma of homelessness, of homeless people being lazy and dirty. So we go out and do light beautification. We offer employment services, which we're connected with workforce. We have housing case management, which we give people their vital documents so that they can do employment and housekeeping. They also do advocacy. They speak for us, for people when they're not able to speak for themselves or they're not getting what they need. They'll step up and speak for them to get their needs. For me, Downtown Streets Team, if we can get a homeless person out there to show up for 4 hours a day, it gives them hope and brings them back into the community. A lot of people have never worked before, so a lot of people aren't socializing. They've been out of the community. And so that's what Downtown Streets Team is.
Good job. Thank you. So I've been asked to really jump through this, but just a brief history of Downtown Streets Team. So we were launched in 2005 in Palo Alto. That's our CEO, who was a member of the Business Improvement District, the members of whom were really frustrated with aggressive panhandling and frankly the debris that was on University Avenue and really affecting the bottom lines. And so she really saw the future of this idea, but ran it by herself for about 6 years until in 2011 we expanded for the first time into San Jose with the guidance and leadership of then Councilmember, now Mayor Sam Licardo. And that was actually my first foray in downtown streets team. So I've been with the team for about 8 years, and I've managed 5 different cities, and Modesto is the 3rd that I've launched from the ground up. So since then, we've launched into 14 new communities in places like San Francisco and Sacramento, Modesto, of course, Santa Cruz. So it's a model that's really taking hold throughout Northern California. One of the things, when Eileen launched the program, she had really no idea about homelessness. She was in venture capital, and she was a tech CEO of a little startup called Napster. Have you guys heard of it before? Yeah. So we're still not allowed to play Metallica in the office because of that. But one of the things she found out simply by asking the people, our very first team members, was what's the worst part about being homelessness? And she was shocked when they told her that it was the way that people look down on them. And so for her, and her vision has always been, let's keep that as our driving force. Everything we do has to be, countering that dynamic so that people could have dignity, that people could move forward, and people could really build their self-esteem. Our DST model simply is, unhoused men and women, or those who are at risk of being homeless, they volunteer to beautify their community. I'll tell you a little bit about some of the projects we have in Modesto, but in return for that, they gain access to our case management services, employment counseling, a support network, and a basic needs cash stipend, or not cash stipend. 2018, Homeless Task Force that was made up of the League of Cities, CSAG, and the Institute for Local Government identified our model as one of 5 best practices in the state of California, things that communities were doing to address homelessness. So it's a pretty good feather in our cap. Earlier this year, we launched in Modesto. It was our 13th community to adopt the model, and we're here in partnership with the city of Modesto. Where's the city of Modesto at? All right, awesome. And the county? Yeah, all right, cool. United Way, the Stanislaus Community Foundation, and Workforce Development. So we have a really great group of partners that have really supported our launch and our growth in this community. Currently we have, I'll back up and say we are funded for 25 team member slots, but the demand for our program has been so great that we've had to, without funding, add 10 additional slots just to partially meet that demand. As of yesterday, we had 18 people on our wait list, and the people at the top of that wait list were coming to our meeting for 12 weeks just for the chance to get on our team. So there's a crazy demand for our program, and unfortunately, because of funding, I'm not able to accommodate everybody who wants to participate. I am going to invite Don just for another couple minutes because I think it's so important to hear kind of an unfiltered version of what we do and from the perspective of a team member. So Don, come on up one more time. All right.
First of all, I want to start by saying how Downtown Streets team has changed my life. It has made me become a successful member and a part of the community. It all started in February. A case manager from Downtown Streets team came to me and my husband. I was living in a tent at Burbrook Park and handed me a card and asked me to go for lunch. And I went to lunch, and me and my husband were 2 out of 4 people who showed up. So that day I didn't walk away with just a yellow shirt, but I walked away with hope. Okay, and then a few weeks later I got a green shirt, which made me a team leader. Well, being that team leader gave me my first role of leadership, which now I'm on the Seesaw Leadership Board. So now we're both blue shirts. My husband has gotten his driver license while being on the team. He's now the driver for Downtown Streets team. And me and my husband are 18 months clean. We experienced homelessness for 15 months. And today I spent my 3rd night in my new house, 1,600 square feet. And my goal today is to share my success and give hope to others that are on the streets.
Yeah, Don has been an incredible champion of our program, and our model is really based on our current team members telling our future team members about Downtown Streets team. And that's how we have such demand for our program, is because our current team members are talking about it. So it's like, hey, you really got to come join Downtown Streets team. and we just need to be able to accommodate it. So feedback, is so important to us, and so we do biannual surveys to kind of try to figure out what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, how we can get better, and what kind of impact we're having in the community. So just a few things, we did a survey in August, and 100% of the people that took the survey reported positive mental and physical health outcomes. 100% of people who had self-identified as using or struggling with drug and alcohol abuse reported using less since they joined the team. 95% affirmed that they feel welcome at BST, feel respected, feel good about volunteering, and are proud to be a team member. And that's to us. We're here for our team members. That's where our hearts are at. We do everything that we can to make sure that our team members are getting a good experience out of participating. And 75% had fewer or more positive interactions with law enforcement since joining with Downtown Streets team. So there's some of the hard things to measure that you can't do without a survey. But some of the impacts that we have and some of the stress we're taking off some of the larger systems that come into play around homelessness. Most of you guys might think of BST as a cleanup crew that goes out into the community, and yes, we do that. But really, that's the platform that we use to do everything else. Get people moving forward and toward housing. So we're in 4 different project areas: Tuolumne River Park, Beardbrook Park, the downtown, and Briggsmore and Sisk. This was through August. We had already had 12,844 volunteer hours, and a total of, I just calculated it yesterday, about 140,000 pounds of trash that have been removed from the streets and creeks. Yeah. I want to give you some highlights of those programs. So this is over by, that picture's under the Yosemite Bridge on Dry Creek. This is over near the DMV. Some of the alleyways in downtown and the gateways into downtown on the freeways. Briggsmore and Collindale, some of the alleys, and hopefully you guys have driven those areas and seen a positive difference. I know our team members sure appreciate hearing the honks and the thank yous and all the support that you guys have given them. I'm going to stop talking for just a minute and invite my case manager, Diana, up to talk about some of the groundwork that she does, along with our other case manager, to kind of break down some barriers for our team members.
Thanks, Greg. So as a case manager, too often we are meeting people when they are not at their best. We are here to really help them with removing the barriers and getting the obstacles removed so that they can be successful back into the community. Most often it starts with a conversation. It's getting to know the individual, gaining their trust, hearing their story, and most commonly we find it's the same thing over and over again, which is they've lost their ID, they've lost their social security card, maybe for the 5th or 6th time this year. That's just the starting point to getting them really connected to services. Other services that usually then follow are the healthcare, addressing any legal issues, getting them employment ready, resumes, teaching them basic computer skills, replacing their phones, helping them to obtain driver's license. Ray. Ray is a graduate of ours. He's one of our former team members. He started with the program when we first launched in February 2019. And although he is a skilled vet, it has taken 6 months to get him employed. So 6 months because he didn't have his vital documents. So we helped him with obtaining his vital documents, of course, his California ID card, his social security card, his DD-214. That was just a starting point.
And hopefully he'll be housed this week.
One of the things that we've learned when we actually took him to a couple of job fairs we quickly learned was that Ray couldn't, it's not that he couldn't read the applications or the job descriptions that would eliminate him from applying to some of these jobs, but that he didn't have any glasses. So that quickly changed Ray's perspective, and he really it really gave him a lot of self-esteem. We seen a different person change once he got those pair of glasses. One of the other things, just really quickly, just going back over to Ray, we did help him with his HABAD voucher, and he hopefully is going to be placed sometime soon as a unit does become available. So the impact overall, we've recently have gotten 7 team members employed. 9 team members since have joined. We've gotten 9 team members employed or housed as well. So really, as far as the peer-to-peer model, our team members really sometimes are not always at their best, but they really have gained and really have formed a community for each other, where they really just built each other up. That's one of the things that we have seen, and that is one of the models that we really love to adapt with the DST model here, is just the sense of community amongst our team members. And that's where we really lean on everybody here in this room's help as far as in the community, because it really is ultimately just a form of community, all of us working together, and that's where we actually lean on you guys here, is because without any of the services that you guys provide, we really couldn't help and assist our team members be successful and hear some of their success stories. And ultimately, the overall goal for all of our team members is to be housed. And some of the successful partnerships that we have since we actually have just recently received an effective partnership with Workforce Development, which has led over to our career club, which team members attend once a week. We have a reserved space for them where they meet with our case management team and they receive one-on-one help with resumes, interview skills, on-the-job spots, interviews at times, and applying for jobs. And so that's where a lot of our success stories have come out, is out of our career club.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. So I'm almost done here on. So, believe it or not, the biggest challenge we faced in this community since launching in Stanislaus County has been meeting the demand for our program, as I mentioned earlier. Again, people are waiting 12 weeks just to get on the team. With the funding, we could literally double our team size tomorrow and serve more areas within the community. So I kind of challenge, the community, business owners, service partners, whomever, and regular residents and citizens to help us grow. I mean, we want to grow, we can grow, we just need the partnerships. The way we grow is new projects through the city, the county, utilities, business organizations. Throughout our network, we have all kinds of different funding opportunities and partnerships. In San Francisco, Google gave us our initial funding, and then we've been able to work with the business improvement districts within that city to grow our team to our largest in our network. Partnerships through employers, so we can move people much quicker through our program. If they get stable, then that opens up a spot for somebody else. But we need those partnerships with service providers to be able to help move people through. I wanted to include this quick gallery because a lot of times we think of homelessness as hopelessness. And I'm just gonna not even say anything but get out of the way here, first of all. And just show you a few pictures of some of our team members and the smiles and the things you might not normally associate with people who are literally sleeping in a tent or worse. That's Sandy right there. Love Sandy. So with that, I'm just gonna invite you guys to come to one of our weekly success team meetings and really see what the Heartbeat of Downtown Streets team is all about. They're every Thursday at Heart and Soul Coffee upstairs in the balcony. And you know, it's like I said, it's a heartbeat of our program. It's the one time we meet as a group each week and really celebrate successes, welcome new team members. We have community guests. Eventually Jody's gonna make it. You know, just to kind of meet some of the team members and kind of hear some of the stories and really hear about the impact that Downtown Streets team is having in Modesto. So with that, if anybody wants some socks, raise your hand and ask a question. Yes, sir. Red Hawk.
Y'all want some socks?
Oh, yeah. You have to ask a question first, though. Oh, and you have some socks. Okay, Brad. Pass them back. Anybody else? Yes, Doug. You want some socks, too?
That wasn't the question.
Okay.
So when you talk about funding, give me an example. How much, can you break it down per person? How much does it cost per person?
So it's less per person than per slot because the slots do turn over the course of a year about 3 times, generally throughout our network. And it's about $7,200 a month just for the direct service to our team members. You know, but then, you know, as we get bigger, we have to figure in costs for staffing and infrastructure as well.
So about $7,200
per month. Yeah. Oh, no. Per team member over the course of a year.
Oh, okay. So $7,200 per slot per year.
Per year, yeah.
I just want to share how impactful Downtown Streets team has been. The development of where folks' confidence is, their commitment to showing up daily. They tell us all the time in the trailer, I've got my Downtown Streets team meeting, I've got to go, I can't do this because I'm focusing on that. But also we've seen that those leaders, like Dawn over there, are able to speak much more clearly and much more articulately when they have something that they're really standing behind. And so it has been just absolutely inspiring to watch you guys come in and then be ambassadors to your peers. You're telling your folks, hey, we live here, we need to make sure that we're cleaning up. So it's just been really inspiring and I appreciate you guys.
It means a lot coming from you, Christina. Thank you. Ma'am, and then sir.
So I have something to say, not a question.
Okay.
Well, a question, yes.
Okay.
I want your business card
Okay.
because I want to do this by us. I think this is brilliant.
Thank you.
I do. I think it's brilliant and it's simple. And I think this should be resonating with my business district because this really is a highly visible outcome, but it also is impactful for the people doing it. It's a win-win. Congratulations. Good for you, and I'm going to give these to someone in New Jersey. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what she just said. Is while I was listening to all that about the cost, $7,200 over a year, if you pencil it out, that's about $600 a month for an individual, right?
Sure.
I mean, if you're to average it out. So in my mind, what I'm thinking about is in downtown Modesto, all the businesses that there are in downtown Modesto that are saying that, you know, there's a problem and that they want, you know, to straighten things out. What a great opportunity that would be for folks within the city and the county that know these businesses or whoever in the community that know these business people to approach them with paying for a slot or two, you know, amongst the business owners to pay for a couple of slots a month to kind of help the situation. That'd be a start into the business community as an end towards helping things. I just wanted to piggyback on that.
I appreciate that. And I do want to say we do have not a formal partnership, but a working partnership with the Downtown Modesto Partnership. They hired Ray, who was one of the stories we shared. We also share office space with them, and we have some ideas of trying to approach businesses to address the issue collaboratively. So thank you for saying it.
I noticed from the list of cities that you had up there that there's a lot in the Bay Area, and I was just wondering if you see any additional positive impacts as surrounding cities start to run this program as well.
Do you have in terms of what type of metric are you referring to? Yeah, I mean, you could look at it environmentally. You could look at it in terms of the behavior change that takes place within the homeless community. You can look at it in terms of the employment numbers, the people who are transitioning out of employment out of homelessness and into employment. We do not have, one of the areas that we do not thrive because we don't have it built into our system is housings. You know, if we had subsidies that we could then directly refer to, or we could administer ourselves, then we would be able to really move the needle on the housing development. But yeah, everywhere we go, we see positive impacts and get positive feedback from our community, and that's why we're continuing to grow. We have, my boss takes calls from all over the country every week about how we can bring downtown streets team to their community. Does that answer your question, or?
I'm wondering more about, like, Modesto's running this now, like serious control off the riverbank.
Oh.
Trying to see what kind of impact that might have on the homeless in Modesto.
If another community adopted, that's an interesting question, and I don't have an answer. What I will say is that, we have worked with multiple communities within a county. For instance, Santa Clara County, we have Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, and San Jose. In Marin County, we have San Rafael and Novato. So as far as how our program would affect homelessness in other communities, I don't even want to venture even a guess. I do apologize for that. All right, guys, is that it? Thank you so much.
So I was going to say a couple of ending remarks here, but I will put them in a form of a question so I can earn these cool socks. So Greg?
Yes.
Get a couple of them, I guess. Yeah. But when you get the socks, though, the rule is you're going to engage with somebody out in the community with your socks and leave a positive impression, right? Okay. So the first is there a place online that people can go to maybe quickly and easily support their program and maybe make a financial contribution to help people pay for their documents and IDs and things like that?
So our most visible is our Facebook page at Modesto DST. We've enjoyed really great success, and our team members love being up there and being bragged about by us, right, Don? You could also go visit our website, www.streetsteam.org/Modesto, and you can figure out how to donate online there as well. Thank you.
And Greg, have you heard of loveourneighbors.org?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one that you're going to hear a lot about loveourneighbors.org in our community in the coming months and year. And I literally just looked it up on my phone. Within a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, you can get online and you can make a donation to make all of their lives better. It's the easiest and simplest way. And in addition, now I understand when we see them in the streets, which is my favorite moment of the day, when I drive past the team and I see the bright yellow shirts, you can honk. Is that fine?
Yeah.
All right, law enforcement's cool with that. We'll just do random honking. Nobody's gonna get a ticket. All right? So the honk helps, right?
Honk helps.
Okay, so honk, go on loveourneighbors.org, and let's support these people. I also knew, and I won the bet that nobody would take, that if I got Greg and Julie in the same room, she was going to try to get him to New Jersey. I knew that was going to happen. So there you go. Welcome. You're going to Hackensack.
All right.
Kyle, go ahead and introduce this next segment.
All righty, thank you, Jody. So I do want to just make a quick announcement. So you did notice that we jumped over our longitudinal systems analysis item. We will be tabling that item for next week's Stanislaus Homeless Alliance meeting. So just wanted to make a quick note of that. And then the next presentation that we have will be from our County Planning Department, who will be speaking on Senate Bill 2 funding. We have Angela Freitas, who is the Director for County Planning, Anna San Nicolas, who is the Community Development Programs Manager, and then we also have Kristen Dodd, who is a Senior Planner with County Planning.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Kyle, for the introduction. For those of you who aren't very familiar with what the planning department does, just kind of a little bit of an oversight. We are the land use administrators for the county unincorporated area, which means that we have oversight over the housing element. And we're also the lead agency for the Stanislaus Urban County, which receives HUD entitlement dollars, federal HUD entitlement dollars, and emergency solution grants funding. In 2017, the state of California adopted 15 housing bills that were aimed at addressing California's housing shortage and high cost of housing. One of those bills that was chaptered in 2017 was the SB 2, which imposed a $75 fee on real estate recordation transactions to create the Building Houses and Jobs Trust Fund, which established a permanent source of funding for affordable housing development. The SB 2 funding is broken out into two parts. You have the year one funding, and then you have the year two and beyond. We are in year one and moving out of year one into year two, and the year one funding was broken into two pots. There was 50% that went for a planning grant, and there was 50% that went for homeless programming. And then year two and beyond, it's broken into a 70%, 30% pot, with 70% going to local administration. Ann and Christy are going to speak on the year one funding, both the planning grant and the homeless programs, and then I'll be back to speak a little bit about the year two and beyond. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Anna this time.
Hey, good afternoon. Okay, so the cash funds, I know you've had us talk about it a little bit throughout the community lately, but it came to Stanislaus County as a potential through the COC. 5 activities are primarily what's allowed by it: housing relocation, operation subsidies, flexible rental assistance opportunities, and system support for the HMIS and coordinated entry system. Eligible applicants for this funding from the state are typically COC designated administrative entities. The official COC for this area is the Stanislaus Community System of Care, originally the Turlock Modesto Stanislaus County COC. Now, county planning had a couple of stakeholders meetings. We did like a survey to present to the COC and to the community what the opportunities were with the CASH program. So in September 2018, we were designated as the administrative entity by the COC. Now, the first year of funding, we received about $1 million. And second round, we received an additional $500,000. So altogether, we'll be putting out to the streets about $1.5 million. So what are our next steps? What we've done is we will be putting out an emergency housing intervention notice of funding availability. Our technical workshop will be October 14, which is next Monday, which we will be releasing in partnership with a community services agency. And they'll speak about that later on with their HEAP funding, another form of state funding. So about 600,000 of the cash funding will be put out for emergency housing intervention, which means shelter operations, case management, let's see what's the others, anything that helps assist the homeless based out of a shelter. So that funding will be coming out, and we'll be having about 30 days for submittal for proposals. And then the remainder of the funding, which is about 400,000 in, activities, will be connected to our annual HUD NOFA for county planning. So those other activities, let me go back. Sorry, can you hear me without this thing? I don't want to keep hurting. No, we can't hear you. No? All right, is that better? All right. Okay, I feel much better now. So the remainder of the activities that will be going into the next year's NOFA, or the 2020 NOFA for federal funding, The cash activities will be the flexible housing subsidy funds, housing relocation and stabilization services, and any kind of remaining activity for HMIS and coordinated entry support. So again, we're going to do this in 2 parts. Other activities that we're also working on is helping further develop a homeless plan for the region, as well as additional coordinated entry and HMIS support for the collaborative applicant. And in addition to, we have, like I said, we've heard from the community that emergency housing interventions is very important, so we've set aside again that money for a separate NOFA. So again, the CASH program is going to be split into 2 different NOFAs. Typically, we have about 5 years to spend this money. There's $400,000 max per agency, per application for the CASH program for the emergency housing intervention. And again, our workshop is going to be next Monday for the release of those funds. And the slide here gives you a slight overview of all the activities. Again, the CASH program is allowed to help with the development of the homeless strategic plan for the county. And then we have HMIS support and coordinated entry support. We will be supporting the collaborative applicant for the county. And then also the rental assistance, HMIS support again, operating subsidies and rental assistance, flexible funds for activities in the county. Now, again, that's going to be separated into our November NOFA for federal funding, which kind of complements our other state and federal programs that deal with rental assistance, emergency shelter. So again, it's a good thing. We are very grateful for these funds from the state and looking forward to receiving proposals from the community.
Hello, okay, so I'm here representing the planning department, and to talk about the second part of the year 1 SB2 funds, which have to do with accommodating for the building and production of affordable housing. So from the planning perspective, we are going to be looking at housing from the larger perspective in our general plans and our ordinances. Discretionary permits, which would include subdivisions, down to the building permit, actually reviewing the building permit. So the planning department covers all of those things. But the SB2 year 1 planning grant funds, each jurisdiction is going to receive these funds. And we have flexibility in what we want to apply for. And we just have to have our projects have to meet these criteria. They have to result in accelerating housing production, streamline the approval of housing development affordable to owners and renters at all income levels, facilitate housing affordability, and promote development consistent with the state's planning priorities, and ensure geographic equity in expenditure of the funds. So as long as we fall within one of these categories, we really do have a lot of flexibility in how we use these funds. And again, this is just one-time funding, but each jurisdiction in the county will get their own funding. So that's all 9 cities and the unincorporated county. And the state has set it up so it's based on population. If you're over 200,000 in population, then you'll get a maximum award of $625,000. And locally, that only includes the city of Modesto. And between 60,000 to 200,000 people will be receiving $310,000, and that is Stanislaus County unincorporated areas. And the smaller localities, which are populations under 60,000, will all be receiving $160,000 each, and that includes the cities of Ceres, Houston, Newman, Oakdale, Patterson, Riverbank, Turlock, and Waterford. There's also a requirement in order to obtain the funding that we are all in compliance with our housing elements and our annual reporting on our housing elements. And of course, our projects have to connect to affordable housing production. even though we are all receiving our own funding, we have been coordinating all the cities on what our projects are going to be. And this is just a kind of summary of what the county and the cities are all planning to do. We're going to look at paying an architect or someone to provide us accessory dwelling unit plans that an applicant can come in and just use to place on their property, so they won't be having to pay those engineering architecture fees on their own. And we're coordinating with many of the cities to do this, so we'll all have maybe like 7 different plans you can choose from to help with costs when building an accessory dwelling unit. We're looking at doing an affordable housing strategy, bringing together developers, multiple interest groups, to figure out what are the barriers to affordable housing, what are the barriers to housing in our county, and to develop a plan to fix those barriers. We don't know exactly what those barriers are going to be, but that's part of the funding that we're looking at using. The city of Modesto is going to be doing a downtown master plan to incorporate additional housing into the downtown area. And then several of the cities are looking at doing a facility fee study for accessory dwelling units to have a reduced rate instead of having to charge the single family or multifamily rate. When you build an accessory dwelling unit, you would have a lower rate for that. So many of the cities are going to be doing that study. Also, some are proposing to do permit tracking, software, data collection, automation, and this is critical for obtaining future funding, because there's more and more requirements for us to report more specific details of what we're doing in terms of building permit issuance. Are they second units? Are they replacement units? Are they accessory dwelling units? And so we'll be looking to be able to improve our data collection system. And then we want to do an inventory of the available sites that we have in our county that could be, used to build housing and make that public for developers so that they can easily access information and figure out where they could possibly place a project. And then we do have several ordinance amendments that we're hoping will facilitate the ease of building housing in the county, including amendments to our parking ordinance, allowing for accessory dwelling units. We're looking at allowing it in the ag zone, as well as residential zoning districts, and then making it easier potentially to do simple subdivisions of your property, and there are several others that we're looking into. We are going to be applying for the funding. November 30th is our deadline, and I believe we have several years to complete these projects, and then year 2 and beyond will be a permanent source of funding, which Angela will talk about. But this is the only opportunity we have to do these kind of planning, housing-related projects.
So year 2 and beyond, SB2 sets out 70% of the funding that comes in for entitlement. It's going to be set aside for local agencies, and it will be divvied out to the local entitlement entities, which I'll describe what those 3 are in a few. And then 30% is going to be retained by the state for allocation. Now, the state is looking to take that 30%, 13% of that, and then also carry that over to entitlement jurisdictions, and then the remaining 17% will be directly administered by the state to non-entitlements. And the state funding will be directed towards farm worker housing, middle-income rentals, and production incentives. The SB2 funding that's year 2 and beyond is titled, it is Permanent Local Housing Allocations, PLHA, one more acronym to add to our acronym, to our alphabet soup that we have with all the acronyms. PLHA provides financial assistance to local governments for housing development projects and housing-related programs to assist in addressing the unmet housing needs of their local communities. So the entitlement agencies, the local entitlement agencies that are going to get this funding directly are the City of Modesto, with an estimate for the first year of $755,000. Stanislaus County has the lead agency for the Stanislaus Urban County with an estimated amount of $912,000, and then the City of Turlock did an estimate of $244,000. The only city that's not included in these entitlement entitlement jurisdictions right now is the city of Riverbank, which is still a direct entitlement under the state of California. However, they will be joining the urban county in 2020, so all 9 of the cities in the county will be included in these entitlement jurisdictions. The future funding amounts for SB2 are going to be dependent on how many real estate transactions occur, so it's not clear how much money we're going to have. And the way that SB2 was written is it is set that the formula, the funding allocation is based on the 2017 Federal Community Development Block Grant allocation. So moving forward, that allocation will remain. So the type of activities that have been identified for PLHA include pre-development, development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of housing, affordable rental and home ownership housing, matching portions of funds, capitalized reserves for service connected to preservation and creation of new permanent supportive housing, assisting persons who are experienced or at risk of homelessness, accessibility modifications, acquisition and rehabilitation of foreclosed and vacant homes and apartments, home ownership opportunities, and then providing match funds for investments made by the county for affordable housing development within the city and the county. The draft guidelines for PLHA were released by the state in May, with comments due in June of this last June. At that time, they had no minimums or maximums that had been defined, and they were supposed to have released the final guidelines in September, but as of this morning, they still had not yet released them. So notice of funding available. If they don't change the dates, we'll be looking at having to submit the over-the-counter applications to utilize the funds sometime between November and January of 2020. And we will be working jointly with the other entitlement jurisdictions, with Turlock, with Modesto, and then with all the other partner cities to see how best we can allocate these funds within our community. And with that, that concludes the presentation for SB2. So if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, I want to ask you, in your cycle of the housing element for the year 2015 and 2023, this is part of the cycle or is it a different cycle?
In order to receive these funds, you have to be in compliance with your housing elements of the 2015 to 2023, and all of the jurisdictions are in compliance with their housing element at this time.
I don't think so. It's not correct to me. That's my observation and my perception, because the city and the county are not in compliance because the land issue is not in compliance. You have not allowed to have enough zoning and land for the low-income families and homeless families, because you're going to continue, especially the city of Modesto, going to continue renting or buying hotels and motels to not doing the housing for the low-income families and homeless, because your zoning is not in compliance. Your zoning is reversed. So I recommend 2 issues. I recommend one is the what you call the special regional, they call the inclusionary zoning, and the land bank. The other way, you're going to continue to pretend that you're doing something but you're doing nothing, especially in regional need assessment or needs. You're not really in compliance. Every year you change the numbers because you never finish to do low-income houses for the county or cities, even the not cities that belong to the county, the unincorporated area, because we not have enough houses in this community. You can ask the housing authority, the big list they have, the people to rent houses is not there. It's 2-year to 3-year waiting list. So that means it's very possible the next year you're going to have more homeless because you don't have enough people to rent houses. So it's very contradicting what you're saying. So I'm going to send a letter to the housing HUD office to see really if you guys are in compliance or not, because you're receiving a lot of money and yet the housing element and land element is not in compliance. Thank you.
Just for a point of clarification for those who aren't familiar with housing elements are a requirement of the state of California, and they require that you be able to plan for accommodating a certain number of housing units that is set by the state and then allocated out to each jurisdiction by the regional COG. All of the jurisdictions within Stanislaus County are compliant and have certified housing elements in that we have identified where we can plan for and build housing. But Mr. Donoso is correct that we're not actually producing the housing that was identified within those housing elements. And that is, there's many different factors that play into that as to whether or not we have willing property owners, the infrastructure to develop it. At this point in time, we are actually not required to develop it. We are just required to have the zoning and the tools and the process in which to allow for it, and we are in compliance. Any other questions?
I have a question. This is not my area of expertise, but I see things, thank you. I see things in the paper like a fire at a multiple dwelling, and that multiple dwelling probably had the fire because it needed some assistance. But anyway, the tenants were sent out and told they could come back and the rent would increase at $400 a month. And so they were making an appeal, and that was in the paper. Does your organization come to the aid of those people, or is it simply to encourage more building of lower income housing? I'm not sure what it is. There are two parts to that question then. So the first, do you assist tenants in that situation?
We do have funding that comes in that we do allocate out to service providers who can assist with that through the federal funding and the emergency solution grants that we have. So there are some safety nets that we do have oversight over.
Mm-hmm. And the other is, I hear it is, I think we all have this reality. We have a bunch of people that need houses, but the houses are too expensive. So where does your money fit into there?
Market forces are a difficult one to deal with, but one of the ways that we can do it, and building affordable housing is not cheap. In many ways, it's more expensive than building traditional housing, but we can look at the different sources of funding that we have. We have some wonderful nonprofit developers within our community and that have done work in our community, and it's really just trying to look for those opportunities for land and to leverage the funding so that we can make it work.
I guess there's one last part of it, and maybe it's a little bit out there. There is opposition to lower income house building, zoning. There's an opposition to that. Does your establishment have anything to do with that? Any influence on that?
There's a term used out there, NIMBY, not in my backyard, which is very prevalent when you try to build affordable housing. And there are many tools that the state has given us through the environmental review regulations and just through by right zoning that have kind of lessened that. But I can speak for Stanislaus County, we don't necessarily even really get to the point where we're dealing with the NIMBY issue, because one of the bigger issues that we have in being able to build affordable housing is having the infrastructure to support that housing. So where we have been really focused the last couple of years and will be in the coming years is in putting sewer into some of the neighborhoods that have capacity and have the potential to build so that we can build those housing. And in many cases in those areas, the zoning exists for the housing if we have the infrastructure, and there would be no opportunity for opposition.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much, Angela, Kristen, and Anna. So our next presenter is Lane Power, who is the Sandworks Homeless and Housing Manager, who will be presenting on HEAP. So if you would please kindly welcome Lane Power.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lane Power, like Kyle said, and I'm the Homelessness and Housing Manager for StanWorks. I want to first start off by saying I'm so heartened by how many people are in the room, the broad cross-sector of the population in terms of community members, nonprofit providers, service providers, outreach workers, people who can make decisions. I feel like we should talk about more than housing. I feel like, can we have music in the streets and farm to fork, or fork to farm movement? But I feel like if we can tackle homelessness, then really we can tackle anything, any one of those great other ideas. And I was really mindful when I was preparing what I would say about HEAP that we would have a mixed audience. So I thought, and I would be after lunch. So I thought with that, people come to these conversations with different baselines of knowledge. So some of you have heard about HEAP for a long time, and others of you, what does HEAP even stand for? So I thought everyone loves cartoons, so I've produced a video. Okay, so before we go on to what's next, I do want to call out a couple of points in that presentation regarding our community, how HEAP lives in Stanislaus County. So in 2018, August of 2018, the state released the guidelines. In October of 2018, Stanislaus County with the CSOC and community stakeholders engaged in a conversation to develop those priority areas. And then in December, the Board of Supervisors made that shelter declaration, and appointed the Community Services Agency as the administrative entity. So fast forward to the spring of 2019, we engaged the community in an RFP process for youth services and the flex funding. So the youth services RFP, as you saw in the video, Center for Human Services will be providing a youth navigation center and has the grant for the $1 million. However, flex funding and rental assistance, we did not get any proposals, and we went back to the community and we said, what should we do with this? So we are coupling with KESH and releasing the Super NOFA, and that will be released in October of October 14th, later this month actually. So HEAP is one-time funding. What is next is, I don't know the state's naming nomenclature because we already have HAP, but it's HAP. It is Homeless Housing Assistance Prevention Program, HAP, is what the state has designated to be the next round of funding. This is 5 years, and it's going to basically support the same areas that HEAP is. So it's really supporting regional collaborative approaches, funding priority areas that are evidence-based, and really assisting the communities with projects that could be strengthened through what was done with the HEAP. There's not too much information we have about that. That's public. What we do know is that the statute is in draft form. We're told that in October, well, we're in October, but by the end of October, we should be receiving the guidelines, and that the notice of funding availability will be released in November or December of this year, and that's tied to the point in time count that we engage in as a community. The timeline for expenditure of those funds is 2025, so it's 5 years. And so the community has, I believe, according to the timeline that I've seen, from February 15th, 2020 to 2025 to plan for that. For HEAP funding, what we're currently in, we do have the first round of reporting is due in January of 2020. And that encompasses all of the activities that took place September of 2018 through September of 2019. So a full year's worth. A lot of communities are in the same boat we are in that there's really not a lot to report in terms of what is being captured by the state's reporting tool, and it is an annual reporting requirement until the funds are due to be expended by June of 2021. And as we saw on the slides, that the projects, the funding areas are capital improvements, and the projects were listed, and the cities that were being supported with those funds. That is what I have to share on HEAP. Are there any questions?
On the HAP funding,
Yes.
is there any prediction guess on what the amounts will be on that on an annual basis?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those of you who have slides, there is a slide regarding what we know of the funding allocation and the eligible applicants. The total amount is $650 million. No. Brad's question was for Stanislaus. That would be awesome.
Questions for Lane?
My question is about data collection. Is there any improvements to that to make it more easier for the programs to, register their data that their findings, basically?
Is the question, does HEAP or HAP capture data improvement?
Well, because you said that the communities haven't been delivering the data necessary, right? You don't have enough data to provide. You didn't?
No, I didn't. But data collection is a key component to funding. So our point in time count is critical to be able to maximize what is allocated to us.
So I didn't get, you said that a lot of the communities face the same issue as far as...
I see what you're saying. Yes, so what I meant was that counties all across California have the same timeline that we do. So to get projects up and running, whether it was capital projects or service projects, within the time frame, if they applied and were allocated the funds this year, very little could be reported within this first reporting cycle.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Lane? All right, well, thank you very much, Lane. So our next presentation will be on the No Place Like Home funding. I will be introducing our speaker. Next is Ruben Imperial, who is the Interim Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Director. Please welcome Ruben to the podium.
Good afternoon. Pam Esparza, who is our Chief of Consumer and Family Affairs, will come up and talk about this particular funding stream and project. What I wanted to say, I think there are some folks in our community that have tracked what a particular funding stream, primarily through Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, called Mental Health Services Act. There was a specific funding stream that comes for behavioral health services in our community. And there was a portion of that fund that was repurposed and put out to fund housing projects. And there is a competitive part of it and there's a non-competitive part of it. And I know I've had some conversations with our community members about the non-competitive part. We're really glad to say that we were able to get some of those monies, and you're going to hear about that today. So just wanted, for those folks that do track that particular funding stream and have asked me about it, I wanted to let you know that we applied for and competed, and we were able to get something funded locally, and you're going to hear about that. And there is a new round of competitive funds that's coming out, and we intend to go out and apply for those funds as well. So Pam's going to talk a little bit more about the details of those projects, and then we'll have some time for some questions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to come up and talk a little bit about this. I don't have any cool videos, so if you want to get up and walk around a little bit in the back, feel free. Oh, here we go. I'm technically challenged. So No Place Like Home is, it's Proposition 2. Most people probably know it by that. It is a bond dedicated for up to $2 billion bond proceeds and it is also based off the point in time count. The allocation that each county gets is based off your point in time count of 2017 count for the last one. There are two types of fundings that come down, like Ruben said. It's competitive allocation and a non-competitive allocation. BHRS and the Housing Authority. So No Place Like Home funds are meant to be layered with other funding streams. So it's in partnership with the City of Modesto, Housing Authority, and BHRS. We have a project an application that we put in, and we were funded and awarded $3.788 million, or $3,788,000 of No Place Like Housing funds, and the total project cost is $8.4 million. So as you can see, it's not just our funding that makes this project up. There is the non-competitive allocation, and based on our formula, it's going to be about $2.3 million. We are looking for projects to fund. Obviously, a $2.3 million project, it also needs to be layered with other funding. We do have a couple housing nonprofit agencies that we work with, developers, so hopefully we'll get something going. The requirements for No Place Like Home funding, so they are categorical funds, and so there's very strict requirements. They must go towards persons with a serious mental illness. They have to be homeless or chronically homeless or at risk of chronic homelessness. The project has to include a minimum of 5 units. The deed is restricted for 55 years by the use of this target population. And the project has to have supportive services to it, so that is a requirement. And it has to be located near accessible public transportation, shopping, medical, schools, etc. So those are all requirements. So as you can see, you have to really look at everything that we're doing to make those projects work.
That's for the next part.
This one is?
Yeah, I think we're just doing No Place Like Home right now. Yeah.
So we're leaving, okay. So that's it then. That's all I have to say about it.
Or any questions?
Yes, sir. the question is how many motels and hotels you need to buy to have more homeless located? Are you going to use all your money and to buy or rent more hotels and motels? Because there's not too many houses you can really to rent. So the question is, are this money going to be continued to use to buy motels and hotels? It's empty right now. A few motels are not doing too good, so you have the opportunity to buy more hotels and motels. That's the question, or this money cannot be used for that.
So I know the Kansas one is too, but the $3.7 million project, what project is that?
So the $3.7 million project is, apparently this is later in the slides. On this sheet that you guys have out there, it is, it's going for, let me see, the Park Cottages, Palm Cottages, there's a couple of King Kennedy Cottages, Kestrel Ridge, and Palm Valley. Those are the ones that are going to be funded through the 3.7, the competitive allocation that we already received. Those are in that project. As far as doing other hotels or, it's really, applications that get funded are project ready applications. So the more ready you are, the higher you score on the application. So for instance, the Kansas House application, when we put that in, because it's a renovation, you score a little higher because you're more ready than building from the ground up. So we look at all those things. It's really about what land we can find and partner with the partners and trying to layer all that funding together. So if there is hotels that are available, we will look at that, absolutely.
The Kansas hotel is not really close to any facility for the homeless to do business or to buy things, because it's very out of the area completely. So
there is public transportation that we would.
That's the only one, but the rest around is nothing. It's only the freeway next to the freeway almost. And the other one is the question of how it's going to be received, the services directly. So it means the casework has to go to the motels and give a service directly to these people?
So BHRS has housing support services staff that will be on site there. So we have an internal program that provides sites. Case managers come out and they have office space there where they provide services on site. So yes, we will be providing services out there.
We have one question back here. Good afternoon. When you submit the competitive or non-competitive plans into the state, are they going to be submitted independently or under the continuum of care or through the MHSA county plan?
So No Place Like Home, it does not require an MHSA stakeholder process. What it does require is all the threshold requirements to be met, and so when we meet those, we do update at our MHSA stakeholder process. It will most likely be independent. We also kind of inform the CSOC on what projects we're doing, because typically it's money coming into the county, although it is a carve out for a special needs population.
See that, because I was reading the regs and I was under the understanding that when you submit something to the state, if it's independent, you don't have to go through MHSA planning process. But if it is part of the MHSA update or it's part of the continuum of care, you do have to include some kind of community planning process. So I'm a little confused of which process we're going.
So I'm not sure I understand that question, but the No Place Like, so MHSA housing funds the prior funding that we got was required to go through the MHSA stakeholder process. No Place Like Home funds are not. We are collaborative in when we go to the CSOC and we talk about this funding stream is coming down. It's usually layered with CDBG funds or home funds. So that process has also taken place, but it's not a BHRS thing, that's a county jurisdiction thing. So it is a process and a collaborative process. It's just not BHRS's to own only.
So it's part of the continuum of care, or is it part of the, county? Is it part of the continuum of care, or is it part of the MHSA county plan? Or independent?
It's independent. No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, because it really does make a difference on the planning process. That's why I just want to clarify.
So in Turlock, we actually are part of the competitive grant. We have, we pledged home properties that were purchased with home funds. So it was a collaboration between the Housing Authority, BHRS, and the city of Turlock. So we're rehabbing 3 units and then adding, what did we count? 8 more. So 11 more units. But it was a layering, as you were speaking about, Pam, where we purchased housing units that had the ability to develop additional and construction of new units. So it's both rehab and new construction. And we've layered that in on top of home assisted. So when you say independent, it isn't like everybody's out on their own. It's rather a layering and collaboration with like entitlement dollars in order to leverage and do cross-cutting, basically, of HUD regulations.
Absolutely, and we are very excited to be having housing in Turlock because we've been looking for housing in Turlock for quite some time. So it's a great partnership for that. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Pam. Our next presentation today is on the continuum of care funding. And we'll invite again Jessica Narayan from the city of Modesto and Gene Field from Home Base.
Thanks, Kyle. Hi, we've both spoken, so I don't know if we need to introduce ourselves. I'm Jean Field from Home Base, and I've been fortunate enough to support the Stanislaus Continuum of Care efforts, and they in the last year have been led by Jessica Narayan as a collaborative applicant. I think, we haven't rehearsed this obviously, but I think I'm going to start off and talk a little bit about what the Continuum of Care is, and then Jessica is going to come in and talk a little bit about what the competition was like this year. Right. Keep going. There we go. Thanks. So what is a continuum of care? So a continuum of care is a local process, it's a collaborative body that has representations from throughout the system of care, broadly speaking. Most of the people that you've heard from today, and most of you sitting here today, are part of that system of care. This is something that was started in many communities as a way to get collaboration amongst the very many siloed bodies of operation. You can see that many different entities and departments, even within a county, have some funding for homelessness or housing. And the Continuum of Care was a way to bring those together. In 2009, the McKinney-Vento Act was passed by Congress and it was amended by what we call the HARF Act. So if you hear those words floating around, McKinney-Vento, HARF, this is an act that Congress passed that did several things, but one of the most important things that it did is it codified in law and regulation the Continuum of Care planning process and bringing together the system of care group so that the community can address all of the providers and all of the needs people experiencing homelessness face. Here in Stanislaus, that is called the CSOC. Here we have what the Continuum of Care is required to have is relevant organizations, including nonprofit homeless assistance providers, victim service providers, faith-based organizations, governments, businesses, advocates, public housing agencies, school districts, social service providers, mental health agencies, hospitals, universities, affordable housing developers, law enforcement, and organizations that serve veterans and homeless and formerly homeless individuals. In each community, this looks different, but what is very true is the more diverse and more cohesive this group is, the better this community will face homelessness and put into place services to provide to people experiencing homelessness. There are others that aren't on that list, I would say, but these are the ones that HUD has outlined. The Continuum of Care has to have a board, just like any other kind of entity, and In addition to having representatives from that community, it must be representative of relevant organizations and projects serving homeless populations, and it must include at least one homeless or formerly homeless individual. And those regulations are contained in the COC, Continuum of Care Interim Rule. It was released as an interim rule on July 14, 2012, and it outlines what the COC's responsibilities are. In addition, it also outlines restrictions and requirements for funding the projects that are supported through the Continuum of Care. And one of the reasons that we're talking so much about it today is this community, like most communities, Continuum of Care funding that comes through HUD is a significant part of your funding for housing and homelessness. In many communities, it used to be the biggest part of your funding homelessness. But now, as the state of California and some other funders have gotten more aware of the needs that counties and communities are facing, we're getting more and more funding from the state, for example, which is a great thing. And the state has recognized that continuums of care also need to be involved because they are representatives of the community, and they bring together the siloed organizations to be able to work together. So among the COC responsibilities, oops, look at me go on. Am I upside down? There we go. They need to hold meetings of the full membership with published agendas at least twice a year. And when you say full membership of COCs, in most communities like this one, it's open to everyone. Everyone is welcome to be a member of the COC. Make an invitation for new members to join publicly available within the geographic area at least annually. Adopt and following written processes to select a board to act on behalf of the Continuum of Care, which must be reviewed every 5 years. Appoint additional committees, subcommittees, or work groups. So, for example, in this community, like most communities, there's a committee on the HMIS system, the Homeless Management Information System. Right now, we have a very active coordinated entry system subgroup. In other communities, in this community, hopefully, there's a veterans subgroup, or there may be a housing pipeline subgroup, there may be a supportive services or a family subgroup. There are working committees that bring together all the partners to address specific challenges or really get into the details of what the work is that's getting done. Developing, following, and annually updating a governance charter, and consulting with recipients to develop performance targets and monitor performance, and carry out the annual point-in-time count. And I do want to stress the performance targets and monitoring performance. And I know the SHA has been working on this a little bit, but sometimes it comes to us as a surprise to members of the community. But HUD really sets out system performance measures that each and every recipient of federal dollars needs to track, and some minimum targets that they need to achieve. And those performance targets are monitored by the Continuum of Care. And they're very important ways of measuring how well recipients are using federal dollars. One of the things that I think is easiest to see is if you have people in permanent supportive housing, how many of those retain their housing? So what you like to see is anything above a 95% retention rate. That's the gold standard for permanent supportive housing. So there are certain kinds of measures that HUD tracks, that our HMIS tracks, and that the Continuum of Care monitors.
I think some key parts of the Continuum of Care funding and why the state funding is really tied to the Continuum of Care is that Continuum of Care's goal is to have community-wide planning and strategic use of resources. It's to provide that coordination and integration with mainstream resources and other programs. The COC funds require data collection and performance measurement, as well as our emergency solution grants funds. And so it's really tracking what programs are working in our community, what programs could use some assistance in our community, and then what's the greatest need in the community. And that's really what the Continuum of Care funding shows. So each year, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development releases a NOFA to begin the funding competition for approximately 450 Continuum of Cares across the nation. So in their NOFA, what HUD does is they mandate a local competition and a national competition for this funding. So what that means is all of our local agencies who have Continuum of Care funding or who are interested in applying have to participate at a local level for a competitive review of all these projects and have them ranked each year. Once the priority listing is finalized and approved by the COC, it's submitted along with our COC application. And the COC application also kind of tracks all of the homeless work we've done in the past year. It talks about our partnerships. Have we worked with workforce development? Have we worked with youth services? Have we worked with the LGBT community? And they really want to make sure that the intention of this funding is the collaboration, and wanted to know how we collaborated that year. So for this year, the NOFA was released on July 3rd, 2019. We had our applications due locally August 12th. We reviewed them on August 20th and 21st, and we had our priority listing finalized on September 4th, and we have successfully submitted our application this year to HUD, which was due on September 30th. Yay. So part of what the continuum of care requires is they require designating a collaborative applicant. This collaborative applicant is literally the one that compiles all of the information and submits the grant for the continuum of care funds on an annual basis. What they do is they are also eligible for a planning grant, which helps with that needed oversight and monitoring of the agencies and their programs. The City of Modesto is the current collaborative applicant for our local COC. As part of the COC requirements, we also work with the Homeless Management Information System. So the City of Modesto is not only the collaborative applicant, we're also the HMIS lead. So all COC funded providers must utilize HMIS, which tracks client information, housing placement, retention, exits, and other information. This is also part of the requirements. We have the system performance measures that on May 31st every year we have to make sure that all of the data and everything we collected over the last year is then quality data and submitted to HUD regarding our projects in the community. What is a great thing in our community is we have those projects which aren't mandated to enter into HMIS, they are mandated, but they are entering. And so we have about 38 projects that aren't mandated, but we still are capturing that information and the successes of those programs. So what I wanted to touch on today, the amount of renewal funding available for the COC was almost 3.3 million. They also offer some funding for new projects, which totaled $169,000, and then $101,000 is available for planning grants. And the screen in front of you is our priority listing for the year. One of these things I wanted to point out to everyone is each year we, HUD, in the local ranking process, they make us rank Tier 1 and Tier 2. And what that really said is everything that's actually in Tier 2 is at risk of losing funding. They give us the availability, 94% of our funding is allocated into Tier 1. So every year we have to show that we have a need for this funding and we are at risk of losing funding each year. So I did want to touch base on our local competition and how important that is as well. So I think we touched on that it's a very competitive process annually, therefore the renewal funding is at risk, and then it's a highly restricted pool of funding.
Yeah, as Jessica said, HUD really puts a lot of restrictions on who you can serve and what kind of programs you can serve folks with. And one of the things that has become increasingly clear throughout the years is that really tailoring your system of care with the understanding that this type of COC funding serves primarily chronically homeless individuals in permanent supportive housing. There are some other programs, rapid rehousing, coordinated entry, things that will be funded, but it's really a limited subset of people who can be served by this. People need to be experiencing homelessness per the HUD definition, meaning they must be literally homeless. And they also, for most new and some existing permanent supportive housing, must meet the definition for chronic homelessness. So permanent supportive housing is long-term housing assistance that includes supportive services. And individuals must have a disability to live independently. Permanent housing, rapid rehousing, we've touched on this a little bit, but I think it's important to stress what rapid rehousing is it's short-term, tenant-based rental assistance. So a family or a person could come in, receive subsidies for 2 months or for 2 years. And that subsidy really could start at the full rent, or it could just be a portion of the rent, and it's really tailored to what that individual or family needs to become independent. There's a new project that we actually have an applicant for this year in Stanislaus, which is called a Joint Transitional Housing Rapid Rehousing. And it includes 2 existing component types into one project. And we got an application for that this year from a youth provider. And that really will help serve youth that need to come in immediately, but then can transition quickly to rapid rehousing, and it's based on their needs and their choice. Supportive services only. There are grants in the communities that serve people with just case management or supportive services. Those projects are not eligible for new projects. So you can't come in and apply for new projects for supportive services only unless it's for coordinated entry. And again, that's an indication of where HUD is saying we want our money to be spent on housing, not necessarily on services. But that means communities, you need to come up with some of that case management and services dollars on your own. And then our HMIS program as well.
So this year we had 15 permanent supportive housing projects, 1 rapid rehousing, 1 transitional housing, a planning grant, and an HMIS project. For our HMIS project, I know everyone's enforced the importance of data. This year, through our coordinated entry process, is what we've done is updated our release of information. And so with this update, we have the ability now to share our data through our homeless management information system and make sure that our homeless management information system is updated so people can see kind of what services each homeless person has been provided in the community to help to connect them to services in the future. So we're hopeful for that expansion funding that we've applied for the HMIS grant this year. So a unique part of this grant is the grants are awarded to all the individual applicants. So the City of Modesto is not a pass-through. Each of the agencies has their own agreement with HUD and receives the funding directly. The collaborative applicant is responsible, as well as the COC, to be monitored to make sure that the projects, again, are working in the regulations that are provided for the COC funding. Again, monitoring individual projects, providing training, and then to continue to align COC action with the HUD priorities.
So before I hit the takeaways, I just wanted to follow up when we were talking about the data performance. One of the things that HUD does through its Continuum of Care application is it tries to reward and incentivize with points on that national competition what it considers to be best practices. And increasingly, it's not just best practices, they are rewarding communities that are showing actual progress in their data points. So for example, communities that are seeing reductions in their number of homeless veterans, communities that are seeing reductions in their unsheltered and sheltered PID counts. Those are things that HUD is very directly rewarding in the competition. And so I think that is something that we will see more of in the future, and why it's so important to get data analysis up and running in a community. But otherwise, our takeaways are is just that COC is statutorily mandated for the federal funding, but it is increasingly relied upon by the state as well as a means of community collaboration for funding. Only the COC can carry out required responsibilities, including monitoring, applying for COC funding, and monitoring not just its own performance, but each individual grant recipient. And that COC funding is really limited to certain types of renewal and new projects. I think that's one of the things that surprises communities the most when they see that amount of money and think, wow, we're spending so much money, what else can we do with it? And those what else are typically very limited because of HUD's restrictions on project types. Questions?
My question is, my understanding is the Modesto City is not going to be the collaborated applicant no more for the 2019, 2020. Is correct or not?
The City of Modesto was the collaborative applicant and submitted the NOFA that was due this year to HUD on September 30th. I think over the next year, our Continuum of Care is looking to grow and expand and explore having a new collaborative applicant for next year. Yes.
To Turlock City?
Well, whoever the collaborative applicant would be voted on by our local continuum of care.
Any other questions for Jean or Jessica? Alrighty, well, thank you so much, Jessica and Jean. So our next presentation will be another joint presentation on the HUD entitlement funding, which will include Jessica Narayan again from City of Modesto, Anna Nicholas from County Community Planning and Development, and also Maren Pitt, the Assistant to the City Manager for Economic Development of Housing, City of Turlock. Please welcome Maren, Jessica, and Anna.
Come on, ladies. Okay, so I think that these are your 3 entitlement communities in our local continuum of care in our county area. And we first wanted to touch on is how you can become an entitlement community. The eligibility is that they must be cities of at least $50,000 or urban counties of at least, 50,000 people, or urban counties of at least 200,000. And so therefore, Modesto, the City of Turlock, and Stanislaus County are our local entitlement communities. The funding we receive each year is a formula-based allocation, and it's based on the census data. So what they review is the extent of poverty, population, housing crowding, age of housing, and population growth lag.
So every 5 years, HUD requires you do consolidated planning. Consolidated planning is a multi-year process in which you do extensive outreach and engagement, community assessments. It's also before that you have to do an analysis of impediments to fair housing, for you to understand the barriers for people to get housed and have fair housing practices. And then that consolidated plan serves as the framework for what you put into the plan in terms of projects and activities that will go over the next 5 years. For the first time ever, as part of this sort of increasing collaboration, the 3 entitlement jurisdictions plus the Housing Authority, who are required to do the analysis of impediments for fair housing every 5 years, are doing it collectively and jointly, so we'll all be working on one document. And then the consolidated planning process, as we're actually, Stanislaus County and Turlock are all in one plan, and the City of Modesto is dovetailing off our plans so that our plans are internally consistent and working with the same goals and objectives to achieve the same kind of results.
I know. So part of the requirements for entitlement jurisdictions is to turn in an annual plan detailing what we'll be doing with the federal funds allocations that we receive for the HUD programs, as well as any other related resources. So that's usually submitted every May. We usually get our line of credit by October. And then at the next part of it is end of the year wrap-up report, our consolidated annual performance report. Now that tells the community, provides an opportunity for feedback from the community, and tells of our accomplishments for each separate jurisdiction.
One really acts as our budget for the year, and the last one really is our report card of what did you spend the money on and what accomplishments did you do with that funding.
Now, even though we're entitlement jurisdictions, we do have a lot of program requirements. We put in the basic ones for all the HUD programs, but there are a lot more. But basically, there's requirements before we even get started, part of the planning process, more than just turning in a annual action plan or a 5-year plan. Then there's several requirements after a project or program gets started. Obviously, citizen participation is a major factor in all our programs. Our project and area selection, it's not just, throw a dart at a map. We have to have several studies, analysis. Different cities have different priorities, as well as our board supervisors. There's also a lot of analysis and different plans, including like the housing elements, capital improvement plans that are taken into consideration. And then there's environmental documentation. There's nothing more, what do you call it, detailed than an environmental review for you planning people out there. But we also have to do them not just for projects, but for programs. And that's clear across the board for housing, infrastructure, and public services. Requirements, let's see, after the project, basically procurement, making sure that we follow the rules, not just at the federal or state level, but also locally, following our procurement processes. And there's several different reporting requirements, monitoring, not just program-wise, but financially. Each entitlement jurisdiction is on the hook if something goes wrong, and if a program isn't done appropriately, we are on the hook to the feds for the money. So that kind of intensive monitoring is done frequently throughout the fiscal year. And then our entitlement, one other thing, income surveys are a special little thing. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Stanislaus County, urban county, requires most of their cities to do an income survey. Because of certain factors of the census, most of our areas are not deemed eligible for community development block grants because we are considered a higher income. So that's very rare, I was told by HUD throughout the nation. So we're one of the unique ones where we have to do an income survey and analysis and or hope that the census tracts are eligible for projects. So that's just an added requirement that our urban county has. And again, to focus on our HUD entitlement jurisdictions, we have our 3 outlined there. We have Riverbank a little bit higher color, but they're going to be part of our urban county starting in 2020.
So there's 3 types of funding that we receive on an annual basis through the HUD entitlements. We receive community development block grants, the home investment partnership programs, and emergency solutions grants. Here's a breakdown of all the funding that the county receives on an annual basis. For the city of Modesto, our 2019 allocation was about $1.8 million for our CDBG program, $870,000 for home, $170,000 for emergency solutions grant, totaling just above $2.9 million. As you can see, Stanislaus Urban County received $2.3 million. They're also, what I wanted to touch on today is they're also the emergency solutions grant for the state of California. And so they receive $202,000 in ESG from HUD, and then an additional $270,000 each year from the state. And then as you see also the city of Turlock is considered the home participating jurisdiction. So the city of Turlock is a participating jurisdiction on behalf of the city of Turlock as well as the Stanislaus Urban County. And so we receive CDBG as an entitlement, plus the home investment partnerships that are collectively managed with all of the member jurisdictions for a total of almost $2 million annually. So this is the delineation of for self-directed funds of CDBG and home allocations. As a practice, we've allowed the jurisdictions to do self-direction in terms of how those funds need to be spent in their individual communities. However, at least with the home consortium that we're in conversations now, like with Patterson, we have been with Ceres and with the city of Turlock as well, to pool money in order to pull off a particular kind of project and to manage those funds collectively as more of a collective pot of money in order to leverage them for additional results and outcomes. I wanted to give a kind of an overview of each of the funding sources. So for our CDBG funding, it's there's quite a many eligible activities that it can be used for. Acquisition of property, demolition, rehabilitation, construction of public facilities or public improvements, public services and economic development. But in order to utilize this funding, it must meet a national objective, which is outlined below. There's also a requirement, and this is a huge requirement, that each year HUD does the timeliness test, and that means that each jurisdiction in their account can only have 1.5 times their annual allocation by April 30th each year. If it's not spent in a timely manner, it is at risk of return to HUD.
So Stanislaus County, with their Stanislaus Urban County partners, we mostly concentrate on infrastructure projects. So in 2019, we put in 1.3 million investment in infrastructure, and that's county with their West Modesto infrastructure project. And each city was dedicating money to improving targeted areas within their cities. Every year, all entitlement jurisdictions also have what they call a public service annual NOFA. So we release CDBG funds, ESG funds, and for Urban County, 2 other funding sources. This year we put in $230,000. We awarded 12 nonprofits, 12 programs, about 7 nonprofits for 12 programs. So different programs that we funded are the Red Shield, the Salvation Army Red Shield, Disability Resource Agency for Independent Living, Center for Human Services, Children's Crisis Center. So the funding goes to a variety of public services dedicated to help the low-income households and areas.
Great. For the to kind of tear off the public services is each year only 15% of our CDBG allocation can be set aside for public services. And this is the funding that gets to go directly to our nonprofits to actually carrying out public service projects in the community. So there is a limitation to how much we can provide the local for something apart from traditional bricks and mortar. So for this year, the City of Modesto completed a variety of activities. We were able to partner with Stanco, a local housing provider, in the purchase of a home over on 5th Street in Modesto. They were able to purchase it with CDBG funds. They were able to rehab it with funds from BHRS. And this home is now going to be used as a transitional housing for women who have serial mental illness. We did some park improvements to a low-income census park in Modesto. We worked in partnership with the Housing Authority where we were able to purchase a property over on Vine Street, which will be able to, we're able to leverage that purchase with No Place Like Home funding, as well as there'll be a home allocation for that project this year for 23 veteran homes as well as 12 senior homes. Another project we've done in the past is we helped the Boys and Girls Club acquire a modular unit in order to have the programs and services.
So for the City of Turlock and our close to $700,000 annual allocation, we do acquisition of housing to turn those from market rate into affordable units. Historically, we've done down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers, but the median price of homes right now is so high that the families that are eligible can only afford about $110,000 first mortgage. And so the amount of gap financing in order to help make that happen really is not in their best interest. So we've moved away from first-time homebuyer to doing more housing rehab. We do public facilities. We rehabbed all of the bathrooms and shower facilities for the We Care Men's Shelter this last year. And then we also have a reverse mortgage. So we have about 230 seniors in the City of Turlock who have exercised a reverse home mortgage. And we've done a lot of outreach to them because they've taken the complete payout of the loan, and then they have some kind of catastrophic failure with regard to HVAC systems and roofs and that sort of thing, and have absolutely no way to pay for them. So we give up to a $15,000 forgivable loan that rides silently on the deed to help keep those seniors on fixed incomes in housing so that they don't become homeless. And then we also do a lot of rehab. We've gotten into multifamily rehab, and that we actually do the multifamily, do acquisition, multifamily rehab, and then we sell them with forgivable terms to some of our nonprofit housing providers. So we've got We Care, who is about to get a new duplex that they'll put either clients in or that they'll make those available as affordable units. Then they use that rental income as match for ESG, so that our shelter now has gone from being open 4 months out of the year, that at this point it looks like we'll be open year-round at this point. And I just want to give a shout out to We Care. If you want to all stand up and say good job. And then we also have a duplex that we're giving, same thing to Family Promise. We've wanted Family Promise to come to Turlock, so we're giving them a duplex for them to put emergency families in. And so I see Tamara in the back for that, thanks.
So our next funding source is our Home Investments Partnership Program. So some of the eligible activities under the HOME program is to build or rehabilitate housing for renter ownership, site acquisition or improvement, or home purchase or rehabilitation assistance to home buyers. There are some stricter requirements under HOME. It does require a 25% match, as well as 15% each year has to be allocated to what's called a community housing development organization. There's maximum purchase price and subsidy limits, and just for the terms of the HOME funding is you need to commit funds to a project within 24 months, as well as expend the funds within 60 months of commitment. So it is, they do understand that new construction, which a lot of the times is used in both the city of Turlock and the city of Modesto, does take time, so it's not the same timeliness requirements as CDBG, but there are some in regards to HOME as well. So for the some highlights of City of Modesto HOME funding, both this year and in previous years, we have built Archway Commons, which we've built the first 76 units a couple of years ago, and we're looking to partner with them this upcoming year to complete the 150 units, so the remaining 74. These units will be for low-income families and seniors. Another HOME project is we partnered with the Housing Authority for Glendale Veterans Quarters. We were able to build 4 units set aside for veterans. And then a project we've done in the past is Tower Park. It's a 50-unit housing project, and it's a senior housing complex in downtown Modesto.
So for the City of Turlock's HOME Consortium funding, we built Avena Bella Phase 1, which is pictured here, and I was working this morning before we come. We close October 15th to build the next 61 units to get us to the 150. And we will have those available to occupy next year. The saddest part, though, is we have 600 families on the interest list to get into those 61 units. The next picture is we purchased, these are a set of cottages across the street from City Hall because there are no others. And that we actually purchased them, rehabilitated them, and then we've master leased them to United Samaritan Foundation for transitional units. And then we did actually use CDBG and HOME on the purchase and rehab of the duplex for Family Promise. So we've done several projects. In addition, we've also worked on the No Place Like Home with the Housing Authority, and it's all about leveraging dollars and cross-cutting regulations in order to leverage and maximize your outputs.
So emergency solutions grants. Stanislaus County Planning and Community Development Department handles the ESG grants for the state and for the HUD entitlement one. There's also funding from the city that they'll go into in just a second, but some of the eligible activities that are able to be done with ESG includes rental assistance, homeless prevention, meaning if people are about to be evicted, they can be stabilized, as well as shelter operations and street outreach to bring people into shelters, as well as HMIS support and data entry. So it's a very, very, it's a complicated program that we'll go into more details, but it's great. It has 2 major requirements, 100% match, so it requires $1 for dollar from the jurisdiction. When people apply for these funds, they do have to show an ability to do $1 for dollar match. And then also the funding, Stanislaus County gives all their applicants or sub-grantees 2 years to expend the money. ESG, the program itself allows 24 months for expenditure of the funds. So now, the Stanislaus Urban County has probably had a lot more in the past, but we've had 4 major partners over the last 2 years. Family Promise, the Salvation Army, Community Housing and Shelter Services, and We Care. With the Salvation Army, we were able to provide operational support. Family Promise, we've been able to expand their program. CHSS has been able to provide rental assistance throughout the urban county, which means the 6 cities and the unincorporated areas of the county. And then We Care as well, we've been able to have them operate a rapid rehousing program as well as help with their operations of their shelter. Now, from the state, again, it's a 2-year program, but with the state, they're kind of a little bit behind, so it's more like a 1-year program. But we've been able to do a lot within the 1 year or so. Future grantees include Family Promise and CHSS and We Care. Some of the highlights of what we've been able to do with this money is, again, expand some of the shelters to go year-round, expand the rental assistance throughout the county, so there is no boundary of, oh, you live in Turlock or you live in Modesto, we can't help you. It's countywide. And then also, again, bring the shelters to further their capacity for beds, as well as going further as year-round. Now, what else can I say? The difference with the state funding is they do limit the activity. We cannot do homeless prevention or street outreach. Instead of the 4 activities, they only allow shelter and rapid rehousing. Any HMIS funding that is provided by the state, we divvy up amongst our sub-grantees in order to better support their data entry for HMIS and coordinated entry. Thank you.
So ESG funding is really our smallest pot of funding we do receive, and it's the funding that's set aside for the homeless. It's really set aside to, for the city of Modesto, we supported the Salvation Army with their shelter activity and served 861 individual clients this last year. We also assisted 27 with homeless prevention, and so a lot of these individuals out there are just one step away of losing their affordable housing that they have, and so homeless prevention is an essential part of that. And then we were able to assist 86 in rapid rehousing, and so that was to get them back into permanent housing immediately, and we did that with our allocation of $164,000. Are there any questions for us with the entitlement funding?
I don't know if it's be any value if any of the service providers or the people that are assisted in this programs with these funds want to make any kind of comment about what it's meant or how it's functioned for theirs, so that you get to hear it from them.
Hello, I'm Kelvin J.C. Grisdall with We Care program. We were mentioned a few times up there. Certainly with the increase in funding, we've expanded our operations. The properties that we've gotten with the city have really increased and given us stability. We're able to use the funds not just to meet our match, but when we have an unexpected expense. It's really helped us in terms of staffing at times. So we depend on grants, and so the match is critical. We're a small organization, and so sometimes we have cash flow issues. This is a savings account that we're able to use to continue operations. So it's really important, and we really value the partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Tamara Lisinski, Executive Director of Family Promise, and all of our program goals are to address or prevent homelessness for children and their families. And this duplex is a brand new project for us in Turlock, and so we don't have a name for it, and we're still kind of hammering out the details. But you heard earlier that from Jessica that the median income for families in our community and the amount of the rents, that there was a real disparity there. So this project is going to be reserved for families that make 60% or less of the median income, and that means for a family of 4 about $28,000. And so we have because we are also a shelter provider, we have a really hard time finding affordable housing units. So this kind of project, we believe, is just a really good use of those funds that are coming in from home, because it's a progressive model that helps our community achieve several different goals. Affordable rental housing, it helps us to move homeless families to the next step in the continuum, and it builds capacity for the nonprofits by creating income, like We Care mentioned, that helps us to continue to provide the essential services like case management, which may not be eligible under programs like Continuum of Care. So we think it's a great model, we appreciate it. And as far as ESG, we are also an ESG recipient, and we have been able to expand not just our shelter, but we also do both of the other components eligible under ESG by providing homeless prevention, which costs about 10% of what it costs to rehouse a family. If we can catch them in that prevention phase, it's about 10% of the cost to do that. And then we are able to continue to provide rapid rehousing. We wouldn't be able to do that without those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Esther Rosas, and I'm with Community Housing and Shelter Services. And we also offer or receive services for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. Without those funds, we would not have been able to shelter and house families with minor children, some seniors, and also some disabled individuals. So we are very happy to be recipients of these funds.
Are there any questions?
I just wanted to say, I'm Linda Murphy-Lopes, the new Executive Director, United Samaritan Foundation in Turlock. It's a mouthful. As I learn what we're doing and the partnerships and how it's working, it makes a huge difference. And all of the dittos that were just said, I'm going to tell you that it makes a difference getting people in a house with affordable housing so that they're not in the streets. If we're talking about helping the homeless, we've got to get affordable housing. This is key. This makes a huge difference, and it's a godsend. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Jessica, Marion, or Anna? All right, well, thank you so much, Jessica, Marion, and Anna. Okay, so it's 2:45. We'll go ahead and excuse you guys for a 15-minute break. If you guys can please be back at 3 p.m. and we'll get started with our next presentation. Thank you. Introduce the next speaker again, Ruben Imperial, who is the Interim Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Director. And this presentation will also be combined with Pam Esparza, the Chief of Consumer and Family Affairs.
No, I'll stay here. I'll stay here. All right. All right. Good afternoon for those that are here. Looks like there's still got enough people here. Right? Good. Good. All right. Well, it's good to be here and talking about behavioral health. And I am going to be repeating for the Alliance Council that was here at your last meeting. I'm going to be basically doing a refresher from that presentation. And then we're going to talk more about the housing that BHRS has. So I'm going to first go overall some planning that we're doing, some priorities for us over the next year. We're going to talk about the services that primarily serve the homeless population in our community. And then Pam is going to talk about the housing component to our programs and how we support those that with severe mental illness with housing. So, all right. So over the next year, our department, our Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, has some planning priorities directed by our Board of Supervisors and our Chief Executive Office. These are some areas that they want us to work on. So as you see, the first area is the area of homelessness, and what we're going to be doing is developing a strategy within our organization that is clear in terms of how our organization is providing treatment and serving the population that has both a severe mental illness and that is experiencing homelessness. We know that not all homeless folks have a severe mental illness, but in the homeless population, those with severe mental illness are overrepresented in the homeless population. So we are going to be developing a strategy that's clear for our community, and there's an understanding on how we're serving the population, both with severe mental illness as well as substance use disorders as well. We know that there's a lot of work going on with coordinated entry, as you have heard throughout this day, but within BHRS, we are also working on to make sure we know the numbers, and not only the numbers, but the names of the individuals that we serve within our system that are homeless. And we will be working with all of the continuum of care partners, the alliance partners, to ensure that the clients that we serve that qualify for those housing vouchers and those housing programs are prioritized, and that they are, we have a very strategic effort in how we're connecting those folks with housing. So that's what we're doing internally, and we expect that these plans would be coming out for our community preliminarily for feedback, probably within the next few months, and then our final plans towards the end of June of next year. The defined system of care will also include interventions for addressing behavioral health issues and accessing the spectrum of care to include prevention, mild to moderate, early intervention, and treatment for severe mental illness. So, as an organization, primarily when we've had conversations about serving the homeless population, it's been primarily around the spectrum of care for those that have a severe mental illness. Part of the discussions we'll be having over the next few months to include in that conversation is not only trying to identify ways in which we support those with severe mental illness, but those with on the early intervention, the prevention spectrum, as well as those with mild to moderate mental health issues as well. And we imagine that the department will not be responsible for a lot of those services, but we do feel that we want to make clear for our community and bring those partners together that do the prevention, early intervention, and then with our health plans who do the mild to moderate, develop clarity in terms of how those that are homeless can access those services and not just wait until the issue becomes a severe mental illness. So that's what we're going to be doing for homelessness. Conservatorship, which is a treatment intervention that is often used for folks that are homeless, especially for those that are going in and out of the hospital. We will be developing a strategy as well for how we are using strategically the conservatorship strategy. And for those that don't know what conservatorship is, it is an intervention where it's a treatment intervention where the department, the organization has the ability or the legal authority to place an individual on conservatorship when their mental health condition has impacted them to the point where they are gravely disabled and they no longer can take care of themselves, and it's due to a mental illness. And our department has a process in which we recommend conservatorship and place people on conservatorship and then treat and support them as they are on that process. So we will also be looking at that and for our community, helping them understand. We have, over the last couple of years as an organization, have had questions about how we're using conservatorship, specifically to the folks that you see on the street corners walking around, and they're in obvious psychosis. So we've had a lot of questions. So we feel that the community, it's time for us to be clear with our community on how we're using that, how many people are in the conservatorship program, and how many people are returning to our community better and well. Comes to substance use disorder treatment, or commonly known and historically known as drug and alcohol treatment. The substance use disorder is the new name that is being used in the state to describe what was previously known as alcohol and drug treatment. Our goal is to develop a vision for a community-wide drug and alcohol treatment system. There's some new opportunities with the Medi-Cal organized delivery system. Basically, it's just a fancy word to mean that with the implementation of the Affordable Care Act and Medi-Cal in the state of California, there is a new funding stream for SUD services. There were some services that were not funded before, and now because of some new laws related to Medi-Cal, there is now funding for local communities to implement new programming. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a few moments. So the reason why this is important and why we are focusing in these areas is because of where we feel our community has an interest in the mental health or the behavioral health department focusing on. And so I wanted to share a little bit with you beyond those topics though of homelessness, conservatorship, and SUD services. I wanted to just give you an overview of the broader system of care that's called behavioral health and recovery services. So this is what's called our spectrum of care. It goes from treatment, early intervention, and prevention. And treatment with those that have a mental health issue, severe mental illness. We serve on average, or at least in 2017, about 8,600 people throughout the year. So there's people that go in and out of the system, but on average, that's what we're dealing with daily. We've had about 2,700 people for our substance use disorder treatment. That was in 17-18. You're going to hear me in a few moments talk about how we had an expansion of SUD services in 18-19, so that number is going to go up significantly. Our state hospitals, our IMDs, and our transitional board and cares, these are our higher level of services for folks that are either in conservatorship or need hospitalization. We have about 224 people currently. And just to give you some perspective from 2017 to 2018, those numbers are continuing to go up as well. So those are things that are good for you to know in terms of the public and understanding as we address the issues of homelessness and conservatorship. There are more than 10,000 folks that we are engaging in our treatment system. These are folks that we're keeping out of homelessness. We're keeping them off the street. We're keeping them, helping them to live, vibrant everyday lives. There are folks that probably are going to work with you, or family members, or people that you see in our community that we work with. And there's a lot of work. Our staff are really dedicated to serving this group. So it's always good. Often when we talk about homelessness or the conservatorship and we talk mental health, we think that that's all that we do. But as an organization, there are thousands of people in this community that we are serving every day that are living their lives in some in this room. We need to remind ourselves of how important that work is as well. We provide a lot of outreach and engagement services. How many in the room do outreach? You raise your hand, you do outreach and engagement. Up to 5,000 people we contact in various programs throughout our community in some type of outreach program. And yeah, some of those folks do end up within our treatment system. But we do have a reach, and we do have early intervention programs. These are community-based programs, whether it's in Golden Valley or some of our community centers, where they provide brief intervention. These are one-on-one counseling sessions a couple of times a month. That's what they need. That's the level of care that they need. So, and then we have a variety of prevention programs. The awareness, education, and engagement, those are really high numbers because those are big outreach events, community information flyers, things like that. There's a lot of people reach through that, so that's why that number is so large. But this is a snapshot as BHRS what we do. I'm going to talk a little bit about some things that we do specifically that target the population that's experiencing homelessness in our community. So we have one major component of our treatment system called the full services partnership programs. We have about 5 adult full service partnership programs, and we have 2 child and adolescent full service partnership programs. One of those programs is called the Stanislaus Homelessness Outreach Program, and that has a very focused homeless outreach effort or strategy really directed towards individuals with severe mental illness that are homeless. But basically all our full service partnerships really target the population in general. So our primary level of care for the folks that are homeless, it's called our full service partnership. We have what's called outreach and engagement. These are, what that means is instead of waiting for folks to come into treatment, we have staffing levels that allow them to go out and find folks or go out and reach out to people. These are the folks that are hard to reach. They're not coming into service. So these teams have that extra staffing capability to call them, to reach out to them, to go find them on the street, in the corner, wherever they may be, to entice them, to work with them, to get them into treatment. We have what's called a wraparound, and we do whatever it takes, and that's a broad strategy. If we need to help someone get into a hotel that night to get them off the street because they're willing to go in to get treatment the next day, that's what we're doing. If we need to take that person to go out and get a hamburger because they want to talk to us and we have them on the verge of going out and getting into treatment, those are the types of things that we do when it comes to whatever it takes, including helping them get into some type of housing unit if needed. The unique thing about a full service partnership as well is not only the outreach, the wraparound services, but it's the 24/7 response now. So when folks are in these programs, we have 24/7 response. Folks can call that are in the program, whether in a board and care or some other area of the treatment system, or they themselves can call, or that we get called from a crisis intervention point, whether it's emergency room or one of our assessment sites. We can have that ability to respond to hopefully keep them out of the hospital. So, and the rest of this is basically our standard services. What's really enhanced about a full service partnership is those outreach and engagement, doing whatever it takes, and the 24/7 crisis. The rest of it is a lot of what's in our broader system. We also have substance use disorder treatment programs. These are not targeting the homeless population, but I think it was 12% of those that we served in the SUD system identified as homeless when they were entering the system. But this is we have residential programs, outpatient program, recovery services, basically after you get out of outpatient. We have opioid treatment services and withdrawal services. So we've got about 3 residential programs. We have 4 outpatient programs or providers that have sites throughout the community, Center for Human Services, and a few others are part of that treatment system. We have the opioid treatment services, which is Genesis and Aegis. And then we have withdrawal services, which basically is about 12 beds at SRC for detox. So those are our SUD services, and I'll show you with our full service partnerships. Through the year, it ranges, but looking at about 500 to 600 people that we serve. We have another additional FSP that's not in this data that adds a few more people to this number. But when it comes to the full service partnerships, this is the data when it comes to homelessness for the fiscal year. I think it was 17-18 of the folks that we were serving, the 97 that were homeless. There was a reduction of 28% of those folks that were experiencing homelessness, a total of 73% reduction in homelessness, or the amount of days that they were homeless. So we also track incarceration, acute medical hospitalizations, acute psych hospital hospitalizations, and at times you do see some of our medical hospitalizations going up. Some of these folks have very complex in terms of the mental health issues as well as medical issues. So this is definitely the outcomes that we track. And what we do know is that when folks get into treatment, it does work. We can't get them off the street. We can't get them into programming. The challenge is getting them into the programs and getting them to say yes to treatment. This is our SUD system. As I mentioned earlier, there's a new opportunity for 18-19, and we're still developing the performance measures for that system. It's a new system. A lot of new programs were implemented just this year. So, but in 2017, 2018, these were the number of people that were served, 2,700 people, the majority in outpatient or OTP services, which is the opiate program, and then the outpatient we had about 500, residential about 264 people, and that's an important number because as a community, as we develop that substance use disorder plan for our community, we need to have a conversation in our community about how many residential beds do we need given the population that we have. So whether they're homeless or not homeless, we need to have that conversation in our community. How many beds do we have and how many people can we serve on an annual basis with our residential program? Residential program is a very important part of the continuum of care. And as a community, we need to have that conversation and figure out what's that right number. I will say those numbers should be going up though. There are some programs that were expanded as a result of this new opportunity with what's called the Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System. So this is the discharge status. 38% of those that left the program for SUD services left satisfactory, 17% completed. Those are in line with what are some of the broader outcomes in the state. 44% left unsatisfactory. These outcomes are not enough for us as an organization. We are looking at, this is the standard data that we report to the state. This is what they require from us to report to them in terms of outcomes. But locally, we are already beginning conversations about the outcomes that we want to see for our community. This is what we have for now, but it's not enough, and we want to know more about folks, especially post-treatment, 6 months to a year. How well are they doing? How well are they getting connected up to community, so on and so forth. So that's our treatment system. And for those that are homeless, when they come into the mental health treatment part of this, we're not going to talk about the housing for those that are homeless, for that primarily get SUD service. And maybe Pam, you could touch a little bit on how we do that. But Pam's going to talk a little bit about for those 500 people that we serve in our FSPs, and there are more people beyond those FSPs that are homeless that we serve in our other systems of care. This is what we do for housing, and this is what we have currently for housing. So she's going to talk a little bit about our levels of care for housing and some of the housing projects we have, and then of course we have some time for questions. So, Pam?
So BHRS has
housing program. It's with our employment program. And so they kind of commingle there and provide the same services to individuals in the housing program. Permanent supportive housing is basically an intervention that combines affordable housing assistance with voluntary support services to address the chronic homelessness individuals. Ours is for individuals with SMI. They build independent living skills, tenancy skills, and connect people with community-based healthcare and treatment. Transitional housing, which I know HUD is kind of moving away from, but BHRS really likes transitional housing. It fits some of our needs. So it's an intervention that's designed for homeless individuals to get them into stability kind of before moving them on. And there's a lot of things that happen in transitional housing that we work on. Staff are really skilled at working with individuals and getting them stabilized. The benefit to transitional housing for us is that we don't control landlords and things out in the community, but we work with a partner, Stanco and Housing Authority, who understand the needs and supports that our folks need to keep them stably housed. So we really like to have transitional housing. BHRS currently has 58 transitional housing beds or slots, and we have 142 permanent supportive housing, and those are out in the community. We call them housing vouchers. Permanent supportive housing is evidence-based practice, and it's been shown to lower public costs associated with the use of crisis services, shelters, hospitals, jails, etc. We do a housing first model, so get somebody into housing and then work on what the needs are of the individual, and that's very individualized by what the needs are. The types of services that BHRS provides, they're pretty intensive. We have a housing support service team, and they work very closely with the treatment team. So there are two separate supports. The treatment team also provides case management, doctor, nurses services, that type of, but the housing support services team does case management, care coordination, linking to community resources. They do independent living skills. Somebody's coming off the streets, has not lived in a home for a long time, lives on a limited income, how to budget, how to shop, how to clean your apartment. So when you have the housing inspection coming in, you can pass that housing inspection. We do a lot of peer support, really connecting someone to their community. That's very important when you live in an apartment complex, or having social skills is very important. We do advocacy, a lot of advocacy, and a lot of our staff are trained for substance use, because that's probably the #1 reason that somebody loses their housing is relapse. And so we do a lot of relapse prevention in our housing. We also do employment, getting people connected to volunteer, having something meaningful to do also. So all supportive services are individualized. They are offered in group settings. We do groups there on site when we have an apartment complex or something. If they live in a house by themselves out in the community, we do one-on-one type. But all of the housing that we manage, we have set office hours. Staff have set office hours there. Here's some of the housing inventory that BHRS has. This is categorical funding that is germane to BHRS. Garden Gate Respite is emergency housing. We utilize hotel vouchers also in that manner. We have scattered sites for our transitional. We have 58 beds. We also have 5 scattered sites that are permanent housing, and then we have our tenant-based vouchers. Those are spread out within the community. And this is the new No Place Like Home funds that are coming up in the projects will be coming up in 2020, and those are another additional 19 units. So you've kind of seen this before, that's why I use this. What I did is took out everything that didn't have BHRS funding, so that the one that you have separate is all of Stanislaus County, I think, what's happening in Stanislaus County. This has BHRS monies attached to all these projects. So these are, and you can see those there. I'm probably not going to go through everyone. Ruben asked me to talk a little bit about our levels of care that BHRS pays for. So transitional board and cares and IMDs is also housing, and it's a we talk about them as level of care. They are not independent living. These are levels that require care and supervision, the individuals that live there. So, but a transitional board and care is a licensed board and care with enhanced services. These services include medication management, basic living skills. Typically they will feed, provide meals for individuals. They don't cook for themselves. The county pays a pouch rate, which is above and beyond the board and care rate, and the enhanced services are about really having a lower staff to client ratio. It's typically 1 to 6. The average that we pay, that BHRS pays, is about $3,000 a month, which is about $36,000 a year for individuals. The IMD is a really horrible term, in my opinion. It's very, very old, from the 50s. It's Institute for Mental Diseases. It's a locked hospital or nursing facility or other institution that is 17 beds or more. So there's 16 beds or less it's a different licensing. And they provide care, diagnosis, treatment of individuals. Primarily, you are on conservatorship if you are in a locked facility. Those that BHRS pays for, it's about $12,000, the average. We have high ones and low ones, but the average is about $12,000 a month, which is about $144,000 per year. BHRS has currently, as of last week's budget meeting, thank you, Jen, about 240 people in these 2 levels of care currently right now. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Tamara?
My question's for Pam. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to BHRS staff because we've sheltered a couple of families that moved to transitional housing, and it was because of your staff support that they were able to stay in shelter. So thank you. But when you mentioned that you like transitional housing, and I was wondering, how are you using that and where are people going after? How is it successful? Because I'm interested in that.
So how we use transitional housing is folks who are really, really hard to engage. Getting them off the street is difficult, and so if you put them in a housing unit that's just out in the community, they typically are less successful doing that. So we have a lot of staff on the sites that we use for our transitional housing sites, and Stanco is the property manager for those. And so when they, get a phone call that they've ripped off a door, sometimes that happens, they're much more forgiving and willing to work with us. We work, and we have 24/7 programs that respond to that, and so we just have a little more time to do some stabilization in that setting with a more forgiving audience, and so it works out better for our clientele.
Where do they usually go, or what?
So typically they will get stabilized, and we work with them. So it's transitional housing is up to 2 years, and so in that time frame, and it doesn't always take up to 2 years, but or 2 years. In that time frame, we usually have the back door, which is permanent supportive housing, and so that's where they'll go.
Any other questions? All right, and I just want to recognize Pam Esparza, who's been doing a lot of work in our community in this area for folks with mental health issues and housing. So a lot of you know her in this room and know what she does, so I want to appreciate her. get in rooms like this with all these folks in the same room together. So it's really great to see all of you in this room together, talking about these issues, working on these issues together. It's what our community needs to really solve this problem. And I was listening on the phone earlier to the presentation from Julia earlier today, and it's just really encouraging for many of us that have been working in this field for decades in our community to see us in the room together, working together, despite different views and how we do these things and what we should be doing. It's really encouraging to see all of us in the room together. So thank you all for being here all the way to 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. So, all right.
Wrap us up.
All right. So our next speakers are from the Community Services Agency, Kathy Harwell, who is the Executive Director, and Jeanette Fabella, who is the Assistant Director. Please welcome Kathy and Jeanette.
Good afternoon. I want to ditto what Ruben said. It's just really amazing to see everybody here and to see everyone spend an entire day together. And we do all have different views and different ways of solving problems, but really having everybody come together and have that common understanding, I really appreciate it. And I think it's been just an awesome day. And I too want to thank Julia for coming to Stanislaus County and seeing the great work that we're doing, and also to give us some constructive opportunities to say, here's how we can continue to improve. So thank you. We're here to talk about the Community Services Agency, and we're really on the services side of the project. So what do? We're really here to ensure and protect children and adults and to assist families towards independence and self-sufficiency. And I think the whole day has been focused on how we help individuals become independent and self-sufficient. We have our StanWorks division, and our StanWorks division is focused on really the public assistance side of the house. We serve over 220,000 individuals and linking them to Medi-Cal. And Medi-Cal is an important component of the health. It gives access to both physical health and mental health services. And so it's really important that we are a part in making sure individuals are enrolled in and eligible to that program and connected to those services. We also have about 65,000 individuals in our community who access the CalFresh program. And we know how important it is for children, adults, and the elderly to have access to nutrition and nutritious foods. And then in our CalWorks program, we serve about 7,600 families. And with those families, we're working with the parents and connecting them to employment services, welfare to work services, training opportunities, and job opportunities. And through the CalWorks program is where most of our opportunities for housing programs come, and Jeanette's going to focus on those in just a little bit. We also have our Adult, Child, and Family Services division. In our Adult Services division, we focus on adult protective services, really ensuring and receiving reports on individuals who are elderly or disabled who are victims of abuse and neglect. We also serve about 7,000 individuals through the in-home supportive services programs so that they can safely remain in their homes and receive health services that allows them to remain safe in their home, that they don't have to go to a skilled nursing facility or board and care, and most people would really rather remain at home. In our child welfare division, we serve, our primary responsibilities are to ensure that we're protecting children from abuse and neglect. Currently in child welfare, we are serving about over 700 children in foster care, and we want to thank all of the providers out there because it really takes all of us to ensure that we're the parents of those children and helping them and helping their parents hopefully to reunification and a safe life. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeanette, and she can talk to you about our housing programs that we offer through the Community Services Agency.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here. I was sitting in the corner just soaking all the information in and just so impressed to have and be part of a community that has been coming together and has so much expertise. And the right people are at the table, and it reminded me of a quote from Henry Ford that just thinking back, a few years back when we started to bring together all of the different providers and the different sectors, and he states, coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, but working together is success. And today I feel very fortunate because I feel that we've accomplished not only the beginning, not only the progress, but now we've been able to jump into that phase of success. And so just very grateful to have the opportunity to work and be a part of this community. I want to share some of the wonderful programs that provide housing stability that Community Services Agency has the opportunity to administer. One of those is our Housing Support Program. And I also want to share a glimpse into how it's impacting lives in our community. Now, the Housing Support Program, I would say, is the best program we have at CSA because it really allows us to do whole person care. Most of our programs in the community focus on different services. Sometimes it's a supportive service, sometimes it's just housing, but this one really allows us to do intensive case management, provide temporary rental assistance, first month's deposit. It allows us to work with landlords and engage with landlords and really do a full service for the family that we're embracing. It is focused on families with children. And I wanted to share a story of a family that came to us not too long ago. Our team, we have a phenomenal team at CSA. We had a family of 7, 5 children, mom and dad, and they came very distressed to the office. The father had been in a car accident and he was the sole provider for his family. A drunk driver hit him and he ended up blind and lost a leg, and through that tragic accident lost his employment, and the family was living in their SUV for quite a while. When they came in, they were distressed, but our amazing team was able to use this program to begin to wrap around all those services and supports that they needed. They were able to get temporary rental assistance. The team worked with them on increasing their household income, provided basic needs from bedding and other items for the household to begin to stabilize the family. And through that process, now that family is self-sufficient. They're in permanent housing. They are paying for their own rent, and they're successful right now. And those are the stories that we see. That's just a glimpse into what our programs and just how fortunate we are to have agencies that have programs such as this. So really excited to be a part of CSA and have the opportunity to administer the HSP program. And going back to the HSP program, this was the program that allowed us to open our family winter shelter, a shelter that did not exist in the community. It was a very creative approach. We were a little nervous moving forward. We appreciate the Housing Authority and Stanco, Community Housing and Shelter Services, and the team at CSA that helped us launch that program. We were able to house 23 families. Of those families, almost 90% was able to be connected towards permanent housing. And I'm very happy to announce, if you look up on the screen, it shows that in fiscal year 18-19, we received the funding that was appropriated was approximately $1.3 million, and we served 392 households, which to us means 392 families, which is exciting. And this morning, we had a couple months ago applied for additional funding for our year-round shelter. We had not received the award letter, and to our amazement, we not only more than doubled the appropriation, but they gave us more. And that goes back to what Julia was saying: if we do really good work, the money will continue to come into our community. And we're excited to share that we've received over $2.8 million for HSP in this next fiscal year. The next program that I wanted to share a little bit about is our housing assistance program. Through this program, we received in fiscal year 18-19 approximately a little over $1.1 million. We were able to serve close to a little over 1,600 families This is a program specific for families with children. Now this one is a really neat program because what it does, it allows us to stabilize family for a little over a couple weeks, just to triage, stabilize them. We know where they're at. They're in a healthy and safe place while we figure out where to connect them. This works really great when we have somebody fleeing domestic violence for the first time and they're in that emergency situation, or if their house burns down, or some urgent tragedy, and we receive a family. We don't know what they're eligible for yet, but we want to make sure that we quickly stabilize them and get them into shelter. This is kind of our cushion program, and we're really excited to have this program with us. It works nicely with our housing support program and some of our other programs because it gives us some time to assess, and then if once we know what program is right for them, we transition them to that navigation towards housing. And the last program that provides housing stability, which is a new program that came to us not too long ago. We got 3 years of funding, and there's more funding ahead, is the Housing and Disability Advocacy Program. This is probably the only housing program we have that where we are able to support individuals, but it's specific for individuals that are chronically homeless, that have a disability and have not connected to disability benefits. And so what this allows us to do is we have an outreach worker that does intensive case management. They go out, they identify individuals that are under this circumstance with disability, and they're chronically homeless, which means they've been homeless for a long time at high risk factors, you're most vulnerable, and basically begins to engage with them. It starts connecting them to the disability benefits to get some income going, and also provides navigation until they get into housing. And wanted to share a glimpse into a couple success stories that I know you'll relate with me on. The few weeks back, we encountered an individual out at Moe's. We're all familiar with our Modesto Outdoor Emergency Shelter. Our outreach worker encountered a couple that had been homeless for over 4 years. And through this program, we were able to connect them to the disability benefits, and in September, we were able to permanently house them. Additionally, we have one more exciting story, and for me it's exciting because our outreach worker was able to engage with someone who had been homeless for 13 years. And today that individual not only has been connected to benefits, but today he got the keys to his first housing in 13 years. And so we're absolutely excited and very privileged to have these programs. But again, we don't do this alone. We have a lot of partners that we work with. We have a fabulous team at CSA that have a big heart and a passion for this work. Just really, truly grateful to be working with all of you.
So we're going to wrap up with a few programs that we're doing in addition to those housing programs. But first, I want to say, we absolutely can't do this alone. We do receive the funding. We receive the Housing Assistance Program funding. We receive the Housing Support Program. We receive the funding for the Housing Disability Assistance Program. But it's a partnership in this community because we may get the funding, but we contract with a lot of you that are sitting here today. You're the ones who are out there doing case management for our families and the individuals being served. You're the ones that are out there finding the housing units, and we've heard a lot about some of those housing units today. We need to thank you because we can't do this alone. Again, we may get the funding, we may have the families that need the services, but it's you who are the boots on the ground that are doing the work and ensuring that the families are getting housed. So I want to thank you. The other programs that we have is we did embark on a new project last year, and it was really out of a vision to say we have housing in our community that's vacant. And how can we have vacant housing in our community when we have individuals and families that have no place to live? That they're living in their cars or they're living in tents. And so it was that unique partnership of being able to have conversations around tables here in our county about how to use the Empire Migrant Center when it's vacant in the wintertime to house families. That was a big bold move. And a lot of people came together with a lot of faith, and 22 families were housed at the Empire Migrant Family Center. The first day that we moved in, it was pouring down rain. In fact, when we moved in, it was pouring down rain, and we moved out, it was pouring down rain. And there were people that came with trucks and helped move these families in. And there was a little boy, and it's all about the stories. It's all about the families that we're serving. And this little boy walked into one of the housing units at the Empire Migrant Family Winter Shelter, as we called it. It was the first time he had ever slept on a mattress in a bed in his life. Wow. That's the change. So you think about change that we can make in this community together, that's the change. So Empire Migrant Winter Shelter, yeah, it was a tremendous leap of faith in this community by many of you, by the neighbors that live in that community, and the support that we received was incredible. And we're gonna be there again this next winter, and I just need to thank everybody for that. And because of that, and because the lessons that we learned, through that and the partnerships that we formed with STANCO, Community Housing and Shelter Services, and the Housing Authority, and the trust that we built within the communities, we have a hotel that has 22 units. That's going to be year-round for families. So that, yeah, let's just applaud that. Those things just don't happen if people don't believe that we can make a difference. So it's here, and we're working on it, and we're hoping to get it up and running by November 15th in partnership with everybody. Again, that'll be year-round, that housing will be available, and again, it's transitional so that we can help stabilize families, help them receive the case management services that they need, and then they can go on to be independent. We also have employment services wrapped around with that too. Some other activities that we're involved with at the Community Services Agency is we have staff that are part of the outreach and engagement team. Many of them are here today. Without that team, I don't know how we would be able to connect with so many individuals. They are the heart and soul of what we do. We have staff at the Modesto Outdoor Emergency Shelter, and we are really learning each and every day how to serve individuals who are homeless with dignity and respect. We have staff that are part of the care team, and we also support the Downtown Streets team. So that's a little bit about what Community Services is doing in partnership with the community. So thank you. Any questions? I think you guys are all looking until it's 4 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Jeanette. All right, so our final presentation will be on the Housing Authority programs. Our speakers today will be Barbara Kaus, the Executive Director of the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority, and Jim Cruz, who's the Deputy Director of the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority. Please welcome Barbara and Jim.
Hi, everybody. This is how my day started, with the coffee steam PowerPoint presentation. The Housing Authority, we have a motto. It's called Relentless Housers. We've been able to spread that around through California. It started, and then the Southwest region for 4 states, and the Pacific Northwest picked it up. And I got an email this morning saying all of the New England housing authorities had picked it up too. So I encourage you in this room to name yourself the hashtag Relentless Housers, because that's what you've got to be to get this done. And I just wanted to thank you for the title Rock Star, because I'm really hoping that means I can wear tie-dye to work. So, all right, before we started, because we're Relentless Housers, we are really excited when people join us in our efforts. Like you said, the fact that we're here at 4 o'clock on a Friday does a housing nerd's heart really well. And so, first of all, it's not very often that another housing authority comes into our area, and I'd like to, thank Julia for coming to see us, and I'd like to, no advertising or anything, but I'd like to award you a shirt and name your Relentless Housers. And then I'd also like to call up somebody that we're going to welcome into our group as a Relentless Houser. And we've never done this before outside, so Jody, if you could come up, and we'd like to welcome you into the Relentless Houser Club.
That's nice.
All right, I'll get on with it. I know everyone wants out of here. So at the Housing Authority, we are a regional housing authority. Between 2012 and 2014, the state of California decided that they didn't want to do Section 8 vouchers anymore or run federal housing programs. And so what happens is, in the absence of a housing authority, a region, vouchers and federal programs default to a housing finance agency in a state or a regional area. And in our case, anybody that didn't have their own housing authority, it would be the state of California. When they did that, they decided to give away their programs to local housing authorities, and they divided it up into 5 areas throughout the state. And so somehow we picked up 7 counties. So we're a regional housing authority, and we operate in the counties of Stanislaus, Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Inyo, Mariposa, Mono, and Tuolumne. And so we're one of the largest landmass housing authorities in the United States at this point. Our annual budget runs about $51.5 million, and we have about 91 employees now that are covering all of that area. I guess it's your turn already. This is Jim Cruz, who is our deputy director.
Thank you. So I'm going to go through a few of the Housing Authority's ancillary services besides our housing operations as well. We are the contract operations managers for the Riverbank Housing Authority as well, which consists of 91 public housing units there. We're also the contract operation managers for the Wesley Water District. The Housing Authority owns all but about 35 residential units in Wesley. We provide all the water services for the school, fire department, businesses, and residences there. So we're the contract operation managers, and we help run the Great Valley Housing Development Corporation. That's our Housing Authority's ancillary nonprofit. It's a development arm. Right now, we're currently working on some projects. We're partnered with for the Oak Leaf Meadows project in Oakdale, and we are also going to be probably using those in our upcoming No Place Like Home applications. We're using them on our current Central Valley Homes projects as well, the units that we're building in Modesto and in Turlock that we went over a little bit earlier today. We also have the ancillary nonprofit that's known as REACH, and that's a nonprofit that we're revitalizing with the Housing Authority, and that's going to be help with our services component and our outreach and fundraising for some of the services that we need to support our operations. We currently are contract managers for the Stanislaus County Housing Rehabilitation Program. We've been managing that since the 1990s. So we're going on just over about 25 years of managing that. And that's a program where homeowners in the county that need some repair on their homes can come in, and if they qualify, the county has a loan program to help them bring their homes up to standards. Also, a few years ago, we also became the contract managers for the Stanislaus County Well Program. And that was to go ahead and do the same similar thing with each of the county properties and their well services.
And if you haven't figured it out, we respond to problems and try to bring solutions. The well program came about when we had our drought. And we have the Wesley Water District because we couldn't build any housing there unless there was a water treatment facility, so that's what we do. In terms of housing, we have approximately, at least as of today, 1,871 housing units. That includes the traditional public housing units. Our public housing unit portfolio is unique in that about 2/3 of it is scattered sites, which is a challenge in itself. We have our affordable housing, which is subsidized through other means. We have tax credit housing that is subsidized through tax credits that investors get for providing money for affordable housing. We have our migrant centers, which is where one of the migrant centers is where the cold weather shelter was held. We have our year-round farm labor USDA housing, which is a vital component of providing housing for our agricultural workers for our local economy. We own a mobile home park. We have the land, and our tenants buy their mobile homes and they reside there in Wesley. We have a large veterans program that includes over 200 VASH vouchers and then veterans housing. And by the end of this month, with our small homes we've built for veterans, and we're adding 10 apartments, and our VASH vouchers will have 241 housing opportunities for homeless veterans, which is pretty exciting. We have Mental Health Services Act housing, which the folks before me mentioned. We have the Housing Emergency Aid Program. We just purchased 10 units up in Tuolumne County for that program. We have private placement bond financing. The Housing Authority is a part of a statewide housing agency that issues bond financing. And we have CDBG and home entitlement funded housing. We also outright just purchase homes through our general funds, and we also have a master lease program. And then one thing up there is we also have a youth out of foster care housing property too.
One of the other large programs that the Housing Authority operates is the voucher program here. Many of you might have heard about that and be familiar with it. So the Housing Authority currently has a maximum allocation of 4,871 vouchers. And just so I can give that some perspective is, that doesn't mean the Housing Authority has that many vouchers. The number of vouchers that we're allowed to put out into the community is directly related to the funding that comes in. So what we're looking at is always trying to balance that maximum amount with the rental amount. So, you know, if we have 4,871 vouchers and the rent is $1,000, if the rent goes up $100 per unit, the number of vouchers going down. So we're constantly balancing those numbers to make sure that we're maximizing the number of vouchers that we're putting out there. The other thing to remember about the vouchers is it's not per person, but it's per family. So it's not 4,871 people, individuals that we're helping, it's families. As Barb had mentioned with the VASH vouchers and the veterans housing, we currently have 221 VASH vouchers, which is vouchers that pay for the rent for homeless veterans. And so we have a number of those, and we're just about that capacity with those, I think, at this point, especially with the new Palm Valley. And then we have some allocated for our Vine Street, our Central Valley Homes project as well. So we have also have additional 114 shelter plus care vouchers. Those vouchers are separate from the vouchers that I just mentioned, and those are specifically for homeless people that come in that have wraparound services. So we're also working with our community members, BHRS, and some of the other service providers here that spoke earlier to provide rental subsidy for their clients as well. Right now, at this point, as we've talked about the allocation amount of the number of vouchers versus the funding, we're currently at about 109% of utilization, which means we're over the funding. And then we also, in the county of Amador, we had a tax credit property where we had 12 additional VASH vouchers that we were just awarded for that project as well.
But that's not enough, not for me anyway. So we've got some development projects going. As most of you know, in the city of Oakdale, we have Oakleaf Meadows, which is a tax credit property, which we are in partnership with, which will add 56 units, which will focus on home ownership services and a 5,000 square foot community center and Head Start. Palm Valley Apartments is a situation of making lemonade. We had a housing development that had some issues that needed to be addressed, significant rehabilitation issues. So we approached the city and said, if we do this and we dedicate this for homeless, will you help us with the rehab money? They graciously did so. So Palm Valley will be the first permanent supportive housing units for families regular apartments in Modesto, and we just started filling them this last week, and that'll be 40 units. Yeah, yay. So, and then I know it's, probably everybody's heard about this, but we are buying a hotel. And it's on Kansas Street, so we named it Kansas House so I could remember which street it was on. And you'll notice kind of that's the theme of how we name things, so I can figure out where they're at. But what we're doing is we're converting 100 hotel rooms into efficiency apartments. So these will include, you know, a couple of burners and a little refrigerator. And you all know those bunk beds that have a futon on the bottom, so it's a couch by day and a bed by night. So those. So they're not fancy, but if somebody lives there for a year, they have a project-based voucher. And so what that means we're going to do is if they're there for a year successfully, at the end of the year, they can go to the top of the Section 8 waiting list. The importance of that is the Section 8 waiting list hasn't fully been open since 2010, and I still have 15,000 households on it. So this is the carrot. It's second stop housing. You've heard about housing first. Well, this is our own term again. This is second stop housing for people who are in shelter and doing their part, but they can't for some reason get to permanent housing. This will give them housing that they can be at, that they can stabilize at, and that they can also, if they need to, get a voucher at the end of the year. Next project is we had an old daycare center which was 3 modular units in Wesley, so we're turning that into our Wesley bunkhouse, which is a SRO or single room occupancy type facility, and there'll be 11 rooms there and shared restroom, shower, and kitchen facilities. We're working on home ownership, and in order to subsidize it, we're doing something different. Again, we made something up to where we're just going to keep the land and lease it for no amount to homeowners, so they only have to buy the buildings. That way it makes it affordable. And so we're going to do 35 units, 2 of which are under construction right now. And this is so cool because the city gave us home funds to do the first 2. And they're going to let us keep the proceeds once we sell them as program income that we can put in. So the first 2 will be 80% or under. But then we can use that money, which is $700,000, to buy the next 2. We'll sell those and buy the next 2, sell those and buy the next 2. So we're going to build 35 of them this way, 2 at a time, for $700,000. 35 homes, 3 bedroom, 2 bath. And then in Waterford, we bought 13 lots, and we're going to use the Edwards Estates model, and we're working with bond financing down there to build 13 home ownership units, again, where we lease the land and the home buyers just have to buy the homes. No Place Like Home is what we call Central Valley Homes, and that's 51 units, and that is a partnership with Turlock for 2 of the sites, the city of Modesto for 1 of the sites, and the county for No Place Like Home funds. So all 3 entitlements came together with the Housing Authority and did a project in order to garner the state funds, which was a first for our county, and I'm so proud of us. I think that's just awesome. We're also one of the only projects in the entire state that got funded that didn't use affordable housing tax credits, meaning we kept our costs down probably to about 2/3 of what the rest of the projects are. So that's pretty cool. And Tuolumne Hill is in Tuolumne, get that pattern there. And so it's on a hill. And it's in Sonora, Tuolumne County in Sonora, and that's 10 units. Foothill Terrace is on Foothill Terrace Court in San Andreas, and we're going to build 20 workforce units there. Now, you all know about the wildfires that came along. Well, in Mariposa, Amador, Tuolumne, and Calaveras County, there was no federal emergency declared. So if you can get the magnitude of this, Amador, Tuolumne, and Mariposa County lost 10% over all of their housing stock. Calaveras lost 20%. It's their housing stock. When we went up and said, what can we do for you? They said, we need workforce housing. So we're going to take our small home units and build 22 to 25 units. We bought a street up there, and so we'll be doing that, Foothill Terrace. And then we're going to build 5 more No Place Like Home. We were the lead developer for the Calaveras County application as well. We purchased land up in Sonora and on Peaceful Valley Road, so we're going to name that Valley Dale. And then in Mariposa, for their No Place Like Home application, we put about 20 vouchers into that so that we could assist self-help housing and building housing there with their tax credit project. Kestrel Ridge is behavioral health housing in Modesto in conjunction with behavioral health in the city of Modesto, and we'll be adding 8 units there. And then our staff went to this conference and we won a small home. So that's from Union Bank, and that'll be a home there. So as you can see, we're busy. And what I'd like to do is ask you to join me. The only way we're going to get through this is if we become relentless housers. So catch the relentless houser fever. Use it as your hashtag, claim it, own it. It started here in Stanislaus County, it's spreading, but we need to all be relentless in our efforts to house people if we're going to not only address homelessness, but our housing crisis that's hit us and hit us hard. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, but that's what our presentation is.
Can you tell me, please, why do waiting list to have houses, renting houses, and the housing authority? Why do you list in Spanish laws?
What did we list?
You list your number of people waiting
for housing?
Yes.
We have about 15,000 on our Section 8 list right now. And I don't know the number because we're just purging our public housing list now, but it's closed for now, and it'll open probably by the end of the year, reopen. And then each site has its own list. I don't have them memorized, but the wait can be 2 to 3 years unless you're going through veterans, behavioral health, or a homeless program.
The same apply to seniors?
Yes. We have a few senior sites. One is on Downey Street, and we have one in Patterson. When we spoke about the No Place Like Home, that's over on Vine Street, which is King Kennedy Cottages, and that's the first phase. But the second phase of that is going to be Helen White Court, which will be 11 units there across from King Kennedy, because we feel like there's a real need for senior housing. And then we're looking at I can't really go into it, but another acquisition because we want to build more senior housing. For those of you that don't know, what's happening now is our seniors that have been renting in our community, and let's say they've been in a unit for 10 or 15 years, well, either it sells or sometimes it's, family members retire, the next generation, but for whatever reason, people are bringing the rents up to market rate. Well, if you're on Social Security and you've been paying this certain rate for housing for 10 or 15 years and then it raises to market, what it's doing is it's actually pushing our seniors out of housing. What we did to address that is we had an in-place housing waiting list open, which was a partial opening. And the importance of that is because people who are in place and have the housing and income qualified could get on a waiting list for a time in order to get subsidy in place. That helped us for 2 reasons. One is that HUD gave us a one-time allocation, but the trick was it usually takes about 6 months to go through the process of leasing up a voucher from us getting an award of money to getting on the streets and so on. They gave us $1 million, but we had to lease up in 60 days. That was 600 units. So we did it legally. I promise. And so when we did that, we did the in-place opening, and a lot of those units went to our seniors because they were in those units and they couldn't afford the rents, but those rents were under the fair market rent, and we were able to accommodate them in that way. So just a little bit of creativity, but we tried to address that until we could build more senior housing.
Any other questions for Barbara or Jim? All right, thank you so much, Barbara and Jim.
Okay, I do need to toot their horn a little bit more. And I love the fact Julie refers to our housing authority as our rock stars. There are so many people in this room that do tremendous work to get things done. I'm trying to learn as much of this as I can. I've appreciated so much being able to come here today and try to absorb a lot of these technically challenging issues that most of us don't deal with every day. And for those of you who already knew a lot of this information, great, I'm glad you're here. And for those of you who didn't know any of this and spent the whole day with us, I applaud you as well. What we need is creativity, collaboration in our community. The Housing Authority has been just a tremendous creative partner for us. And I'll just share with you one quick example. Earlier today, we stepped outside for 25 minutes dealing with a challenging situation. We have about a dozen and a half folks who are going to be in a very difficult situation in a week or two that wasn't even on the horizon 48 hours ago. And once again, through creativity and working with partners in the Housing Authority and our county departments, we're trying to craft solutions. And that's how we work, and that's what we do. And I'm so proud to even be a part of the community of leadership that helps support that. If there's anything that I can ever do to help support you and your organizations and so forth, please let me know. I hope all of you, after a day like today, know that the county and our partner agencies that are here are 100% committed to this regional approach to tackling this challenge. And I love how we framed it today, and I think that we're going to have a conversation in the future with our Stanislaus Homeless Alliance. What is our goal? And is our goal to end homelessness? And if that is our goal, then we have to take very seriously the information we heard today, and especially from our keynote speaker, Julia Orlando. So thank you so much for setting that bar and that target for us, Julia, and we will have that challenging conversation with ourselves and decide how do we get there. And then we can all wear those shirts. I'm so cool, I'm so glad I got a shirt. I'm like in a club now that I wasn't in, so thank you so much. Okay, so I want to once again thank all of the presenters, and a special thank you to Julia for coming all the way out from New Jersey. Thank you so much. I hope you've learned a few things from us as well along the way, and it's been worth your time. Thank you all so much. We had a vision for what this might be. It exceeded all of our expectations. It really, really did. This to me has been the richest conversation on this topic that I've seen in the community that I've personally been a part of, and I hope to see it again in the future. So thank you all very much. Please keep engaged. Don't go away, and dive in, lean in even harder on this effort so that we can all be relentless housers, as Barbara would call it. So thank you so much. Everybody have a wonderful weekend. And thank you, Kyle De Jesus, again, right? He's our guy, right? If Barbara's the rock star, he's the roadie.